Hello everybody, I hope you must have watched the previous video which was June part 1 for finance current affairs. जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि examination is now round the corner and May, June, July, August, September, October are the 6 months which you cannot afford to miss if you want to clear your upcoming RBI Grade B examination. And these 6 months are not only going to help you in phase 1, they will help you a lot in phase 2. So do go through with each and every news in much detail. And in order to help you guys as per on your request, what we have done is all the sessions which were conducted back in June, we have combined them into a single video so that you can go through with 15 days session in one video itself. So now you will be watching part 2 for the month of June 2025, where I have provided you with the videos which have been conducted from 16th to 30th of June. Do watch each and every minute of this particular video. Check out all the important news, and if you have any doubt, any suggestion, any feedback, do write it down in the comment section below. Good luck. God bless you all. Moving on to the next. So the first news from where I'm going to start my discussion is related to ECB. This is not the first time that we are discussing about ECB. I hope आपको याद होगा. External commercial borrowings के बारे में we have discussed in the past as well. So the first point is why this news has been shortlisted in this particular session. So the news has been shortlisted because this external commercial borrowings is one of the important financial concepts whenever we talk about the financial status of an economy. Secondly, external commercial borrowings, they always remain in news, but yes, recently, if you remember, we have discussed the news related to Adani group of companies. If you can name the company, so the name of the company was Adani Airports Holding Limited, which has raised approximately $750 million through external commercial borrowing from a custodian of international banks, if you remember. So that $750 million, that particular value was important. And next reason why we are discussing this external commercial borrowing wala part is because recently in the RBI 2024-25 annual report, there was a data shared related to the external commercial borrowing, and this data was shared for the term that is net. The term or the data which was shared was net inflows. That was net inflows under external commercial borrowings, which has increased to India, or which has increased in India to a value of $18.7 billion. $18.7 billion in the financial year 2024-25, which was only $3.6 billion in the previous year. तो ये point आप याद रखिएगा. That is the reason it is important. और ये net inflow का मतलब क्या है? Sir, outflow भी हुआ होगा. अब outflow is in the terms of return of the loan, or maybe the Indian entities who are providing loan to the foreign companies or the foreign entities. But when we talk about net inflows, it is the actual value which has been borrowed under the category of external commercial borrowings. ठीक है जी? Now let's come back to the news for which we are gathered over here. So the first news from where I'm going to start my discussion is related to one of the important companies. We call it as PSU, that is public sector undertaking. It is a company with a title of Maharatan, and it is NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation. So National Thermal Power Corporation Limited, which is a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Power, has raised unsecured means the borrowings which is going to be done from the foreign nations, from the foreign entities, will be without collateral. तो बिना किसी collateral के loan लिया जाएगा. We call it as unsecured borrowings. And what is the value of this unsecured borrowings? So the value of this unsecured borrowing is $750 million. Or point है कि sir, this borrowed amount will be utilized for what purpose? So it will be utilized for capital expenditure in order to increase the capacity of the company, as well as to increase the, or in order to expand the renewable energy projects of National Thermal Power Corporation. ठीक है जी? अब यहाँ पर दो तीन चीजें हैं, दो तीन कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं जो कि काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, which you need to understand with respect to this particular news. So the first concept is, as they say, the facility comprises of base issue, that is $500 million, and a green shoe option of $250 million। इसका मतलब क्या होता है? इसका मतलब ये है कि मान लो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट एनटीपीसी, ठीक है जी। अब एनटीपीसी वांट्स टू बोरो द लोन, सो एनटीपीसी विल बी रीचिंग टू एन इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर, एंड दिस इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर will help NTPC to issue its instruments, to issue the debt instruments to the foreign investors, or these debt instruments will be reached to the foreign investors, with the help of this investment banker, and the foreign investors, they will be investing in the debt instruments which are issued by NTPC through the investment banker. Remember that जो पहला base issue सोचा है, that means the decided base issue value is what? So that is $500 million. But if there is high demand, in order to compensate the high demand for the issue, कि आपने issue किए debt instruments and then you realized that the demand is increasing. The moment you realize that demand is increasing, then you have kept an option कि अगर demand बढ़ेगी तो भैया उस demand के बढ़ने पर we will be floating $250 million more. Demand के बढ़ने पर company will be floating $250 million more. So when you keep aside certain value of the securities, or you keep the certain value of the security reserve with you, and those securities are issued at the time of high demand, for the instrument which you have already issued or which you are already issuing, that is basically known as green shoe. Option. तो समझ आ गया base issue क्या होता है, green shoe option क्या होता है? If it is clear, just give me yes sir. Next point I have is door to door tenor का क्या मतलब है और एवरेज मेच्योरिटी का क्या मतलब है, जहां पे ये कहा गया डोर टू डोर टेन्योर इज 10 years एंड एवरेज मेच्योरिटी इज 7 years. तो यहां पे आपको ये कॉन्सेप्ट पता होना बहुत जरूरी है. व्हाट इज डोर टू डोर टेन्योर, व्हाट इज एवरेज मेच्योरिटी. After that, once I'll discuss these two concepts, remember that Bank of Baroda is the investment banker which is acting as the mandated lead arranger as well as the underwriter for $500 million of loan, and HDFC Bank is for the green shoe option, that is of $250 million of loan. ठीक. अब यहाँ पे याद रखिएगा कि सर लोन तो हमने लेना आउट ऑफ द नेशन, मतलब फॉरेन एंटिटी से, और ये दोनों बैंक्स वो हैं जिनका प्रेजेंस इंडिया में है. सो दे विल बी रेजिंग द फंड्स फ्रॉम द इंडियंस. नो सर, दे विल बी रेजिंग द फंड्स फ्रॉम द फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स ओनली. सो बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा, HDFC, they have executed the transaction through their International Financial Service Center banking unit. So they have executed the process of borrowing the loan for NTPC through their International Financial Service Center banking unit, which is based in Gift City, Gujarat. तो अगर आपको याद हो तो हमने ये बात की थी कि गुजरात में we have a gift city, और इस gift city में it is a international financial service center where the foreign investors they can invest, in the Indian securities, and even the Indians they can invest in the foreign securities. So you, in your opinion, in your context, you can think gift city in a very simple manner is a place where foreign investment can be done pretty easily in the Indian assets, and Indian investment can be done pretty easily in the foreign assets. In order to provide this service, we have International Financial Service Center. समझ आई बात? क्लियर हो गया ये पॉइंट? तो आओ जरा कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट्स मैं आपको पढ़ा देता हूं. सबसे पहला कॉन्सेप्ट है डोर टू डोर और एवरेज मेच्योरिटी वाला. देन आई हैव अ कॉन्सेप्ट की मैंडेटेड लीड अरेंजर क्या होता है. देन आई हैव अ कॉन्सेप्ट डिस्कशन की अंडर राइटर क्या होता है. एंड देन आई हैव अ कॉन्सेप्ट डिस्कशन की एक्चुअली ये जो ECB का प्रोसेस है, दैट मीन्स एक्सटर्नल कमर्शियल बोरोइंग का जो एंटायर प्रोसेस है वो कैसे परफॉर्म किया जाता है. सो इफ यू आर अप फॉर इट, जस्ट गिव मी यस सर, सो दैट वी कैन फर्स्ट quickly discuss the concepts. Once the concepts are clear, then we'll read the news. And remember that जो मैं अभी concepts आपके साथ discuss करने वाला हूँ, these concepts are going to help you in 3 news for this particular session. तो मैं 3 news ऐसी लेके आया हूँ जो कि interconnected है, और उन तीनों news को समझने के लिए, उन तीनों news को complete करने से पहले let's cover some of the important concepts related to the same. ठीक है. Now let's quickly discuss the concepts. So the concepts related to this particular news is, the first concept we talk about is door to door tenure, and the second concept we talk about is that is average maturity. अब question ये है कि sir what is the difference, what actually these two terms have been referred in the news. So in the news, it has been said that door-to-door tenure is 10 years and the average maturity is 7 years in a loan agreement. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? इसका मतलब ये है कि लोन का जो total life है, the total tenure of the loan is 10 years, but on average, the principal will be paid in 7 years. On an average, principal will be paid in 7 years. There are few reasons why we use the word door-to-door tenure and average maturity. Please pay attention. Let's suppose there is an individual and this individual has borrowed loan from the bank, and from the bank this borrowing has been done for 10 years and he is liable to pay back the principal as well as interest in the period of 10 years. So in this particular case, what is the door-to-door tenure? So that is 10 years. What is the average maturity of the loan? So the maturity of the loan is again 10 years because you are going to repay the loan in 10 years itself. But let's suppose an individual has borrowed the funds from the bank, and while borrowing, bank comes up with a statement that we are ready to give you a loan for 10 years, which includes 7 years of loan period where you are supposed to pay back the principal, but we are offering you a grace period of 3 years. तो जब आपने grace period offer कर दिया 3 years का, तो total tenure of loan कितना हो गया? 10 years. But actually there is a try, there will be I would say best possible chances that your principal will be repaid in 7 years. So यहाँ पे NTPC is saying, or NTPC is borrowing the loan for an average period of 7 years only, but the tenure of the loan is 10 years, where NTPC is taking up a grace period of 3 years. कि अगर मुझे लगा at the time of repayment, if I don't possess the funds, then I will be using the facility of the term that is known as grace period. I will be using the facility that is known as grace period. तो जब आप grace period को add करते हैं, in the total time, you add the grace period with the time period required to pay back the principal, then the sum of grace period and time period required gives you the door-to-door tenure. So in this case, door-to-door tenure is of 10 years. As you see, door-to-door tenure is of 10 years, but the average maturity will be 7 years. Now the next point we have is, sir, you have used the term mandated lead arranger as well as underwriter, and these terms have been used for the banks which are involved. One of the bank is Bank of Baroda, and the other bank which we are talking over here is that is HDFC Bank. So please pay attention. Mandated lead arranger and underwriter is the facility provided by a financial institution, typically an investment bank, which plays a really very important role in case of syndicated loan. So basically they secure the mandate from the borrower to arrange and underwrite the loan, meaning that they are committed to provide the initial financing and then work to syndicate the loan to the lenders. समझ आई ये बात? इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? सर यहाँ पे ये जो वर्ड है ना, mandated and underwriter, यहाँ पे ये जो mandated और underwriter facility है, it is basically a title given to the financial institutes, and generally the investor bankers, they perform the functions of mandated lead arranger as well as underwriter, especially in case of syndicated loan. Syndicated loan का मतलब क्या होता है? When there are n number of parties, they come together to provide a loan to a single party, जिसमें lender multiple है, but we have single borrower. So that type of loan is basically known as syndicate loan. Now, what is this mandate and role? सर जो borrower है, borrower जो है हमारे केस में कौन है? NTPC. So NTPC जो है that will provide a mandate to the Bank of Baroda, या it will provide mandate to HDFC, granting them the authority to structure and arrange the loan. तो NTPC ने mandate किया कि मेरे behalf पर loan will be arranged by Bank of Baroda or loan will be arranged by HDFC Bank. This mandated lead arranger is responsible for negotiating the long terms, or I would say the loan terms with the borrower and secure the initial funding. तो ये जो Bank of Baroda है, ये सामने जाएगा borrowers के सामने और borrowers के साथ negotiate करेगा, और उस negotiation के बाद the borrowing will be arranged. So then they work to syndicate the loan, selling the portion of the other banks and investors to reduce their own risk. तो फिर धीरे धीरे वो क्या होगा? They will be selling out, or they will be issuing more and more securities to different borrowers in order to reduce their own risk. but there is a point which is known as underwriting. Underwriting का मतलब क्या होता है सर? Underwriting का मतलब है the investment institution which is in picture, which is in context of discussion, that particular bank, for example, in our example, that is Bank of Baroda या फिर HDFC Bank, is acting as an underwriter. Underwriter का मतलब ये हुआ कि सर मैं आपको लोन अरेंज करके दूंगा of $500 million, मैं आपको लोन अरेंज करके दूंगा of $250 million. If in any case this loan is not arranged, don't worry, I myself will purchase those instruments. I give you the guarantee that I will be purchasing those instruments if I would not be able to issue those instruments in the market. तो MLA जो है वो mandate करेगा underwrite the entire loan, meaning they commit to provide the full amount even if they cannot immediately borrow it from the external resources. So this demonstrates their commitment to deal and encourage the other lenders to participate. एक term आया बार बार मैंने use किया, syndication. Syndication is basically a process of selling the parts of the loan to the other lenders. For example, Bank of Baroda is selling the parts of this $500 million of loan to the external lenders. So this process is known as syndication, where a single borrower is borrowing from multiple sources. So this process is known as syndication. So what are the key responsibilities of this mandated lead arranger? सर ये जो mandated lead arranger है इस डील में या अंडरराइटर है, उसकी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज क्या है? सबसे पहली रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है दे विल स्ट्रक्चर द लोन, कैसा लोन होगा, कितना टाइम पीरियड होगा, क्या कंडीशंस होगी. देन दे विल नेगोशिएट विद द बोरोवर. आफ्टर दैट they are responsible for underwriting the loan. They will be managing the syndication process and they will be acting as an agent. They will be acting as an agent to the borrower in order to handle all the administrative tasks. अब क्वेश्चन है कि so why they are performing all these responsibilities? They are performing these responsibilities in order to earn return. And what is the return they are earning? So fees they charge against the services they are providing. समझ आ गई बात? कहानी क्लियर हुई? एक बार क्विकली मैं इसे कंक्लूड कर देता हूं. What I'm trying to say is NTPC को लोन बोरो करना and there is a foreign investor who wants to lend loan to NTPC, but they don't know how to reach each other. So NTPC will first hire an investment banker. For example, they have hired Bank of Baroda, and with the help of its International Financial Service Center banking unit, it has issued the debt instruments, or it has issued the format that NTPC is looking forward for a loan. And if you are interested, you can lend your funds to NTPC through this particular format. So यहाँ पर ये जो organization है which I am referring over here, Bank of Baroda, it act as a mandated lead arranger and underwriter. ये जो word है ना lead arranger, why we use this word lead? Because we have single amount or we have single borrower, but the lenders we have, they are multiple lenders. अब multiple lenders हैं तो multiple lenders के बीच में और single borrower के बीच में जो connect है, that connect is basically lead arranger, which basically arrange these multiple lenders so that the entire amount can be lended by the entire amount can be borrowed by the respective borrower. समझ आ गई बात? क्लियर हो गया ये पॉइंट? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर? चेतन आपका भी पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया? कंस्टोरियम लोन, सिंडिकेशन लोन, पॉइंट इज क्लियर? इफ यस, जस्ट गिव मी यस. Will there be any penalty for paying back after average maturity date? नहीं, जब आपने पहले ही डिसाइड कर लिया और पहले ही अनाउंस कर दिया that I will be paying on an average in 7 years, but if not, then I will be using a grace period of 3 years. और उस 3 years के grace period में I will be paying you the interest. I will be paying you the interest. That's it. Is it clear, Aditi? चलो. Moving on to the next and the most important part, that is external commercial borrowings. You know what? ये जो पॉइंट है ना एक्सटर्नल कमर्शियल बोरोइंग्स, इसमें दो रूट्स अवेलेबल है. द फर्स्ट रूट इज ऑटोमेटिक रूट एंड द सेकंड रूट इज अप्रूवल रूट. व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द टू? ऑटोमेटिक रूट का मतलब है व्हेन एन इंडियन एंटिटी, ये वो एंटिटी है विच इज सीकिंग फॉर एक्सटर्नल कमर्शियल बोरोइंग. सो दिस इंडियन एंटिटी will reach to the authorized dealer category 1, generally the banks. सो ये जाएंगे उन ऑथोराइज डीलर कैटेगरी 1 के पास, और ये जो बोरोअर है, बोरोअर विल अप्रोच टू द बैंक ऑथोराइज्ड to handle the foreign exchange transaction with a proposal and a duly filled in form ECB. Now ये जो AD bank है, that is the authorized dealer bank, will examine the proposal, और proposal examine करने के बाद अगर उनको लगेगा कि हाँ this is the proposal under the automatic route only and no RBI prior approval is required, then this particular authorized dealer will arrange the loan from the foreign entities. This is known as automatic route. But what is approval route? Approval route basically means the moment you will raise your request with the authorized dealer, first authorized dealer will go to RBI and RBI will examine the application. If RBI examines the application and RBI finds that application is fine, then RBI gives the approval to the authorized dealer, and then this authorized dealer will arrange the funds. Then this authorized dealers will arrange the funds and make the required foreign exchange in case of approval route. So ECB जो है, it is also available in two routes. One we have is automatic route and the other one we have is approval route. इसमें कुछ criteria है. The first term is eligibility. Who are eligible? So certain entities like companies, infrastructure finance companies, even the NGOs engaged in microfinances, they are eligible in external commercial borrowings. Secondly, we have the term that is end use. End use का मतलब external commercial borrowings can be used for specific purpose such as investment in real estate sector or infrastructure or import of capital goods. It's up to you. So which currency is involved? Sir, external commercial borrowing can be borrowed in any freely convertible foreign currency. So whichever foreign currency which is freely convertible or which currencies free convertibility is allowed in India, that can be used or that can be employed in order to borrow the funds under the category of ECB. What is the maturity? So the minimum maturity period is specified by RBI. If you remember, the maturity period is 3 years. We have discussed in the previous session. All-in cost ceiling means there are restrictions on the maximum all-in cost ceiling. Borrowing limits, the individual limit for raising the external commercial borrowing under automatic route is different and it is predefined by RBI. Loan registration number basically means this is the number which is required for external commercial borrowings and this is obtained from RBI. So आप RBI से ये number obtain करेंगे and then only you can raise the funds. We call it as external commercial borrowings. समझ आ गए सारे concepts? अगर ये सारे concepts clear है, if this entire concept is clear, now let's read out this news. I'm pretty sure कि न्यूज समझ आ जाएगी. बेस इशू $500 million, ग्रीन इशू ऑप्शन $250 million. Who is mandated lead arranger and underwriter for base issue? Bank of Baroda. For green issue portion, HDFC. How they are issuing? So they are going to issue this or they are going to arrange the loan for NTPC from their International Financial Service Center banking unit, which is in Gift City, Gujarat. इसमें एक और point है which I would like to add. Sir, NTPC will be using this fund for the expansion of its energy portfolio, जहाँ पे NTPC has a strategic vision that NTPC will achieve. ये point question बन सकता है examination का. NTPC has a target to achieve 60 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2032, as well as elevate its total installed capacity from 80 gigawatts to 130 gigawatts, as well as to elevate its total installed capacity from 80 gigawatts to 130 gigawatts. तो ये जो point है जो मैंने mark किया है, this is something holds a potential that it can be asked in the examination or you can utilize this data while writing a descriptive answer as well. Clear हो गया जी? Done है? चलो अगली news जो है that is also on the same grounds, that is also related to external commercial borrowing. What does it say? Credit Access Grameen, India's largest non-banking financial company, Microfinance Institute. If you remember, recently Microfinance Institute was in news. Why Microfinance Institute was in news? Regarding their qualifying asset threshold. Do you remember? Earlier, the qualifying asset threshold was 35% of total asset, which has now reduced to 60% of the total asset. And what is qualifying assets? A qualifying asset basically means loan given to the household with yearly income of 3 lakh rupees plus loan is given without collateral. Yaad aa raha baat? I hope you remember this news. We have just discussed few days back. Okay, coming back to the current news. So the current news says Credit Access Grameen, which is India's largest non-banking financial company, microfinance institute, has raised 100 million multi-currency syndicated social loan facility, which has been qualified as external commercial borrowing under the automatic route of Reserve Bank of India from the banks in South Asia as well as Far East Asia. Is this point clear? अब अगर आप पढ़ रहे हैं तो अब आपको पूरी की पूरी न्यूज पहले गो में समझ आ रही है. तो यहां पे आपको याद क्या रखना है? फर्स्ट थिंग इज यू नीड टू रिमेंबर एनटीपीसी $750 million of loan. $750 million of loan under the category of external commercial borrowing. Second news which you need to remember is CA Grameen secures $100 million of loan under external commercial borrowings again, but in this case it's a multi-currency loan. That means borrowing will be done in different currencies. Some part of the loan will be borrowed in US dollars and certain part will be borrowed in Japanese yen. Certain part will be borrowed in Japanese yen. बस इतनी ही न्यूज है that you need to remember. उसके अलावा nothing else is important. This is just for your reference. This is just for your reference. Nothing else you need to remember in this particular news. तो आप बार बार पूछते हैं कि सर जो आपने इतना डेटा दिया उसमें से क्या पढ़ना है, क्या याद रखना है? पूरी न्यूज में से ये 2 न्यूज याद रखनी है प्लस द कॉन्सेप्ट डिस्कशन विच आई हैव डन, वो याद रखना है. बाकी जो मैंने दिया इट्स जस्ट टू सेट द ग्राउंड, आपको समझ आ जाए कि व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. इसमें 2-3 चीजें बताता हूं. सीए ग्रामीण सेकंड लोन फैसिलिटी है विच इज लेड बाय द बैंक had previously bid for CA Grameen's landmark $200 million syndicated ECB into 2023. 2023 में $200 million के लिए already bid कर चुके हैं. Now they are bidding for $100 million and this bidding is done with the help of a mandated lead arranger. Who is the mandated lead arranger for CA Grameen? So the mandated lead arranger for CA Grameen is Standard Chartered Bank, but for NTPC it was Bank of Baroda and it was HDFC. जो मैंने रेड पेन से लिख दिया, दैट इज व्हाट यू नीड टू रिमेंबर. लोन फैसिलिटी को पहले प्लान किया गया था इनिशियल बेस साइज $70 million इन नवंबर, बट लेटर इसे अपग्रेड किया गया टू $100 million. तो पहले जो टारगेट था इट वाज बेसिकली फॉर $70 million, बट नाउ द बोरिंग हैज बीन डन फॉर $100 million. Previously I have already shared this notes with you. What is external commercial borrowing, how RBI approved the external commercial borrowing and everything. This data has been already shared and even this Adani news has been already covered. तो यहाँ पे अब हमारे पास 3 न्यूज हो गई. NTPC एक न्यूज हो गई, CA Grameen we have a news and we have a news that is Adani Airport Limited. Value ECB $750 million. Value here is $100 million. Value here is again $750 million. याद रहेगा? Is it sorted? Is it done? Give me a thumbs up so that I can move on to the next news. Just give me yes sir so that I can move on to the next news quickly, guys. The next news I have for you all is related to a term or related to a international organization which always remains in news, that is Asian Development Bank. So Asian Development Bank ने recently approve किया है a loan of around $100 million और ये जो loan दिया गया of $100 million is given to the state that is Gujarat. So what is this loan about? Why this lending has been done? क्या benefit होगा, क्या outcome होगा, जल्दी से बात कर लेते हैं. So organization is Asian Development Bank. What is the value of loan? Sir, it is around $100 million to support Gujarat in shaping future ready workforce. So what is the agenda? Sir, it is basically to help Gujarat, to assist Gujarat ताकि गुजरात में future ready workforce को बनाया जा सके so that Gujarat can become a global industrial hub. So that Gujarat can become a global industrial hub in the near future. अब इस पैसे को यूज कैसे करेंगे सर? दिस $100 million विल बी यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर गुजरात स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम. सो ये जो बोरोइंग है दैट विल बी यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर व्हाट पर्पस? इट विल बी यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर गुजरात स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम which is going to be led by, so this program is going to be led by Gujarat's Labor Skill Development and Employment Department. So एक तो गुजरात गवर्नमेंट का लेबर स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, और दूसरा एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है विच इज बेस्ड इन गांधीनगर गुजरात. द नेम इज कौशल्या स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी. तो ये जो कौशल्या द स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी है along with the Gujarat government department, that is labor and skill development and employment department, they have collaborated to utilize $100 million in order to perform the program or in order to perform the services of Gujarat skill development program. Under this particular program, as the name suggests, होगा क्या कि सर जो गुजरात का यूथ है उस यूथ को एडवांस्ड इंडस्ट्री रेलिवेंट स्किल्स प्रोवाइड की जाएंगी so that with the help of these I would say advanced and industry relevant skills, it will improve their job, or I would say it will increase the chances that they can score, the youth can secure the job, as well as the youth will become job ready. The state will become a hub of skilled labor or industry skilled labor or industry relevant labor, so that more and more industries can easily set up in Gujarat because of the abundance of relevant skilled available labor in the given area. So in order to reform the technical and vocational education and training system by creating scalable model for use in other Indian states as well. तो इस प्रोग्राम के तहत ये जो टेक्निकल एंड वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम है उससे भी क्या किया जाएगा? इट विल ऑल्सो बी रिफॉर्म्ड विच विल बिकम आई वुड से अ मॉडल विच विल बी followed by the other states as well in the near future. What are the key areas? Focus areas will be, or the focus or 7 high priority industries will be logistic industry, automotive industry, manufacturing, IT, renewable energy, healthcare and agri-tech. Last but not the least is, under this program, courses will be aligned with the National Education Policy 2020 as well as GSDP. What is this GSDP? Sir, Gujarat Skill Development Program 2025-2030. Easy है guys, समझ आ गया? न्यूज पक्का बनेगी यहाँ से. गुजरात स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, कौशल्या द स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी, $100 million, एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स, in order to provide industrial skills or industry relevant skills to the youth so that they can secure the job, and it will result in availability of highly skilled labor in the state of Gujarat so that Gujarat can become industrial hub in the near future or global industrial hub in the near future. Clear हो गया? Nothing more to discuss on this, and once we complete the session एक बार पढ़ लेना. Obviously ये न्यूज दोबारा पढ़ने की जरूरत पड़ेगी नहीं, और एग्जामिनेशन में जब आएगी फेज 1 में यू विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन फॉर श्योर. अगली न्यूज की ओर बढ़ते हैं. व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट न्यूज आई हैव फॉर यू? द नेक्स्ट न्यूज इज आरबीआई हैज डिसकंटिन्यूड डेली वेरिएबल रेपो रेट ऑक्शन ड्यू टू बैंकिंग लिक्विडिटी सरप्लस. अब पहले तो ये बैंकिंग लिक्विडिटी सरप्लस का क्या गेम है वो समझ लेते हैं. अगर आपको याद हो तो जनवरी 2025 या दिसंबर 2024 में बैंकिंग सेक्टर वाज विटनेसिंग द लिक्विडिटी क्राइसिस. फिर इन जनवरी 2025 आरबीआई प्रोएक्टिवली participated in order to overcome this particular issue where the banking sector was facing the liquidity crisis in the economy. So in that particular case, RBI, with the help of open market operation, with the help of variable repo rate, open market operation, variable repo rate, as well as US dollar and Indian rupee swap and even sale of or purchase of US dollar in order to increase the liquidity in the market. With all these steps, RBI has injected 9.25 lakh crore rupees in the economy. Now, once this liquidity is injected in the economy, obviously liquidity crisis खत्म हो गई. अब जैसे liquidity crisis खत्म हुए तो RBI ने कहा कि अब VRR की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Now you must be wondering, VRR की जरूरत नहीं है तो एक्चुअली VRR है क्या?
और अगर VRR की जरूरत नहीं है तो what will be the alternative? So let me answer this question first and then I'll discuss the news with you. So first point is, so what do you understand by the word VRR? VRR stands for variable rate repo. Variable rate repo. Sir, हमने तो repo rate पढ़ा था. Now what is this variable rate repo? Give me 2 minutes and I'll explain this entire concept. After that, ये news और इससे related जो भी कोई news in near future, it will come in your path. You will be in a position to answer it for sure. So please pay attention on the screen and try to understand this point. Whenever we talk about RBI, we know that RBI is bankers' bank, and in order to manage the liquidity, banks, they approach RBI in the way that bank can deposit its surplus with RBI. So this surplus can be deposited with RBI against government security, and RBI will pay reverse repo rate. Banks can deposit their surplus with RBI without government security, but rate of interest will be SDF. SDF is very high in comparison to reverse repo rate. Now, if bank is in need of funds, then bank can borrow loan for 24 hours against government securities, and this borrowing is done against fixed rate of interest, that is repo rate, and this repo rate is prefixed by RBI. Similarly, if repo rate limits are exhausted, then bank can utilize its SLR and borrow the loan without security or indirect security, that is SLR, and that borrowing will be termed as MSF, or the rate of interest which bank is supposed to pay is known as marginal standing facility. This is the entire structure. I hope you know that. ठीक है. अब इसमें से RBI ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया वेरिएबल रेपो रेट. RBI ने क्या कहा? व्हाट इज वेरिएबल रेपो रेट और रेट रेपो? Variable rate repo basically means if a bank is in need of funds, then bank can approach to RBI, and the moment bank reaches to RBI, bank will participate in the auction, and bank will say, RBI, you are planning to provide 50,000 crore. Let's suppose RBI is planning to provide 50,000 crore rupees of loan to the banks against variable rate repo. So one of the bank, let's say bank A, approaches to RBI and raise the demand that RBI, I'm ready to borrow 10,000 crore rupees at a rate of interest below repo rate. What is repo rate today? That is 6%, and bank has quoted a rate that I'm ready to purchase. I'm ready to borrow the loan from RBI at 5.8%. Similarly, there will be bank B. It will also participate in the auction. Bank C will also participate in the auction, and every bank will quote the rate of interest which they are ready to pay, but that rate of interest will be below repo rate only. Now the question is, why RBI is providing loan to the banks below repo rate? It's quite obvious. There was a situation of liquidity crisis in the economy. So in order to increase the liquidity in the market, RBI has come up with this particular facility. But now, as the things have improved over the period of time, now RBI is saying that if you want to borrow, you can borrow for 1 day on fixed rate of interest, that is repo rate only. You cannot borrow for 24 hours. If you want funds for 24 hours, you cannot borrow for 24 hours against variable rate repo. I'm not going to give you this facility because there is no need, there is no liquidity crisis, there is no liquidity issue in the market. So what is the current repo rate? So currently the repo rate is 5.5%. This was just an example. बाद में comment section में लिखते रहोगे कि सर आपने गलत repo rate बता दिया. It was just an example. I have corrected myself कि I know what is the current repo rate. ठीक है. So variable repo rate here, sir, it is a tool which is used by RBI to manage the liquidity in the banking system. It involves banks borrowing funds from RBI by offering government security as collateral. Interest rate are determined through an auction. Daily VRR auctions, they were introduced back in January 2025, and it is always a temporary measure to address the liquidity tightness which was caused due to a number of factors like tax outflows, foreign exchange interventions, and whatnot. Now, what is the difference between repo rate and variable repo rate? So variable repo rate, interest rate is determined by auction, but repo rate is prefixed. Flexibility, it is highly flexible because bank bid as per the market dynamics. It is low flexible because it's one rate for every bank. What are the market responsiveness? So more responsiveness to the liquidity condition, less sensitive to the short-term volatility. It is conducted more during volatile periods. It is a regular liquidity window which is provided by RBI so that banks can borrow the funds from RBI in order to manage their day-to-day banking balances. Last but not the least is the actual news. So Reserve Bank of India has announced that RBI has discontinued its daily variable rate repo. Remember that daily variable rate repo auctions due to the surplus in the banking sector, which is around 2.75 to 3 lakh crore rupees, exceeding 1% of NDTL, and this is effective from 11th of June 2025. आपको एक चीज बताऊं, मेरे दिमाग में जो इस न्यूज को देखकर आया, I would like to share with you also. देखना जरा आप रिकॉल कर पा रहे हैं या नहीं. Do you remember in the previous sessions I discussed with you that RBI has reduced CRR from 4% to 3% and it will be implemented in 4 tranches? Do you remember that? And I said that due to the decrease in CRR by 1%, it will result in increase in liquidity in the market of around 2.5%, 2.5 lakh crores. तो ये जो 2.5 लाख करोड़ मार्केट में लिक्विडिटी आएगी, वो क्यों आएगी? एक एनडीटीएल रिजर्व्स कम कर दिया बैंक का, या 1% ऑफ एनडीटीएल रिजर्व्स अ बैंक can circulate in the economy rather than keeping with RBI. So which means 1% of NDTL of entire banking system of India is around 2.5 lakh crores. तो इसीलिए यहाँ पे क्या कहा गया कि सर आज की डेट में बैंक्स के पास जो लिक्विडिटी सरप्लस है that is 2.75 to 3 lakh crores which exceeds 1% of NDTL. तो ये 1% of NDTL से ज्यादा है, 2.75 to 3 लाख करोड़ है, क्योंकि 1% of NDTL is around 2.5 लाख करोड़. कहां पढ़ा था हमने? So we have read this while we were discussing about the monetary policy. मजा आया? कनेक्ट हुई चीजें. ऐसे अगर आप कनेक्ट करोगे you will be able to memorize the data. वो हमेशा आप कहते हो ना कि सर इतना सारा डेटा कैसे याद रखेंगे? अगर आप ऐसे रिलेट करेंगे you will be in a position to memorize the data for sure. थोड़ी सी और बात कर लेते हैं. So RBI has decided to withdraw daily VRR, aligns with the objective to maintain neutral policy because now RBI monetary policy has moved its stance from accommodative to neutral. So under the neutral stance, there's no need to come up with daily VRR because there is good liquidity surplus in the banking system of the country. But RBI wants that banks should rely more on call money market or tri-party repo operations, which will operate in a efficient manner in the current scenario. Recently, ये जो decision RBI ने लिया, this decision has been taken on 11th of June. अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, 9th और 10th जून को RBI ने 25,000 करोड़ का VRR अनाउंस किया that I am ready to give loan to the banks of total value 25,000 crores on 9th of June. उसके अगेंस्ट टोटल बोरोइंग पता कितने की हुई? उसके अगेंस्ट बैंक्स ने जो टोटल पैसा बोरो किया इवन बिलो रेपो रेट वाज अराउंड 3,500 करोड़. तो 25,000 करोड़ के बदले में if borrowing is done only around 10 to 15%, so there is no point running this particular window. So that is the reason, because of the 15 to 17% of the borrowing done in the past few days, RBI has decided to close this window. But RBI will continue with 14-day variable rate repo. RBI will even continue with open market operation and standing deposit facility. Is this point clear? ठीक है जी, सारी न्यूज क्लियर हो गई. अगली बार जब भी कहीं पढ़ोगे VRR रेपो रेट क्यों बंद किया, क्यों होता है, सारी कहानी समझ आ जाएगी. This is the benefit of learning the things in a holistic manner. This will help you to retain the data for longer term. Last news of the day, I guess. Yes, last news of the day. A very short and simple news. NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India, and Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, IDRBT. I hope you know that IDRBT is Hyderabad based Institute for Development and Research, and it is under the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI, that is IFTAS, along with Infinet, SFMS, Structured Financial Messaging System, and Banking Community Cloud. So these are the 4 entities which are operating under IFTAS, that is Indian, which is operating under IFTAS. Now, what is IFTAS? So IFTAS is basically the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI, and this institute is really very important, which we call it as IDRBT. अगर आपसे कोई पूछे, UPI was developed by NPCI, but initiative and the R&D related to banking technology is all done by this particular institute only, which is mentioned on the screen. So IFTAS stands for Indian Financial Technology and Allied Services. Then we have Infinet, Indian Financial Network, Structured Financial Messaging System. Then we have Banking Community Cloud, and we have the next one that is on your screen. We call it as what? So we call it as IDRBT, that is Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology. तो इस इंस्टीट्यूट का काम ही क्या है सर? इस इंस्टीट्यूट का काम है टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट फॉर द एंटायर बैंकिंग सेक्टर. Now it has collaborated with NPCI to enhance cyber security and resilience within India's rapidly changing or expanding digital payment landscape. तो इसमें कुछ highlights हैं. पहला, ये दोनों organizations मिलकर they will conduct targeted training programs for professionals. They will conduct targeted training programs for professionals in banking and payment system, focusing on cybersecurity, resilience, and data privacy. Second is develop a new NPCI certified payment security certification, which will be tailored to evolve regulatory and industrial needs. So develop करेंगे new NPCI certified payment security. And lastly, extend IDRBT's Indian Bank Center for Analysis of Risk and Threat. So IDRBT का एक center है, that is Indian Bank's Center for Analysis of Risk and Threat. ये threat intelligence services provide करेगा to NPCI and its ecosystem partners, providing we can say that providing the whole and soul or a concrete fight against the cyber threats which are faced today. So आपको क्या क्या याद रखना है इसमें? You have to remember the name of the 2 companies which have signed the MOU, and this MOU has been signed for what purpose, what all steps will be taken, training wala part, new certification wala part, and this center will extend the services to NPCI in order to counter the cyber threats. समझ आ गया? No, it is always and always less than VRR. VRR is always less than repo rate, क्योंकि repo rate पे तो फिर मिल ही रहा है, फिर मैं ऑप्शन में जाऊंगा ही क्यों? I'm participating in auction because I'm getting a benefit. It is always less than repo rate, at max equal to repo rate, obviously not more than that, and it cannot be less than reverse repo rate. तो ये reverse repo rate और repo rate के बीच में रहता है, और अगर मैं और specifically कहूँ, it generally remains between repo rate and SDF, standing deposit facility. Is it clear? So I hope all the news which we have discussed today are crystal clear. So we have 3 news related to external commercial borrowings. Door-to-door tenure समझ आ गया, average maturity समझ आ गई, mandated lead arranger and underwriter समझ आ गए. What are the routes of external commercial borrowings? That is clear. And along with that, 3 news related to external commercial borrowing is clear. One is related to NTPC, other one is credit access Grameen, one of the largest MFIs of the country, and then the next news is related to ADB and Gujarat, $109 million. Then last news is, or second last news is, RBI has discontinued with variable rate repo, and last one is the tie-up between NPCI and IDRBT. Chaliye, so let's begin our discussion with the first news. The first news is related to World Investment Report 2025. So the World Investment Report 2025 is presented by United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Remember that this is not the very first time that this report has been presented. It is an annual document This report is presented by UNCTAD on annual basis, and it highlights the global trends in the foreign direct investment. We know that due to the geopolitical tensions which have further increased due to the current Israel and Iran issues which are prevailing, along with that we have geographical fragmentation plus the trade war which is going on in the current scenario. These are the reasons which are not only impacting the global trade, but these reasons, they are also impacting the foreign investment. So keeping in mind all these parameters, all these issues which are prevailing in the economy, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development has presented the data for 2024 as well as 2025 in the the data has been presented for 2024, and the name of the report or the title of the report is International Investment in Digital Economy. So they have not only talked about the foreign investment as a whole, but they have also highlighted in this particular report, it has been also highlighted the international investment in digital economy, and this particular report was presented back in Geneva, Switzerland. So remember one point which is really very important for you all guys. The point says that this report which we are talking about, so this report is not a new report. It is something which is presented on annual basis. It's an annual publication presented by UNCTAD, and remember that it discussed the global trends, specifically highlighting the foreign direct investment, offering the insights at both regional as well as national levels, and explore the new strategy to enhance FDI role in supporting the development. So this particular report, it gives us the picture, what is the current foreign direct investment scenarios of the country and how these foreign direct investments are shaping, are helping the regional economies, the national economies to grow as well as to develop. Got it guys? Now, whenever this kind of report is presented, you must remember that there are three important areas which you need to focus from this particular report. The first area is the global trend, that what is the overall foreign direct investment trend in the country. After the global trend, you must have data collection. You must do the data collection for the nation, obviously India, that how India is performing. And after that, you must collect the data specifically related to the continent in which India belongs, that is Asia, as well as try to collect the data corresponding to South Asia. So if you have done this much of the homework from a particular report, that is more than sufficient. And I don't know how many of you have gone through with the PDF, but the PDF of this particular report is around 250 pages. So out of those 250 pages, I have shortlisted all the important data on these three grounds, that is the global data, then the data related to the nation, and then data related to India surroundings, that is Asia as well as South Asia, which we will be discussing. And all the data which I'm going to discuss is important, and you need to remember that data for your upcoming examination. Here we go with the first point. The first point talks about the global FDI flows were said to be 4% higher, which totals around $1.5 trillion. But please pay attention, but the number was boosted by unstable investment passing through certain countries. Without counting those, the global FDI has actually dropped 11% and falling for the second year in the row. Now the question is, sir, ek taraf the data is saying that FDI has grown by 4%, and on the other side the data is showing, or the data is saying that FDI has been dropped by 11%. What is the answer to this particular question? Then my answer to this particular question is, please pay attention on the screen guys. Let's suppose US based company is investing the funds in Mauritius, and the investment is done in Mauritius into a subsidiary company of US, and from the subsidiary company of US, this investment is done in India. Why this has been done? Rather than investing directly, in order to enjoy the tax benefits, in order to enjoy the tax haven scenarios which are offered, this initiative has been taken. But if you are calculating the foreign direct investment, what you will say? So foreign direct investment, what you will say? So foreign direct investment has been recorded. Foreign direct investment has been recorded where? So the foreign direct investment has been recorded in Mauritius. Even you will say the foreign direct investment has been recorded in India. But practically, actual foreign direct investment is from US to India alone. So when we subtract these unwanted, when these unwanted areas are subtracted, these unwanted or unstable investments are subtracted, we get the actual FDI rates. So actual FDI rates have dropped down by 11% in comparison to the previous year, and this is the second consecutive year for which the FDI has witnessed a downfall. Is this point clear? So FDI dropped by 11%, falling for second year in the row. But if we talk about the overall data, considering the unstable investment data, this is witnessed to be around what? So this is witnessed to be around a value of 4%. Is this point clear, guys? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. Now, moving on to the second point, which is important with respect to the global scenarios. The second point is which of the continent is majorly impacted with respect to the foreign direct investment. So I would say the most affected region is Europe. So remember that if someone asks you, name the most affected region which has recorded lowest foreign direct investment in comparison to its past year data, then I would say the most affected region is none other than that is Europe. So the third point is FDI in the developing countries. FDI in the developing countries like India and the other developing countries has remained stable at a value of around $867 billion, which is 57% of the global FDI. So remember that 57% of the global FDI is recorded alone in the developing countries. Alone in the developing countries, and the value of this foreign direct investment is $861 billion. Moving on to the next point, top 20 economies, significant declines were noted. So in the top 20 companies, we have witnessed a significant decline in terms of foreign direct investment or in terms of inflow of foreign direct investment. One is China, then France, then Italy, then Sweden, as well as Saudi Arabia. Now there is a term mentioned, host economies. I don't know how many of you are aware of this particular point, but if I explain you this particular point, it's very easy to understand, guys. Please pay attention. What I'm trying to say, whenever a foreign company is investing, in order to get into the process of operation, administration and management, we call it as FDI. So the country in which we witness inflow, of FDI, we call it as host country. But the country from which this investment is done, we call it as source country, or it is also known as home economy. Here we use a word host economy. Is this point clear? So in terms of top 20 inflow accepting nations, out of top 20 nations, China, France, Italy, Sweden and Saudi Arabia, they have witnessed a decline. But on the other side, US is as always on the first rank, both in terms of inflow as well as outflow. So what I'm trying to say, so US is on the first rank in terms of outflow of foreign currency. That means it is on the first rank in the category of source economies or home economies, and even it is on the first rank in terms of host economies. That means inward foreign direct investment is highest in US, and even the outward foreign direct investment is highest from US, which you need to remember over here. Yes, that is the reason, Tina, I have said that in general foreign direct investment is set to increase by 4% with a value of around $1.5 trillion or $1.3 trillion, but actually it has declined by 11% if we exclude if we exclude the unstable investments which are done in order to enjoy the tax benefits and all. Is it clear? Moving on to the next point. Now, let's welcome the content related to India. If I welcome the content related to India, then my answer would be, first point, India emerged as the leading recipient of FDI within South Asian region. The moment I say South Asian region, I talk about 8 nations, that is MBBS Spain, where N stands for Nepal, I for India, A for Afghanistan, P for Pakistan, S for Sri Lanka, B for Bhutan, B for Bangladesh, M for Maldives, Myanmar or Mauritius. Give me the answer in the comment section. So these are the 8 nations which are collectively termed as South Asian nations. If I talk about India, so the FDI inflows has declined in India by 1.9% in the year 2024. Second point is India's ranking for FDI inflows. So if I talk about India's ranking in terms of FDI inflows is 15th, which has improved from 16th rank, This is in terms of inflow of FDI. And on the other side, if I talk about the outflow of FDI, in terms of outflow of FDI, India's rank is 18th, which has improved from 23rd. The next point is India has secured the 4th position globally in terms of, so if I talk about greenfield projects, what are greenfield projects? So when the investment is done in order to initiate the project, in order to start the project from scratch level, from zero level. For example, a foreign company is investing in India, and in order to start their business, first they will purchase the land, then they do the construction. Once the construction is done, then they will be setting up the manufacturing unit, they will be purchasing the machinery, start the manufacturing unit, and then set up the sales unit, then set up the service unit. So this type of investment, we call it as greenfield project, which is started from scratch. So in terms of greenfield projects, highest number of greenfield projects are funded in US. Second is UAE, this is important. On the 3rd rank we have UK, but more important is the 4th rank, that is India. So India is on the 4th rank in terms of number of greenfield projects being initiated through the foreign direct investment done in 2024. The next point which is important is, that is project finance. Have you heard this term, guys? Project finance. Recently RBI has come up with the guidelines related to the same term, that is project finance, which we will be discussing in the next session, so nothing to worry. But the question is, what do you understand by the word project finance? Then my answer to this particular question is, a project finance is a general term. We can call it as a funding model, which is basically used to finance large scale, long-term infrastructure projects or industrial projects or maybe developmental projects, where the repayment is primarily based on the project future cash flow rather than the financial strength of the project sponsor. For example, NTPC is borrowing loan to construct a power plant. In that particular case, it will be called as project financing, where the repayment of the loan will be done on the basis of the cash flows which the power plant is going to receive once the power plant is completed, once the power plant is selling out the produced electricity. In that particular scenario, power plant will be in a capacity to pay back the borrowing. So that type of financing, where we make this, or we consider the project cash outflow, where we consider the project cash outflows as well as inflows as a basic criteria or the primary criteria to decide the repayment of the loan. That type of financing is known as project financing. So in case of project financing, India is on the 5th rank. So India has scored 5th rank in terms of international project financing, where India has received 97 deals during 2024 and India has received 1080 greenfield project deals in 2024. So this is very, very, very important data which you need to remember. Along with this, if I add
the data which has been shared with us by RBI in the past in its RBI's annual report. It shows that in 2024-25, if I talk about India's gross FDI, so India has recorded a gross FDI of $81 billion, which has increased by 14%, if I'm not wrong, please check it once. But on the other side, if we talk about net FDI, so net FDI are recorded to be $0.4 billion only. Net FDI is $0.4 billion only. So please check this once. This is something which you need to remember for sure. Please check this percentage wala part. Is it correct? The rest is correct. I know that, but I'm not pretty sure about this percentage. So you just quickly check whether this percentage on year basis growth is correct or not. Now coming back to the data which is presented on the screen, the data says that if we rank the countries on the basis of host economies, that means inflow of FDI. So highest inflow of FDI in the world is recorded in US. On second rank we have Singapore. On third we have Hong Kong. On fourth we have China. On fifth, this is important because it is something out of the box which has come up in this list, that is Luxembourg. So it has witnessed a great jump, not only in inflow but also in the outflow wala part. So in that particular context, you need to remember this. This is very important. India's rank is 15th. US is again on the first rank in terms of source economies, but Japan is on second in terms of source economies. China is on the third, Hong Kong is on the fifth, and India is on the 18th rank. So you need to remember US, India, and Luxembourg data. Rest you can ignore. Here you need to remember all the data that is important. And on the previous slide, I would suggest you to remember the data that is FDI in developing nations 57%, and remember the data regarding the 11% wala format. Rest is doable, nothing else to worry about. Now let's move on to the last segment. The last segment of this particular news is, as I said, related to Asia and South Asia. So in terms of developing Asia being the largest recipient of FDI inflows, this year it has observed a decline of 3%. So Asia has observed a decline of 3% because China has witnessed FDI inflow decline of 29%, which has led to the overall decline of Asia's inflow FDI by 3%. If I talk about Southeast nations, I'm talking about which nations? I'm talking about the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. I hope you remember about these ASEAN. It's a group of 10 countries, if I'm not wrong. It's a group of 10 countries, and these 10 countries include what? So these 10 countries include Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are left with one more, that is again M. So can you please give me the answer? Can you please give me the answer? Name the members of ASEAN nations. Members of ASEAN nations. As you can see, first one is Thailand, then we have Vietnam. After Vietnam we have Indonesia, then we have Philippines, then we have Laos. After that we have Cambodia, then we have Singapore, then we have B for Brunei, then we have M for Malaysia, M for Myanmar. I don't know how many of you know this trick, but I can give you a trick in order to remember. How I remember these names? TV पर IPL चल रहा है. Please pay attention. TV पर television, TV पर IPL चल रहा है.
लेकिन मेरा SBI मेंस का एग्जाम है, लेकिन मेरा SBI मेंस का एग्जाम है, मेरा SBI मेंस का एग्जाम है. So you can remember with the help of this particular trick all the 10 member names. TV is Thailand, Vietnam. IPL is Indonesia, Philippines, Laos. C is Cambodia. S for Singapore. B for Brunei. M for Myanmar. M for Malaysia. Is this point clear, guys? So these are the 10 members. And if I talk about Asian nations, this is very important. Why? Because they have recorded an increase of 10%, and this has helped them to reach a record high of $225 billion. So this is important because they have reached to the highest or record high foreign direct investment of $225 billion with an increase of 10%. Along with that, there are certain investment related issues which are prevailing, which are addressed in this particular report. This report has addressed that there is a continued deterioration of investment flows into key sectors aligned with scheduled development goals was observed. Remember that investment in energy and gas supply sector has fell by 28%. Project finance in the renewable energy declined by 16%. Greenfield investment in the digital economy was grown from $131 billion in 2020 to $360 billion in 2020, and most of the foreign direct investment in digital economy has been done in the 10 developing countries of India, out of which one is India itself. Then we have energy and gas supply retain its position as the top sector by project value, accounting for 14% of the total cost. So energy and gas is the first, it is the top sector in terms of the value. Then digital economy, or in terms of digital economy, the investment has increased by almost 3 times from $131 billion in 2020 to $360 billion in 2024, and most of the investment is in 10 developing countries, out of which one is India. We have done, guys. I hope it is clear. All the aspects are clear to this particular news. So if I conclude my discussion, what all data you need to remember from this particular news which can be asked in the examination, then the first is global FDI 4% increase to a value of $1.5 trillion, but if exclude unstable investment, then global FDI, please pay attention, guys, global FDI has reduced by or decreased by 11% for the second consecutive year. Most affected sector is none other than Europe. Most affected sector is none other than Europe, country or region is Europe. Developing countries, they record 57% of total FDI, which is $868 billion, if I'm not wrong, $867 billion. Then China has witnessed a decreased FDI by 29%. US is on the first rank in terms of inflow as well as outflow values. If I talk about India, so India is on the 15th rank in terms of inflow of FDI. India is on the 18th rank in terms of outflow of FDI. Overall FDI in India has decreased by 1.9%. India is on the 4th rank in terms of greenfield projects, and India is on the 5th rank in terms of project financing. Then if I include any other data which will be helpful for us, that is ASEAN, ASEAN nations have recorded increased FDI 10% and they have reached to a record high value, and this record high value is $225 billion. $225 billion. Last but not the least is your digital economy. So digital economy foreign direct investment has increased from $1.31 billion in 2020 to $360 billion in 2024. The data which I have written for you on the screen is something which you need to remember. हर बार पूछते हो what to remember, what not to remember. So I have given you the answer, what to remember, what not to remember. Clear hai ji? Give me thumbs up if it is clear so that we can move ahead. Do we have to remember the exact numbers? Aditi, I have given you the answer. So what could be the key driver that helped India to get 4th rank in Greenfield FDI? India is a developing nation, and in developing nation there is always a prospect of innovation, new investment, as well as the expansion of the existing sectors as well, which always results in increase in, or which always pushes the Greenfield FDI in the nations like India. Moving on to the next point. The next point is really very important. It has not yet covered till now, as I was going through with a number of YouTube channels, but this news has not yet been covered. So this is really very important. A direct question will be asked from this. The news is priority sector lending. We all know that priority sector lending basically means every bank is responsible to provide fixed percentage or predefined percentage of its adjusted net bank credit, or there is one more term with reference to the same. The term is known as CEO BSE, which stands for what? Anyone can help me with this? CEO BSE stands for what? Anyone? Sir, it stands for credit equivalent of off-balance sheet exposures. So whichever is higher out of the two. So in case of private sector banks, in case of foreign banks, in case of public sector banks, this percentage is fixed, that is 40%. In case of RRBs, this percentage is fixed, that is 75%. In case of urban cooperative banks, earlier there was a target to reach to a value of 75%, but now this 75% expectation has been dropped down. Now for urban cooperative banks also, the priority sector lending limit is 60% of A and BC. In case of small finance bank, earlier this limit was 75%, but from 2025-26 onwards, this limit will be dropped down to 60% again. So this is done basically to decrease the foundation on small finance banks to provide majority loans in the category of priority sector. And after this announcement, or after the RBI revision, majority small finance banks, they have recorded their share price to increase in the market itself, because obviously if they will be providing more loan in the commercial sector, and commercial sector is a sector which helps banks to attract profit, and this will increase the profitability of the banks. This will increase the lending of the banks to more profitable scenarios, which has resulted in increase in price of the shares of small finance banks once this announcement was done, or after this announcement was done. Is it point clear now? Now, so what is the thing which you need to remember over here? So the thing which you need to remember over here is कि अब small finance bank की अगर हम बात करें तो small finance bank के cases में जो priority sector lending की limit पहले 75% थी, it has now been decreased to 60%. Actually, you know what? क्या था scenario? 75% was the limit. out of which 40% was even 40% was even post assigned. Post assigned means 40% में से अगर आपको याद हो तो 18% of A and B C should go for agriculture loan, 12% should go for weaker sector loan, 7.5% should go for MSMEs, and rest 2.5% of loan should go for the other categories. Other categories include your education loan, home loan, as well as your green energy infrastructure loan or social infrastructure loan. Rest 35% is bank's choice, that bank can give this 35% either to one subsector of the priority sector or to multiple subsectors. Wherever bank feels that bank can have more benefit, bank can choose those sectors out of the priority sector, out of the defined priority sectors, to compensate rest of the 35% of the lending, to compensate rest of the 35% of the lending. लेकिन अब यही जो 35% वाला फॉर्मेट है, आरबीआई ने इसे रिवाइज करके कितना कर दिया? सो फ्रॉम 35% इट हैज नाउ रिड्यूस टू 20%, जिसकी वजह से जो ओवरऑल प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लिमिट थी विच वाज 75%, नाउ इट हैज रिड्यूस टू 60%. इज इट क्लियर? गिव मी यस सर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन सो दैट वी कैन क्विकली रीड आउट मैं बोलना क्या चाह रहा हूं. RBI revised the regulatory lending norms for small finance bank, reducing the mandated allocated to priority sector by 15%. As per the previous guidelines, small finance bank was required to maintain or to manage or to reach 75% of A and B C in the form of priority sector lending. लेकिन अब इसे रिवाइज किया गया. लेकिन ये जो 75% था उसमें से 40% of the A and B C should be allocated to subsectors under the priority sector lending as per the priority sector lending prescriptions which I have mentioned over here. अब अगर आप चेक करोगे 18 plus 12 is what? 30. 30 plus 7.5 is 37.5 plus 2.5 is 40%. तो ये 40% this is already prescribed under the priority sector lending guidelines, but left out 35%. It is bank's choice that bank can give this to one or more subsectors under the priority sector lending where bank feels that bank can have a competitive advantage. So here you can see for domestic commercial banks, public sector banks, private banks, foreign banks, what is the limit? So it is 40%, and further this limit is 18, 7.5 and 12. Similarly for small finance bank this is 75%, but out of this 75%, this 40% is in a similar manner assigned. 40 is assigned as 18, 7.5 and 12%, और बाकी का जो 35% था that was the bank's choice कि बैंक वो 35% को किन किन सब कैटेगरीज में lend करेगा. It's up to the bank. But now the revision has been done. And in this revision, and in this particular revision, what will be the answer? The answer to this particular point is small finance bank priority sector limit has now been reduced to 60% along with or in line with urban commercial banks. In line with urban commercial banks, जहां पे ये कहा गया कि ये जो पहले लिमिट थी 35% आप अपनी मर्जी से कहीं भी लेंड कर रहे थे, now it has reduced to 20%. The overall limit which was 40 plus 35, now this overall limit is 40 plus 20, which is 60%. So this reduction effectively aligns small finance bank lending closer to core developmental goals and offers strategic discretion to the banks. So इसमें क्या हुआ? Small finance banks को एक तो बेनिफिट ये मिल गया कि उनका प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग कम हो गया, so that they can provide loan in the commercial sector in order to generate profit. Plus they are still different from the rest of the commercial banks like public sector banks, foreign banks, as well as private banks, where we can again call them as discretionary banks or differentiated banks. And this will provide a better balance sheet management opportunity and help them to diversify the credit exposures. So these are the benefits which are going to be recorded by the small finance banks. Clear हो गया point? समझ आ गया? If it is clear, give me yes sir. If it is clear, give me yes sir. If you haven't hit the like button guys, I would request you quickly hit the like button. Quickly hit the like button and do share the link of this session with your friends so that more and more students they can join us live. Moving on to the next point. Now I have shortlisted all the latest revisions which have been done in the priority sector lending scenarios, because I hope 4 or 5 updates have been given by RBI alone on this priority sector lending, and I would love to discuss all those changes. I'll not take much time. In next 5 minutes, I'll discuss all the major changes. So the first major changes for urban cooperative banks as well as small finance banks, overall priority sector limit has been fixed to 60%, but for micro enterprises 7.5%, for weaker section 12%, and for agriculture sector this limit this is 18% of A and BC. Next revision is done in case of education loan. Now in case of education loan, the limit has revised from 20 lakhs to 25 lakhs, which means earlier under priority sector lending, if you want to borrow education loan, there was a limit of 20 lakhs. अगर 20 लाख से ज़्यादा लोन चाहिए मिलेगा commercial sector में, but now this limit has increased from 20 to 25 lakhs. अगला जो change हुआ, that change has been recorded under the home loan category. In the home loan category, earlier there were 2 categories only. One is metro city, other one is urban areas, but now it has been divided into 3 criterias or the 3 categories. The first one says centers with population more than 50 lakhs, centers with population 10 to 50 lakhs, and centers with population below 10 lakhs. तो जहां पे पहले था centers with population below 10 lakhs, what was the loan limit? So loan limit was 25 lakhs. What was the limit on the property cost? So the property cost limit, construction, land, total cost was 30 lakhs. Now this limit has been revised. Obviously sir, real estate आज की डेट में अगर हम बात करें आज के current scenario में, so real estate prices they are touching the sky. So and if they are touching that sky, then it's quite obvious this revision is for sure it was required to be done, and finally it was done. तो revision क्या था? लोन अब urban areas में मिलेगा 35 लाख का, जहां पर property cost हो सकती है 44 lakhs. लोन मिलेगा 45 lakhs का in centers with population 10 to 50 lakhs, जहां पे property cost हो सकती है 57 lakhs. लोन मिलेगा 50 लाख का और property cost हो सकती है 63 lakhs, जहां पर population कितनी है 50 लाख से ज्यादा. Remember this is really very important. Phase 1 में guaranteed question expected है, क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के पूरे चांसेस हैं. अगर आप बात करें रेनोवेशन की, तो रेनोवेशन के केस में पहले 6 लाख रुपए का लोन मिलता था, अब मिलेगा 10 लाख का. पहले 10 का मिलता था, अब मिलेगा 12 लाख का. और अगर आपकी सेंटर 50 लाख से ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन वाला है, देन यू विल गेट अ लोन ऑफ मोर देन 50 lakhs फॉर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन, फॉर रेनोवेशन अंडर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग. प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग में इफ an organization is borrowing for social infrastructure, तो social infrastructure के केस में जो limit 5 crores थी, this has been revised to 8 crores. And if I specifically talk about the healthcare centers, for healthcare centers the earlier limit was not 5, वो limit पहले ही 10 थी. Now this 10 crore limit has been increased to 12 crore rupees. So remember that healthcare's facility construction loans earlier 10 crores, now 12 crores. For other social infrastructure like household toilets, water improvement at household level, construction of schools, drinking water facilities, construction of parks and whatnot, earlier the limit was 5 crores, now the limit has been increased to 8 crores. In the other segment, that is renewable energy, for renewable energy, if a company is borrowing a loan for commercial purposes in order to produce the energy for commercial level for commercial purpose, the earlier limit was 35 lakh rupees, the current limit is 35 crore rupees, which was earlier 30 crores. तो पहले जो लोन मिलता था किसी कंपनी को in order to borrow the loan so that they can get into the process of green energy production, that loan value was 30 crores. Now this limit has revised to 35 crores. But if you want to install rooftop solar panel plants, or if you want to install any other renewable energy on individual household level, then in case of individual household level, the loan limit is again the same, 10 lakh crore rupees per borrower. This was same earlier. So there is no change in the per borrower limit, but yes, for the company, for the entity, for the commercial purpose, borrowing limit has revised from 30 to 35 crores. In case of weaker section, these are the revisions. Artisan, village, cottage industry, individuals, credit limit is now 2 lakhs, which was earlier 1 lakh. Individual women can have a loan of 2 lakh rupees. Earlier limit was 1 lakh rupees. Then we have transgenders are also included in the category of weaker section. They are also eligible to borrow under the category of weaker section, where men and women from the weaker section are included. Now transgenders are also included in the same category of priority sector lending. Last but not the least, if you remember, if a bank is not fulfilling the priority sector lending limits, then the shortfall amount will be transferred to NABARD, if you remember, RIDF, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, or into SEBI, or maybe to NHB. And these funds will be deposited with NABARD, SEBI, NHB. And these funds which are deposited with NABARD, SEBI, NHB, they will not included in exposure limits for urban cooperative banks. याद आया, अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक की जो एक्सपोजर लिमिट है, उस एक्सपोजर लिमिट में हम नहीं इंक्लूड करेंगे these funds which are transferred by urban cooperative banks to NABARD, SEBI or NHB out of the priority sector lending shortfall. But against these deposits, NABARD, SEBI, NHB will provide rate of interest to the concerned bank. And what will be the rate of interest? So it will be bank rate minus 2% if the shortfall is less than 5%. It will be bank rate minus 3% if the shortfall is 5 to 10%. It will be bank rate minus 4% if the shortfall is above 10%. If the shortfall is above 10%. समझ आ गई बात, क्लियर हो गया। अब अगर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग से कोई क्वेश्चन आएगा आज तक, till date, all the changes, all the revisions which have been done are discussed in this particular session itself. Now you are 100% ready to answer all the questions related to the priority sector lending revisions which have been done in the past. Got it, guys? Clear? Okay. Now let's move on to the next news. And the next news we have is Supervisory Data Quality Index. Supervisory Data Quality Index. I hope you must have heard about the Supervisory Data Quality Index. अगर नहीं भी सुना तो इसका एक context देता हूँ. Context क्या है? We all know that RBI is the regulator of banking sector. Say yes or no. Obviously, sir, RBI is the regulator of banking sector. Now, if RBI is the regulator of banking sector, then RBI is also responsible for the supervision of banking sector. In order to review and assess the better supervision and better regulation of the banking sector, RBI asks the banks to submit their data on regular basis, to submit different types of data on regular basis. If I talk about the data which are submitted by bank, it includes return on asset, liability and off-balance sheet exposure, return on asset, liability and exposures, return on asset quality, return on operating results, return on operating results for I would say the public sector banks only. So liquidity returns, then return on capital adequacy, return on capital, return on interest rate sensitivity. So what is this return? Return means you are showcasing your data. For a scheduled commercial bank, you are showcasing your data. For large credits, it will be called as return on large credit. Then you will be showcasing your data related to defaulted borrowers. It will be termed as return on defaulted borrowers. So basically banks or the regulated entities which are regulated by RBI, they are responsible to present their data, their current scenarios to the Reserve Bank of India. And if I talk about these parameters, then I would say these parameters are around 66 parameters, 66 parameters against which the data is received by RBI from, I would include, if I go specifically, then 36 reports are shared by scheduled commercial banks. 36 reports are shared by scheduled commercial banks. Then if I talk about the All India Financial Institutes, sir, All India Financial Institutes share the reports of, I would say, value around, it is around 11 reports. Then if I talk about the urban cooperative banks, so urban cooperative banks, they come up with the reports such as statement on compliances with CRR and SLR, statement on external liabilities and core assets. It comes on with the report of statement of offices in India, then statement on non-performing assets, statement on segment sector-wise advances and whatnot. So this total comes out to be around 21. Then rest we have the NBFCs. NBFCs, they also come around with 20 reports. So these are the different reports which are published by, or which are shared or submitted by the concerned authorities with RBI. Now, in order to identify the quality of these reports, in order to identify the quality of data, the returns which have been presented by all these institutes, RBI came up with a new term that is known as Supervisory Data Quality Index. Now, in order to create a single reference for all the supervisory returns and even to harmonize the timeline for filling of returns, all the relevant instructions have been rationalized and consolidated into a single master direction, which was termed as Filling of Supervisory Returns Master Direction, which was introduced by RBI back in 2004. As per this particular report, it has asked the banks that all the banks, as well as all the scheduled commercial banks, along with that we have the scheduled commercial banks, we have other banks like All India Financial Institutes, NBFCs, they all are responsible to submit the data called by RBI on regular basis. The data should be accurate, data should be presented timely, data should be complete, and all these data related analysis will be done by RBI, and on the basis of this data analysis, RBI will come up with a score for each and every category. So many supervisory authorities as well as central banks all around the world, they are responsible in the supervision procedure similar to RBI. So when RBI is responsible for the supervision, then RBI is responsible to present the quality or to present the status of the data which has been shared by these organizations, and this data status is being shared with the help of Supervisory Data Quality Index. I would say in this manner that the high quality data, it is a precondition for effective risk analysis, which obviously will enhance the efficiency of the supervisory process, which will cover large and highly interconnected banking and financial landscapes. So that is the major reason that RBI first should call the data, then RBI should review the data, and on the basis of the review, RBI will come up with the report that what quality of data RBI is actually receiving from its regulated entities, or from its supervised entities. So let's check it out. So Reserve Bank of India has created Supervisory Data Quality Index that measures the data quality in terms of accuracy. So the measurement of data will be done, how much data is accurate, how up to what level or when the data is presented, whether the data is complete or not, or whether the data is consistent or not. Reserve Bank has presented about this or talked about this scheduled commercial banks related supervisory data quality index in its master direction back in 2004. If I'm not wrong, this master direction was presented in February 2024. This master direction was applicable on all the commercial banks, excluding regional rural banks. Mark it out. This is very important. So this is applicable. Supervisory data quality index is applicable on, or this filling of supervisory returns is applicable on all the banks except RRBs. It is applicable on all primary urban cooperative banks. It is applicable on all India financial institutes like NHB, NABARD, and SIDBI, Exim Bank, NABFID, and it is also applicable on all non-banking financial companies, excluding housing finance companies and asset reconstruction companies. So applicability is very important, and most of the times questions are asked on the applicability itself. Now moving on to the first point. The first point is related to what method is basically utilized in order to present supervisory data quality index. So data quality index score is presented on the basis of 4 parameters. The first parameter is accuracy, second is completeness, third is timeliness, and fourth is consistent. Accuracy basically means how much accurate data is being shared by the bank. How much accurate data is being shared by the bank. So the accuracy assessment is based on concerns like within and across return validations, unexplained deviations from the past levels and trends, comparison with the published data, observations by supervisory team, and findings during the analytical assessment. So what does it say? Sir, accuracy कैसे पता चले? अब मान लो मैं बैंक हूँ, बैंक से आरबीआई ने पूछा बताओ आपके एनपीए का क्या स्टेटस है. मैंने कहा सर माय ग्रॉस एनपीए इज 4%. आरबीआई ने कहा लास्ट ईयर के डेटा में योर ग्रॉस एनपीए वाज 10%. हाउ कम दिस हैज ड्रॉप डाउन फ्रॉम 10 to 4? Justify this. So this is something which we come across or which we take into consideration in order to identify the accuracy of the data and how this accuracy was, or how this was checked or reviewed that the data is not accurate because of the comparison with the published data. So these are the parameters which are used in order to identify the accuracy of the data. First. Second is, if RBI has asked you to fill the details related to the deposit, so in case bank is submitting the report on deposit, then bank should submit the report on savings account. Bank should include the saving account holded by individuals, joint saving accounts, and even bank should include the minor saving accounts. Current account data should be shared, fixed deposit, recurring deposit, all the data should be shared. But let's suppose bank has not shared the data on flexi account. In front of flexi account, the window has remained open or it has left vacant by the bank, then we will say that the data is not complete. And if data is not complete, then obviously keeping that in mind, score will be provided to the concerned bank, to the concerned category. Third is timeliness, that if RBI has asked you to submit the report on monthly basis or bi-monthly basis or quarterly basis or semi-annual basis or annual basis, whether the bank is submitting or the supervised entity is submitting the data as per the timeline or not. If the data submission is done as per the timeline, then we'll say the organization is categorized in the category that is without default. Data is presented or submitted as per the timelines. Second is infrequent, that not always without default, but sometimes default is done. Then the next is more frequent, that means you are doing the defaults or you are missing the timelines more frequently. And then we have the fourth category where you are repetitively missing the timelines based on the supervisory action framework. Last but not the least is the consistency. How much consistent you are with your data, that means how consistently you are presenting accurate data on time to time basis to the bank or to the RBI. So on the basis of these 4 parameters, the decision or the scoring is done. Now, how the scoring is done, sir? In case of timeliness, RBI reviews number of instances of delay in the year. So how many times you have done the delay in the past 1 year, days of delay in each submission, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, and number of revisions, how many times you have revised the data which you have already submitted. These are the 3 parameters which are taken into consideration to find out the score for timeliness. Then for completeness, we submission of all returns and mandatory fields. Have you filled all the mandatory fields or not? Have you submitted all the returns or not? तो पहला तो ये क्या सारी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की है या नहीं, that comes for completeness. और सारी रिपोर्ट्स में क्या एक एक mandatory field fill की है या नहीं, that is the second factor. In case of accuracy, within the current period and with past periods data, there is a resemblance. Within the return and between returns validation, there is a resemblance, and other data sources are taken into consideration in order to check the accuracy. Consistency is average accuracy score of the past period, that how accurately you have submitted your data in the past. So on the basis of these 4 dimensions, SDQI, that means Supervisory Data Quality Index, is created. Now once the scoring is done, the scoring is done out of 100. Scoring is done out of 100, and on the basis of the score out of 100, banks are classified into 4 categories. Banks are classified into 4 categories depending upon their score. So what are these 4 categories? So these 4 categories include, first category is if your score is between 90 to 100, that is a category termed as good. Then if your score, that means Supervisory Data Quality Index, total score, total index score on the basis of all the 4 parameters is 90 to 100, it is good. If it is 80 to 90, then it is acceptable. If it is 80 to 90, then it is acceptable. If it is 70 to 80, if it is 70 to 80, we call that score as needs improvement. It needs improvement. And lastly, if your score is below 70, it is unacceptable. Below 70, it is unacceptable, or we call it as major concern. We have a major concern. Now in India, as per the latest data, this time the data which has been submitted by RBI, it included 87 banks data, 87 banks data, and out of this 87 banks data, 42 banks, or I would write this as 87 scheduled commercial banks data, 42 banks data is in the category of good. 42 is in the category of good. 44 scheduled commercial banks, 44 scheduled commercial banks is in the category of acceptable, and only one bank is in the category which says needs improvement. So there is no bank in India, no scheduled commercial bank in India which is in the category of major concern, and majority banks in India, or the majority scheduled commercial banks in India, they are in which category? So they are in, their data is considered to be in the category of acceptable category, because their score is between 80 to 90. More than 90 score has been recorded by 42 scheduled commercial banks, but only one scheduled commercial bank recorded a score of 70 to 80, which needs improvement, and below 70 there is no scheduled commercial bank of the country. There is no scheduled commercial bank of the country. This is the latest data for March 2025. This is the latest data for March 2025. Now, if I discuss the score for March 2025 or the latest score which has been presented, so remember that Supervisory Data Quality Index for scheduled commercial banks covers 87 scheduled commercial banks and their key returns. As I said, returns are published related to asset liability. So you are submitting the return on asset liability. Then you are submitting the return on asset quality. So then as a bank, you submit the return on operating results, risk-based supervision return, liquidity returns, capital adequacy return. Return का मतलब बताना, जैसे आप इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भरते हो कि सर मैंने इनकम टैक्स तो पे कर दिया, लेकिन इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न का मतलब सर दिस वाज माय इनकम, दिस इज माय एक्सपेंडिचर एंड दिस इज द टैक्स व्हिच आई हैव ऑलरेडी पेड. सो रिटर्न का मतलब है यू आर कंफर्मिंग or you confirm to the data which has been shared, which has been received by RBI. So return is, सर आपके पास मेरा डेटा है कि कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो ऑफ माय बैंक इज 6.1%. दैट इज ट्रू सर. I am filling the return that my capital adequacy ratio is 16.1%. Clear हो गया? Now, please pay attention on the screen. If I talk about the score, overall scheduled commercial banks, for overall scheduled commercial banks, the score is overall scheduled commercial banks, the score is 89.3. This is very important. 89.3, this is very important. So overall scheduled commercial bank score is 89.3. Out of the scheduled commercial bank, which bank has topped the overall score? So the overall score is topped by small finance banks. It is topped by small finance bank. But if I go category wise, in case of completeness, public sector bank has topped it. In case of accuracy, private banks has topped it. But in case of timeliness and consistency, small finance bank is on the top. So that is the reason overall highest score is backed by which category of bank? That is small finance bank. But scheduled commercial bank category score is 89.3. Now out of this table, फिर आप पूछोगे क्या याद करना है? So this is for your reading, and I have done this hard work for you. This is what you need to learn. So you need to learn the overall data for the scheduled commercial bank. Then you need to learn public sector bank is outperforming out of all the other scheduled commercial banks in the category of completeness. Don't remember the data, just remember that public sector bank was outperforming or outperformed in completeness category. Public sector bank के बाद private banks they have outperformed in the accuracy category. But the small finance banks, they have outperformed in timeliness as well as consistency, and small finance banks, they are on the top rank in terms of overall score. In terms of overall score, so the highest score is backed by small finance banks. Even I have given you the flow. Highest score is backed by small finance bank. As you can see, this is decreasing in decreasing order. So if someone asks you the highest supervisory data quality index has been scored by, sir, it has been scored by it has been scored by small finance bank, then private banks, then we have foreign banks, and the lowest score is backed by public sector banks. So you must remember the overall score of public sector banks. This is important. This you need to remember. Overall score of small finance bank is important. This you need to remember. And overall score of scheduled commercial banks, that is 89.3, is important, which you need to remember in comparison to last year, which was 88.6% as of March 2024. As of March 2024. लेकिन I have a data on quarterly basis as well. ये मैं already आपको बता चुका हूँ. Out of 87 scheduled commercial banks, 42 were in the category of good banks because their score is 90 above. Their score is 90 above, and here it is in the category of acceptable, score is 80 to 90. Only one is in the category of needs improvement because the score is in the value, or score is in the range of 70 to 80. This is the final slide of this particular session. The final slide says, as you can see, overall scheduled commercial banks, they were 88.6 was the score in March 2024. Now this score dropped down to 88 in June 2024. Then September it was 88.1. In December it improved to 89, and finally in March it has improved to 89.3. So you can see that there is an increasing trend of supervisory data quality index for all the scheduled commercial banks, and this increasing trend is witnessed in all the categories except one, that is completeness. In case of completeness, there is a downward trend. Rest in all the categories for scheduled commercial banks, for all the scheduled commercial banks as a whole, the supervisory data quality index is increasing for overall basis as well as for the categorical basis. Last but not the least is a news which is very small. I'll just take 2 minutes to complete this news. But before I move to the last news of the day, guys, if you have any doubt from this particular topic, that is supervisory data quality index, कोई भी doubt है तो पूछ लो. If you have any doubt from this data quality index, you may ask, please. Any doubt from the data quality index part? No? Okay then. So last news which I have for you all is, guys, recently RBI has given a statement, and this statement is basically the revision of the prior statement. What was the prior statement? As you can see, in July 2024, I'll first jump to July 2024. In July 2024, it has been said that the Brickwork Ratings, it has been said that Brickwork Rating India Private Limited. So this particular organization, which is one of the rating agencies of the country, which is responsible to provide ratings for different aspects, but there was a condition. The condition was banks were permitted to use the Brickwork Rating India Private Ratings for risk weighting their claims for capital adequacy purpose, subject to certain limitations. What were the limitations? In respect of fresh rating may be obtained from the Brickwork Rating India Private Limited for bank loans not exceeding 250 crores only. So if you are borrowing loan for more than 250 crores, then bank cannot use Brickwork Rating. In respect of existing ratings, CRA may undertake rating surveillance irrespective of the rated amount till residual tenure of such loans is there. So एक कंडीशन लगा दी गई कि सर ब्रिकवर्क रेटिंग वाज नॉट डूइंग वेल और उनके द्वारा दी गई रेटिंग्स पे ज्यादा ट्रस्ट नहीं किया जा सकता. अब इसी स्टेटमेंट को आरबीआई ने वापस ले लिया. आरबीआई सेइंग दैट ऑल द रेटिंग्स which are done by Brickwork Ratings are accepted and they are allowed, or banks are allowed, or the regulated entities are allowed to use the Brickwork Ratings without any restriction. To use Brickwork's rating without any restriction. So this is the latest and the smallest update which has been given by RBI. So today we will be discussing, or we will be starting our discussion with a very important topic, with a very important master direction. And the master direction from where we are going to start our discussion today in this particular session is project finance. I don't know how many of you are aware of this particular term or not, but I will be trying my level best to make you understand the concept related to the project finance. All the terms, all the nitty-gritties related to project finance will be discussed with you first, and then I'll come back what revision has been done by RBI. ये जो concept है, it is not a very new concept. It was in news from past 1 year, and banks as well as the other regulated entities, other regulated entities which are involved in providing loan or providing loan or finance to these projects which are involved in project financing, they were quite, I would say, unhappy with the previous RBI expectations, because in order to provide loan to these projects, there was huge requirement of reserves which ought to be done which somehow affecting the profitability of these regulated entities. And in order to overcome this problem and the other issues which were prevailing with the stakeholders, RBI has revised its guidelines related to project finance. But as I always do, I'm not going to start with the circular so easily. First of all, I will be discussing with you what is project financing. When you are clear with the term project financing, then we will be moving ahead. But before I move ahead, the first point, as I said, this news or this term is not very new. In the month of May 2004, RBI has released a draft guideline on how banks as well as NBFCs should recognize income, should classify the loans and make provisions for the loans given to projects under implementation. So there was a problem that RBI was asking these regulated entities to maintain huge provisions, which was somehow cutting down the profit capability of the lenders, due to which this revision was required. So RBI came up with the draft. Against that draft, many recommendations, many feedbacks was given. And if I talk about the feedbacks, so the feedback was given by almost 17 entities, which include your banks, NBFCs, industry association, law firms, individuals, and even the central government. And after going through with all these feedbacks, RBI has now come up with the final guidelines. And RBI has tried its level best to include all the feedbacks which were required, which were appropriate, and these final guidelines are now out for project finance. Now, many students, they are going through with this particular topic, project finance. They have read this term, project finance. They have even watched the video maybe, or read this particular master direction which is available on the RBI website. But I'm pretty sure 99% of you don't even know what is project financing, what actually the concept is behind the term that is project financing. If someone asks me, so what do you understand by the word project financing, then my answer in a very simple terms is, project financing means funding large infrastructure or industrial or public service projects. What I'm trying to say, project financing is a term related when you are providing funds to a project which has a long gestation period. That means the completion time period of that particular project is very high, and that project is going to generate income on its completion. This project is going to generate income on its completion, and once the project is complete, then only the repayment will be done. Are you getting my point? Once the project is complete, once the project is in the operational phase, once the project is practically earning the return, then only the repayment will be done. I'll explain you with the help of an example which will make this point more clear to you. Guys, let's suppose there is a contractor, and this contractor is constructing a bridge, and this bridge is constructed after the approval given by government, and even we can call it as PPP project. In this bridge construction, the time period to complete the construction of bridge is 10 years, and after 10 years, government has allowed the private contractor to charge toll on this particular bridge for next 5 years, and after 5 years, this bridge will be handed over to the government. So this means ये जो 10 साल है, this is the time period to complete the project. We call it as gestation period. Second is time period for which you will be collecting the return on it. This is the 5 years, and this is after the completion. And after the completion of the project, funds will be, or I would say there will be an inflow of funds from the project, and from that inflow of funds, repayment of the loan will be done. That inflow of funds, repayment of the loan will be done. That is basically termed as project financing. So loan is repaid from the cash flow which is generated by the project only. It is not based on the borrower's credit. So in this case, bank is not very much concerned, or the lender is not very much concerned about the contractor's credit facility, or I would say it is not based on the borrower's credit. Rather, it is based on the ability of the project to generate revenue. So I don't care how is the contractor, how well he is doing the work in the past, how many projects he has completed. I'm more concerned what is the project all about, what is the availability that this project is going to generate income in near future, so that being a lender I can receive my repayment. That is more important. Remember that these are those projects where huge value of debt or equity is required. High cost in comparison to corporate loans. So in case of lending rates, in case of requirement of funds, it is all higher than the corporate loans. The lending rates are high as well as the total loan amount is high. It includes political risk, it includes emerging market risk, as well as in order to overcome these risks, the contractor will get into the process of insuring its particular project, but the premium which he is supposed to pay on these projects is going to be really very high. Who are going to be the parties in this? So parties would be the banks as a lender, investors, huge investors as a lender, contractors who are going to construct the project, and consultants who are going to help or who are going to act as a mediator between banks, investors as well as contractors. Lenders, they focus on what? So they focus more on project feasibility, not on the borrower's balance sheet, because they know if the project is feasible, if the project will earn income, project will be in a position to pay back the loan. So project risk is separate from the sponsor's credit rating. So whosoever is the sponsor, his credit rating is important, but the project credit rating, project risk is more important, because the recovery of the loan is going to be happen, or the recovery is going to happen with the help of what? So it is going to happen with the help of project itself. What is the importance of project finance decision? So if I talk about the importance, first is it is a long-term project, and it will impact the business profits. It is irreversible once you have started. So once you have started financing a particular project, you cannot reverse it, because it's a long-term project. You have to provide the funds for first 10 years, and after 10 years you will be receiving the funds. That is why we call it as irreversible once started. It affects the business competitiveness as well as it influences the external risk perception about the company. So these are the importance of what? So these are the importance of project finance decision. You might be finding कि सर ये तो इतना आसान था, आपने क्यों बताया? उसका reason है when you will go and check the RBI website, और RBI website पे when you will check this particular master direction, you will find कि इस language में project finance as well as the word project is defined. When you'll read it, you won't be able to understand even a single sentence, and that is the reason I have made it simplified for you in a very simple language. I have explained you what is project financing, why it is important, why so much discussion is being going on the term that is project financing. Clear ho gaya ji? If the term project financing is clear, just give me yes sir. There is no rush. We will be discussing each and every point thoroughly, and we will be going slowly and steadily so that we should understand each and every point covered under this particular master direction or under this particular circular. So what is project financing? Why it is important? Why it was in news? Everything is clear. प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग न्यूज में था पिछले एक साल से, क्योंकि आरबीआई ने कुछ ऐसी नॉर्म्स बनाई थी जिसकी वजह से कहीं ना कहीं बैंक्स के जो प्रॉफिट थे, लेंडर्स के जो प्रॉफिट थे, वो शटर डाउन हो रहे थे. उसको लेकर ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स वर नॉट हैप्पी. बोरोवर को लोन नहीं मिल रहा, लेंडर लोन दे नहीं पा रहा. सो इन सारी चीजों को ईज आउट करने के लिए आरबीआई हैज कम अप विद द अपडेटेड नॉर्म्स फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस. बट right now I'm not discussing with you what are the updations which have been announced. I'm just discussing the entire concept of project financing, and then over the period we will be discussing the changes as well, which is obviously which are important, which can be asked in the examination. Whenever we talk about a project, there are three phases in a project. The first phase we call it as design phase. The first phase of the project is we call it as design phase. What is the design phase? So this is the first phase of the project, which starts with the genesis of projects and includes designing, planning, as well as obtaining all the applicable clearances or approvals till its financial closure. So what all these points are? So design phase basically means it's basically a phase where designing of the project is done, that what will be the design of the project. Then planning is done, that how the construction is going to be done, what will be the construction format and everything. Along with that, all the clearances have been taken. All the clearances have been taken. Once the clearances have been taken or all the approvals have been taken, then we can say that we are good to go. We are good to go means we are good to go in the second phase. The second phase is construction phase. But before you go in the construction phase, there is one term which we call it as financial closure. There is one term which we call it as financial closure. If someone asks me what is financial closure, so financial closure is the date where the entire funding structure of the project is ready. What I'm talking about the funding structure. So funding structure का मतलब एक प्रोजेक्ट है. अब ऐसा तो है नहीं कि सारे का सारा पैसा लोन से आएगा, कुछ पैसा इन्वेस्ट भी तो होगा. So in that particular case, we need to know what will be the structure of this particular project, कि कितना पैसा इक्विटी से आएगा, which will be invested by the sponsor of the project, by the contractor of the project, कितना पैसा डेट की फॉर्म में आएगा from banks and other parties, that is the lenders, and कितना पैसा आएगा ग्रांट की फॉर्म में if applicable. ग्रांट की फॉर्म में मतलब अगर ये कोई ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है which is under PPP, public private partnership, and under this PPP project, if any type of grant which is announced by the government, that should also be mentioned. So at least, please pay attention, at least 90% of the financial structure, or I would say 90% of the project cost fund structure should be ready. Are you getting my point? कि अगर आपका जो प्रोजेक्ट है, अगर उस प्रोजेक्ट का कॉस्ट है let's say 3,000 crore rupees, तो before you enter into the construction phase, before entering into the construction phase, your 90% of the fund structure should be ready. That means 2700 crore rupees, 2,700 crore rupees. At least you must know that from where this 2,700 crore rupees is going to come, what is going to be invested by the investor, what is going to come in the form of loan by the lender, and what is going to come as a grant by the or from the government. अब आप सोच रहे हैं कि sir, do I need entire 2,700 crore rupees today in order to start the construction? No, you don't need 2,700 crore rupees today, but you know you should need, or I would say you need the visibility. What you need is you need the visibility that over the construction phase, when and how much funds I'm going to receive and what will be the source, whether it will be equity, whether it will be debt, or whether it will be grant. ठीक है जी, समझ आ गई बात. Let's read out for this. And the last part is operational phase. Operational phase का मतलब कि सर आज जो ब्रिज है, जो हम जिसकी बात कर रहे थे, वो ब्रिज कंप्लीट हो गया. ब्रिज कंप्लीट हो गया मतलब आज से ब्रिज को आपने ओपन कर दिया फॉर द पब्लिक. पब्लिक इज यूजिंग इट, मींस आज से यू हैव अप्लाइड the toll tax. The moment you have applied the toll tax, the moment you have started collecting return on the project, we call it as project is in the operational phase. We call it as project is in the operational phase. There is a term which we call it as date of commencement of commercial operation. See, bridge is now ready and it is we have allowed the residents, we have allowed the vehicle owners to pass by the bridge, and while passing the bridge, they have to pay the toll tax. So the moment they are paying the toll tax, it is going to generate income for the project owner. It is going to generate the income for the one who has completed the project, for the one who is the sponsor of the project. So that is the reason we call it as start off. Initiation of commercial operations. We call it as initiation of commercial operations. So I can write it as initiation of commercial operations, or rather than writing a word initiation, I can write a word date of commencement of. I can write a word date of commencement of commercial operations, date of commencement of commercial operations. Is this point clear? समझ आ गई बात है? तो एक प्रोजेक्ट है, उस प्रोजेक्ट का सबसे पहला फेज है डिजाइनिंग फेज, जहां पे आप डिजाइन करेंगे, प्लान करेंगे, एंड देन यू टेक ऑल द क्लियरेंसेज, ऑल द अप्रूवल्स. वंस यू हैव date of financial closure. Date of financial closure means the date on which you have 90% of your project cost visibility. 90% of your project cost visibility. Yes, Tina, it is mentioned in the directions itself. It is mentioned, it's not the example I have taken. It is exactly mentioned in the direction. So date of financial closure basically means that today you have 90% of your project cost funding visibility. That means today you are allowed, you are ready to get into the second phase of construction. And while construction, as you keep on constructing the project, as the project is moving from initial to completion stage, in between, as per the completion percentage of the project, funding will be done. अगर आपने सुना होगा, these days whenever you go and buy a new flat in a new society, they say, sir, please pay us 20% today, pay rest 20% when the construction is done. When the construction, I'll just take an example. You have gone to buy a flat, especially in metro city like Noida or Gurugram. They say, sir, today if you want to book a flat, you just have to give 20%. Then you have to give the next installment of 30% once 50% of the project is complete. Then you have to give rest 20% when 80% of the project will be complete, and then you have to give the rest 30% on possession. 30% on possession. Similarly, in construction phase also, the funding will be done as per the stage of completion. Once the project is completed, 10% funding will be done. Next funding may be done at 20%, may be done at 30%, depending upon the criteria, depending upon the project we are talking about. And once the construction is completed, that means today your flat is ready. Today your flat is ready for possession. Your flat is ready that it can be given to the buyer so that the buyer can occupy it, the buyer can stay in it. That is known as date of commencement of commercial project, or you can say that it is the date when you have started. This is the date when you have started receiving the commercial benefits or the returns on your project. You have started receiving the return on your project. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? So this is what? So this is the date, we call it as DCCO. Now operational phase will include what? So operational phase will include commercial operations till the time you have made the repayment of loan. Commercial operations are initiated and you will continue these commercial operations till the time repayment of loan is done. Till the time repayment of loan is done. Is this point clear? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. I'll take a practical example to explain you the entire concept. Guys, let's suppose the project value is 5,000 crore rupees. It is basically an infrastructure project where a contractor has got a contract to construct road from, let's say, New Delhi to Jaipur. Okay, New Delhi to Jaipur. It is NH8. Contractor has received the contract to construct it. This period to complete the construction is 10 years and the operational phase is, let's say, 20 years. Operational phase is 20 years, which means you will be completing the designing wala part, getting all the approvals and all. This is your designing phase. For constructing the contract for constructing the project, for completing the project, what is going to be the limit? So the time period is going to be 10 years. That means on the basis of construction timelines as well as on the basis of time you need for designing wala part, you will decide DCCO, that is date of what? Sir, it is known as date of commencement of commercial operations. And from this date till next 20 years, you have the operational phase. And this time period of 20 years, in this time period of 20 years, contractor is supposed to repay the loan. Is this point clear? And before you start the construction will start after the date of financial closure. Financial closure means when you have the visibility of 90% of your project, 90% of your project cost, that yes, from where you are going to get this 90% of the value, then only you can begin the construction phase. And during the construction phase, funding will be done by the investors in the form of equity or by the lender in form of debt, and this funding will be done time to time. Which will depend on the percentage of completion of the project, समझ आ गई कहानी? Is this point clear? If this point is clear, give me yes, sir. If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir, so that now I can discuss with you whatever I have just read for you. जो मैंने आपको explain किया, let's read out the content in a written manner which I have for you, ताकि उसे पढ़कर आपको clarity और ज़्यादा मिल जाए. So please pay attention. Design phase is the first phase, which starts with the genesis of project and includes designing, planning, and obtaining all applicable clearances till its financial closure. Second point is construction phase. This is the second phase, which begins after the financial closure and ends on the day before the actual DCCO. So as I said, construction phase will start when? So it will start on the date of financial closure and it will complete on date of commencement of commercial operation. What is operational phase? So this is the last phase, which starts with the commencement of commercial operation by the project on the day of DCCO and ends with the full repayment of the project finance exposure. That is basically termed as operational phase. Now, moving on to the next point. So whenever we talk about date of commencement of commercial operations, we have three dates. One, we call it as original date of commencement of operation, which we have decided in the starting. So while starting the project, you have decided that I'll take 2 years to design the project and then I'll take 10 years to construct the project from today onwards. So what is the date today? So today it is 25th of June 2025. That means after 12 years, by 24th of June 2037, my project will be ready or my project will go for commencement of commercial operations. This is known as original date of commencement. But हो सकता है कि the moment I start designing, मुझे समझ आया कि designing is not so easy. Approval is going to take time. So the moment I come to know that approval is going to take some more time, then I will extend my designing time from 2 years to 5 years, and automatically my project will also extend from 2037 to 2040. So this is known as what? So this is known as extended DCCO, which has extended from 2037 to 2040 because I have increased 3 years. I have increased my designing phase by 3 years. समझ आई ये बात? समझ आ गई ये बात? अब ये तो मैंने सोचा था. This is what I have thought. But there is a point. What is the point? The point is, sir, the moment I started construction, I was not aware कि COVID आ जाएगा. And because of COVID-19, there was pure lockdown, and due to that lockdown, I will not be able to complete my construction in 10 years. So I may be completing my construction in 12 years or maybe in 15 years. So Original date was already extended. Now the extended date is also not achieved. So the date on which the date on which my project actually starts the starts the commercial operations, we call it as what? So we call it as actual DCCO. Easy है ना, नो रॉकेट साइंस, इसमें कुछ ज़्यादा दिमाग लगाने वाला पॉइंट है ही नहीं, सिंपल सी बात है यार, इसको ऐसा समझो, अगर आप सोच के देखें तो you started preparing for RBI, ठीक है, and you were expecting it was you were expecting that notification will be out and my phase 1 will be on 15th of June 2025. This is what? So this is the original date of commencement of commercial operation. This is the date by which you have to complete the syllabus and you have to showcase your preparation in the final examination on 15th of June. Then while preparing, you came to know कि नहीं यार, notification तो extend होगी. The notification which you were expecting that it will be out in April or May, it is not yet out in the month of June. So you get to know that now we are expecting that examination will be conducted in mid of August. So this is what? So this is extended. This is extended DCCO. बट उसके बाद आपको पता चला कि यार सितंबर में भी नहीं होगा, अब लग रहा है कि शायद जो एग्जामिनेशन है, एक्चुअली व्हेन द नोटिफिकेशन इज आउट, it was written that phase 1 will be conducted on 15th of September. So this is the actual DCCO जिस दिन आपका phase 1 conduct. So this is how we call it as original, extended and actual. Is this point clear? I hope with the help of this example, it must be clear for sure. It must be clear for sure. If it is clear, give me yes sir. अगली बार कोई पूछे ओरिजिनल डेट ऑफ कमेंसमेंट ऑफ कमर्शियल ऑपरेशंस क्या है, एक्सटेंडेड डेट ऑफ कमेंसमेंट ऑफ कमर्शियल ऑपरेशंस क्या है, या एक्चुअल डेट ऑफ कमेंसमेंट ऑफ कमर्शियल ऑपरेशंस क्या है, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर यू विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर इट. So I have given the entire data. You can read it after you get this particular PDF. But I would like to add one thing, that the project finance we are talking about, in this project financing, we are talking about two types of projects. One we call it as infrastructure project. Infrastructure project means I'm talking about the projects such as roads, bridges. These all fall in the category of infrastructure projects. Then we have non-infrastructure projects. And in the category of non-infrastructure projects, we have commercial real estate project, and secondly we have commercial real estate residential projects. Commercial real estate residential projects. If you want to give a look, this is what I have for you. Just read them once so that you have a clarity what I'm trying to say. So this is commercial real estate residential housing and commercial real estate, and the other one is infrastructure project. So these are the types of projects which you need to remember. Okay, moving on to the next. As I already explained you, what is date of financial closure? So date of financial closure refers to the date when the entire funding structure for a project, कि कितना पैसा उधार मिलेंगे, कितना पैसा इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी, कितना पैसा ग्रांट मिलेगा गवर्नमेंट से, is finalized and becomes legally binding on all the parties involved. That means it is not only the visibility but also the dates are fixed कि कब कब कितना कितना पैसा आने वाला है, who is going to pay what amount. सबसे पहले इक्विटी में कितना परसेंट आएगा, फॉर एग्जाम्पल 50% is coming in the form of equity, 40% is coming in the form of debt, and 10% of the project cost is coming in form of the grant. 50% में से भी कौन कौन देगा पैसा और कब कब देगा, all these dates are finalized and a legal agreement is signed between the parties, and no party has a capacity to step back. The dates which have been finalized, the signatures which have been done, you are liable to provide the funds on the given dates or on the completion of the given project or on the completion of the given level of the project. Same is for the debt and same is for the grant. When all these things are finalized and every party is legally binded to provide the funds on the basis of the given conditions, that date is known as date of financial closure. And date of financial closure means from today onwards, we can begin or we can enter into the second phase of the project. We call it as what? We call it as construction phase. We call it as what? We call it as construction phase. Then we have default. When the debt repayment is missed fully or partially, then we call it as the loan has been defaulted. So there is a probability the project financing or the project financing done can fail. We'll talk about that. What is interest during construction? Guys, as I said, there are three phases: design phase, construction phase, and then we have the operational phase. So during the designing phase, only designing is done. No outflow, or I would say a little bit outflow is done in order to make the designing appropriate. Then the construction phase, huge outflow of the funds is done. Once construction is completed and date of commencement of commercial operation is there, that means actually project is now commencing the commercial operations. From this date onwards, repayment of loan will start. From this date onwards, repayment of loan will start, which means the borrowing which you have received, obviously you will receive the borrowing during the construction phase only. Design phase में क्या पैसा चाहिए? Designing में तो planning ही करनी है, उसके लिए तो उतना पैसा तो contractor के पास है. But the moment contractor has started the construction, फिर construction जब start होगी, then contractor will be receiving the loan, और जैसे जैसे लोन मिलता जाएगा वैसे वैसे उस लोन पर क्या ऐड होता जाएगा? इंटरेस्ट. So interest during construction means the interest on the loan that gets accrued during the project construction phase. Interest is added to the project cost itself. Interest is also added in the project cost, क्योंकि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को पता है कि 10,000 करोड़ की अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन होनी है, उस 10,000 करोड़ पे मुझे 1,000 करोड़ का इंटरेस्ट भी देना पड़ेगा. 11,000 करोड़ है सर मेरे प्रोजेक्ट का कॉस्ट, एंड आई विल बी रीपेइंग दिस 11,000 करोड़ वंस माय प्रोजेक्ट इज इन द ऑपरेशनल फेज, वंस माय प्रोजेक्ट इज इन द commencement of commercial operations, then only I'll start the repayment, and by the time I was doing the construction, my interest will go on piling up. The interest will go on piling up. Clear हुई ये बात? समझ आया? If it is clear, give me a thumbs up and do hit the like button if you haven't liked the session yet. Do share the link of this session if you haven't shared it with your friends, so that everyone should be aware that yes, the session is live, and that too with a bang, because today we are discussing a very important circular or master direction of RBI related to master direction. Done? Shall I move ahead? Okay. Moving on to the next point. So this is the flow chart. Flow chart means first of all is the project appraisal, then financial closure, then construction phase, then date of commencement, and then revenue generation as well as loan repayment. तो पहले प्रोजेक्ट आपको मिलेगा, प्रोजेक्ट आपको मिला, आप उसको डिजाइन करोगे, डिजाइन करने के बाद आप उस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए फंड रेजिंग करोगे. जिस दिन फंड रेजिंग फाइनल हो जाएगी, डेट्स आ जाएंगी, उसके बाद यू विल गो इन द कंस्ट्रक्शन. Once the construction is done, you will go for the commencement of commercial operation, and once the commercial operation starts, then you will be getting the revenue, or you will be generating the revenue, and you will be making the loan repayment. ठीक है? अब प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग से रिलेटेड एक इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, दैट इज क्रेडिट इवेंट. व्हाट इज क्रेडिट इवेंट? Credit event is a very important point which you need to understand. If someone asks you what is the meaning of credit event, तो मेरा आंसर क्या होगा? So credit event is an event due to which the lender feels that my loan may turn into NPA. Or I would say credit event is basically an event where lender risk increases as well as as well as probability of credit default increases. अभी credit default हुआ नहीं है, लेकिन probability है कि credit default हो सकता है. अब आप कहोगे कि सर ये कब होगा? आपने तो अभी बताया, you just discussed this point, sir, that repayment will start after the commencement of commercial operations. I agree. But before start of the repayment, even during the construction phase, lender may feel that the loan may turn into NPA. And what are those events during which bank feels that, or the lender feels it? So the first is when there is a need for extension of date of commencement of commercial operations. So whenever the contractor reaches to the lender and says कि यार project given date पे complete नहीं हो पाएगा, I have to extend the date, then obviously जो banker है, जो lender है, that will feel that heat कि extend क्यों कर रहा है, problem क्या है. अगर problem आ रही है तो इसका मतलब extension का मतलब more funds will be involved. More funds will be involved means more risk, and if extension is there, then the repayment will also extend. जो repayment अगले साल से आने वाला था, वो repayment 5 साल के बाद आएगा, क्योंकि 4 साल के लिए you extended the project. So this is a situation, or this is an event which we call it as credit event. Then expiry of DCCO, when the original or even the extended date of commencement of commercial operation passes, but the project is yet not completed, project has yet not started its commercial operation, this is again marked as credit event. Then we have need for additional debt. If any lender decides that more loan is required, अब ऐसा क्यों कि सर जैसे लेंडर को समझ आई कि ऑलरेडी बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, 1000-1500 करोड़ का 1000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट है, अब अगर इस प्रोजेक्ट को कंप्लीट नहीं किया गया, इट्स क्वाइट ऑब्वियस 1000 करोड़ डूबने वाला है, बट अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कह रहा है वी हैव टू एक्सटेंड इट, थोड़ा पैसा और लगाना पड़ेगा, एंड इफ आई एम अ बैंकर, आई नो 1000 करोड़ का लोन, या मान लो 1000 में से मैंने 500 करोड़ का ही लोन दिया है, बाकी 500 करोड़ का लोन बाकी बैंक्स ने दिया है, तो मुझे पता है कि अगर मैं थोड़ा और लोन नहीं देता तो ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट नहीं होगा, और प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ तो जो पैसा लगाया है वो भी जीरो हो जाएगा. सो आई एम रेडी टू गिव एडिशनल लोन, बट व्हेन आई एम रेडी टू गिव एडिशनल लोन, और व्हेन आई हैव बीन डिमांडेड एज अ लेंडर टू गिव एडिशनल लोन, आई विल मार्क दैट इवेंट एज क्रेडिट इवेंट. मैं उस इवेंट को मार्क करूंगा एज व्हाट, आई विल मार्क इट एज क्रेडिट इवेंट. लास्टली, then we have the financial defaultee, that is if the project is facing financial stress as per the prudential framework for resolution of stressed asset, which I will be discussing in some time, then also it will be termed as credit event. जब आपको लगे कि आपका जो project है, that project is not in a position to pay back the loan even after starting the commercial operation, that is credit event. और अगर आपका जो project है that has gone into the commercial operations, but still 2-3 installments were paid after that, some of the installments were missed, that will also be termed as credit event. तो credit event क्या हुआ? So credit event is a situation where the lender feel that the loan given by the lender may turns into NPA, or the bank or the lender feel, or the bank feels that the loan given by the bank is not going to be it's not going to come back pretty easily, that each and every event will be counted as what? So that each and every event will be counted as credit event. Now the question is, the moment credit event occurs, then what will be the next step? So the next step is resolution process. Resolution plan का मतलब all the lenders. Obviously, there is not only one lender, there are many lenders who have collectively financed such a big project of 1000 crores or 1500 crores or maybe 5000 or 10,000 crore rupees. So mutually agreed, legally binding, feasible and time-bound plan will be framed by the lenders in order to clear by the lenders in order to recover their funds, and this may involve selling the loan exposure. That means बैंक may feel कि भैया project में मुझे लगता है कुछ ना कुछ problem है, let's sell this project lending to some other bank. For example, bank 1 has given loan or has funded a project X for 500 crores and its DCCO is on 15th of September 2030, and today if bank feels that there is some risk involved or bank feels that there is a situation of credit event, then bank can sell its exposure to second bank or any other financial institute. It is allowed if the other party is ready to purchase. Is this point clear? So selling of loan exposure, changing the project ownership. We may change the constructor, whosoever is the constructor, we may change him, as well as we change the ownership of the project. Ownership will be transferred to the lenders. We may extend the date of commencement of the commercial operations, or restructuring of the loan will be done. That means time period, maybe the time period will be increased, as well as there could be a probability that lending rates could be decreased so that EMIs or regular repayment value decreases, which will give that confidence to the borrower कि ठीक है यार अब EMI कम हो गई है, I'll pay back slowly and slowly. That is a resolution process. Then there is one more term which is known as standby credit facility. What is the standby credit facility? Sir, an extra credit line approved at the time of financial closure. I said my project cost is 1000 crores. I have arranged 1000 crores, 50% in the form of equity, 40% in the form of debt, and 10% in the form of grant. But the moment I was arranging debt, at the time of arranging the debt, I have arranged 50% of the debt and I have kept 10% debt under the category of standby credit facility. Standby credit facility means that I have a credit facility of 10% of my project cost, which I will use if required in the near future. एक तरह से मैंने क्या रखा है, बफर रखा है कि अगर near future में anything goes wrong, if in near future due to inflation the construction cost increases or anything happen, then I have some extra amount or I have some extra capacity so that I can utilize that extra buffer or that extra capacity in order to complete my project. That is known as standby credit facility. ठीक है जी, समझ आ गया? तो यहाँ पे क्या आएगा, डेट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर, यहाँ पे क्या आएगा, DCCO. ये पूरा फेज कौन सा फेज आ गया? सो दिस इज द ऑपरेशनल फेज विच विल इंक्लूड रीपेमेंट of the loan, ठीक है जी, क्लियर है? मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. Now, the next point is, as we already discussed, that why this project finance master direction has been introduced by RBI. So this master direction has been introduced by RBI in order to come up with common and uniform framework for financing projects, which include infrastructure projects as well as it includes the non-infrastructure projects like commercial real estate projects as well as commercial real estate residential housing projects. I'm talking about the societies which are built where the flats are sold, that is commercial real estate residential projects. What are the key focus areas? So the key focus areas are revised rules on how regulated entities should treat the loan when there is change in date of commencement of commercial operation. So पहला जो focus area वो क्या कि अगर date of commencement of commercial operation change होगा, how a regulated entity should see their loan. Second is based on the review of existing guidelines and risk analysis of project financing will be done. Now, RBI has come up with this direction on the basis of which all acts, RBI has come up with all these this direction on the basis of Banking Regulation Act 1949, powers given to RBI according to RBI Act 1934, even according to National Housing Bank 1934. RBI believes that it is necessary in public interest to issue the directions that are legally binding and come with statutory backing, so that all the project funding or financing should be done in an appropriate manner by the respective regulated entities. These norms, these project financing norms, they are going to be applicable, or they will be effective from 1st October 2025. They will be effective from 1st October 2025. Now, these norms are applicable on which all banks? So they are applicable on all the commercial banks, including small finance banks, but exclude payment banks, local area banks and regional rural banks. देखो पेमेंट बैंक का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, बिकॉज पेमेंट बैंक डोंट प्रोवाइड लोन, और ये सारी की सारी कहानी लेंडिंग की है, तो पेमेंट बैंक को तो साइड पे रखा, नहीं भी बोलते तो भी चलता. लेकिन लोकल एरिया बैंक और रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स को भी एक्सक्लूड किया गया. उसके साथ it include all the NBFCs, even the housing finance companies. It include all the primary urban cooperative banks, and even it include all the All India financial institutes. All of them are included. So remember that scheduled commercial banks are included except RRBs and payment banks and local area banks. These are the three categories of, banks which are not included. Rest all the banks which you know, as well as rest all the NBFCs you know, rest all the All India financial institutes like NABARD, SEBI, you know, they all are included in these particular norms. They all are included in these particular norms. Now let's discuss the prudential norms which have been given by RBI. So prudential conditions for sanctioning project finance loans. So before, these are the norms given by RBI. तो RBI क्या कह रहा है? RBI कह रहा है regulated entities को. RBI कह रहा है regulated entities को to fulfill norms, to fulfill these norms before lending. To fulfill these norms before lending. What are these norms? Please pay attention. Lender must include these RBI conditions in their credit policy for project finance. First one, pre-disbursement requirement before giving loan. Before giving loan, for all the projects, lenders must ensure, क्या ensure करना है lender को कि financial closure is achieved. That means 90% project funding tied up. Original DCCO is announced and it is announced and it is clearly documented. Next is disbursement schedule. Disbursement schedule means, disbursement schedule का मतलब है कि सर आपका जो फंडिंग होगी प्रोजेक्ट की, फॉर एग्जांपल बैंक्स, custodian of banks or syndication is done. There are few banks which are collectively giving 2,000 crore rupees of loan as 2,000 crore rupees as a loan. Then it is said day one when you will start construction. Day one when you are starting the construction, once the date of financial closure is announced, you are going to start the construction. In that case, first disbursement of 20% will be done. Next disbursement will be done when your project is 10% completed, and that disbursement will be 30% of the loan. Then next disbursement will be done when 40% of the project is completed. Let's say that will be 40%, and last disbursement will be done when 90% of the project is completed, and that is 10%. So this is what ये है आपका. What is this? So this is known as your loan disbursement. This is known as your loan disbursement plan, which is matching the project progress stage. जैसे जैसे project progress कर रहा है, the way project is progressing, in a similar manner, funding is done by the bank as it is pre-decided before loan is given before the lending is initiated. Before lending is initiated. Post DCCO repayment schedule. Not only this, you also decide the repayment schedule in the operational phase. In the operational phase, after DCCO, how repayment will be done to the banks. So repayment schedule is also fixed कि सर पहले साल 20% देंगे, दूसरे साल 40%, तीसरे साल 50%, ऐसे करके 5 साल में आपका लोन उतार देंगे. So that is basically loan repayment plan should realistically match expected cash flows after DCCO. तो ऐसा नहीं कि हवा में आप प्लान बना रहे हो. That should match what you are going to receive, and on the basis of what you are going to receive, you should be making the repayment. This point is very important. The last point, यहाँ से direct question बनने के पूरे chances हैं. What can be the maximum loan tenure limit? So the total loan period, including any moratorium, cannot exceed 85% of the project economic life. 85% of the project economic life. I'm not saying project life. I'm saying project economic life. Economic life का मतलब the life for the time period you are basically receiving the return. Let's try to decode this. Please pay attention. So in the construction phase, what we will decide? So in the construction phase, as we have discussed, we'll decide the disbursement schedule. We will decide the disbursement schedule will be fixed. And in the operational phase, repayment schedule should be fixed. Now on the other side, what I'm trying to say, I am a contractor and I have constructed that bridge. This is DCCO, and government has given me 20 years. Government has given me 20 years. That for next 20 years, you can collect toll on this particular bridge. You can collect toll on this particular bridge. So for me as a contractor, for me the constructor, for me the sponsor, for me the borrower, what is going to be the economic life of project? So the economic life of the project for sponsor is going to be 20 years. Now in this particular case, what should be the repayment timelines? So repayment timeline is up to 85%. 85% of what, sir? 85% of economic life of the project. 85% in my example, 85% of 20 years will be 17 years. That means including the moratorium. Including the moratorium, ये कितना होना चाहिए? 17 years. What I'm trying to say in this particular scenario, I'm trying to say this. Sir, if you have a project and the operational phase of the project for the contractor, the economic life of the project is 20 years. That means you are allowed to collect the toll on this particular project for 20 years. Then in that particular case, your repayment, let's say 40 years, then in that particular case, repayment should be done within 85% of the time. 85% of 40 years is going to be what? So it is going to be 30. It is going to be what? So it is going to be 34 years. अब ये जो 34 साल है, इसको भी कैसे डिवाइड किया? DCCO is June 2025. I'm not writing the exact date, है ना? And as per the project, loan repayment should complete by June 2059. Let's suppose 5 years is given the moratorium. 5 years moratorium means पहले 5 साल don't pay any return. Use the toll income to pay back or to manage your equity investors, or to manage the repairing or the initial touch or the final touch to the project, whatever is the case. So for first 5 years, it will be moratorium period, and next 29 years, you will be making the repayment. So that means this timeline, which I have given 85%, it includes the moratorium period as well. It includes the moratorium period as well. अब ये मत कहना कि सर जो कंस्ट्रक्शन जब कर रहे थे तब भी तो रिटर्न नहीं दिया, और अगर तब भी रिटर्न नहीं दिया, that was also a moratorium period. No, that is not moratorium period, because you were not liable to make the repayments. You are liable to make the repayments after your project has started the commercial operations, after your project has started the commercial operations, after your project has started earning the returns. After your project has started earning the returns. Clear हो गया जी? Clear हो गया ये point? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. Moving on to the next point. The next point is, sir, the date of commencement of commercial projects, whether it is original or extended or actual, must be same for all lenders. Logical है. ऐसा नहीं कि SBI को बोल दिया कि कल शुरू करेंगे और PNB को बोला 2 महीने बाद शुरू करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं. जो आपने फिक्स किया, that should be same for all the lenders. Now there is a condition. What is the condition? So the condition is lender exposure. Lender exposure का मतलब क्या? So lender exposure का मतलब है, अगर एक इंडिविजुअल बैंक की बात करूं, if the total loan amount is 1500 crore rupees, if the total lender exposure or total loan exposure or total lending exposure, you can say, if the total lending, I'm not saying project cost, mind it, I'm not saying project cost, I'm saying total lending exposure. If the total lending exposure is up to 1500 crores, then what is the minimum? It's not maximum. What is the minimum exposure per individual lender? At least 10%. ऐसा नहीं है कि टोटल लोन है 1500 करोड़ का, उसमें PNB, ICICI and HDFC, they are providing the loan. They both are giving loan of 45 and 54%, और PNB कहे सर मैं 1% का लोन दूंगा. नहीं, घूमने थोड़ा ना आए हो. It's not a park. You are not here to enjoy. कि प्रोजेक्ट में फंडिंग भी कर दी, नाम भी हो गया कि yes, PNB is the lender of Delhi to Jaipur road construction project. No, in that case, if you want that, your minimum exposure should be 10%. Maximum कितना होगा, that will depend on what is your capacity, how much you can lend. That is a different thing, but your minimum exposure should be 10% of the total project exposure. It should be 10% of the total project exposure. Secondly, if the lending exposure is greater than 1500 crores, if the lending exposure is greater than 1500 crores, in that particular scenario, things are quite different. Per lender limit is not 10%. Now the per lender limit is 5%. Now the per lender limit is what? So per lender limit is 5%, first point. Per lender limit is 5%, first point, or 150 crores, 5%, or 150 crores, whichever is higher. So under construction projects where the aggregate exposure of the lenders is up to 1500 crores, no lender shall have an exposure which is less than 10% of the aggregate exposure. 10% of the aggregate exposure. And in case of 1500 crores, 5% of the aggregate exposure, or 5% of the aggregate exposure, or 150 crores, whichever is higher. Or 150 crores, whichever is higher. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. ये दोनों conditions you have to remember. There could be a direct question on the given condition. So remember that. If any question is asked, you will be able to answer it. So in order to avoid too many small lenders, ये 10% वाली फिगर को मेंटेन किया गया, or before DCCO, lenders can buy or sell loan shares under syndicated lending, but must follow the minimum exposure limit. So as I said, before DCCO, banks can buy and sell the loan they have given for a particular project, but they should maintain the minimum requirements. Now, moving on to the next point. The next point talks about prudential conditions, disbursement and monitoring of project loans. So in the first part, land or right of way requirement. So before loan disbursement, in case of PPP project, that is public-private partnership projects for infrastructure, minimum 50% land or right of way must be available. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? इस point को समझो. Lender shall ensure availability of sufficient land or right of ownership on the land for all the projects before disbursement of the funds. There are certain conditions. If it is an infrastructure projects and that too under PPP, then you must have 50% of your project land available with you, or you must have the right on 50% of the land. But in case of non-PPP infrastructure and even non-infrastructure projects, that is commercial real estate or commercial real estate residential housing project, your minimum land holding, your minimum land ownership, your minimum land possession, your minimum land right of ownership must be 75%. Then only lending should be done by the bank. Otherwise, lending will not be done. And in case of transmission line project, lenders can decide case by case. Second point is disbursement linked to appointed date. Now the question is, what is appointed date? This is very important. This point is very important. If someone asks you, before you understand this point, you need to know what is appointed date. Any idea? Have you heard this point earlier? What will be your answer? No? Shall I give you the answer to this point? Okay. Please pay attention, guys. This is a very important term which can be asked in the examination. Appointed date in project financing. Appointed date in project financing or related to a project is explained as on which guarantor gives grant to. ठीक है, मैं इसका आंसर देता हूँ. Appointed date is the specific date जिस डेट पर it is often agreed by the parties in a scheme of arrangement or concession agreement from which the scheme transactions are deemed to have occurred, even if the scheme conditions have not fully met. What I'm trying to say, for example, if there is a scheme of arrangement has an appointed date of 1st April 2024, but the effective date is 1st June 2024, this means the assets and liabilities are legally transferred from 1st of April 2004, even though the scheme was fully effective from 1st of June. So that is basically known as appointed date. So here disbursement linked to appointed date. Funds are dispersed only after appointed date is declared. It is funds are distributed only after appointed date is declared. So appointed date is the official start date of the project concession period. It is typically the date when financial clause is achieved, meaning all the necessary financing is in place, conditions are precedent for debt drawdowns are met, and this date is crucial as it marks the beginning of the project's operational phase and during the period during which the project company is expected to generate the revenue. So that is a point. Is it clear? So you need to remember this. You need to remember this point very carefully. Appointed date is basically funds can be dispersed only after the appointed date is declared. If there is change in DCCO due to shift in appointed date. If the appointed date changes, obviously the original DCCO will be also changed. समझ आ गई बात? अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछेगा what is appointed date, will you be in a position to answer it? Will you be in a position to answer it? सर ये वो डेट है जिसे डिक्लेयर किया गया by the authority. ये वो डेट है which has been declared by the authority. Which has been declared by the authority कि इस डेट को आपके पास क्या पहुंचेंगे? फंड्स पहुंचेंगे. You will receive the funds and you will utilize those funds. And if you are not receiving the funds, if there is a delay in receiving the funds, if you are shifting your appointed date, undoubtedly it will result in shifting your date of commencing of commercial operations as well. जैसा कि अगर मैं कहूं कि आज अपॉइंटेड डेट फिक्स है कि इस डेट को जो भी आपके फंड्स हैं दे आर गोइंग टू कम. इफ दिस अपॉइंटेड डेट इज एक्सटेंडेड, then in that particular scenario your construction time will also extend. If your construction time will extend, that will result in extension of what? So that will result in extension of DCCO. Is it clear now? Shall I move ahead? Just give me yes sir in the comment section. Done? ठीक. Let's move on to the next point now. The next point says, for infrastructure projects which are under public-private partnership, where projects with 100 crore plus lender exposure, if the lender exposure is 100 crore plus, then a techno-economic viability study is mandatory. Techno-viability study is mandatory. That means government will check the viability of the project, that how economically, how viable the project is, how well this project is going to help the economy to grow in the near future. So that viability is need to be checked. But there is a condition. This viability will be checked only in the case if for all the projects where the aggregate exposure of all the lenders is greater than 100 crores. If your aggregate exposure is greater than 100 crores, then in that particular case, techno viability is going to be checked only and only in case of ट्रिपल पी, क्योंकि उस केस में गवर्नमेंट क्या करेगी? गवर्नमेंट विल कम अप विद वेलेबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग. याद है वेलेबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग का मतलब क्या? जब गवर्नमेंट को लगे कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट इकोनॉमिक सेंस में तो वायलेबल है ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, इन नेक्स्ट 20-30 years, 40 years, it's going to result in overall development of the economy. It will result in growth as well as development of the economy. But currently, financial terms में it is not valuable. क्यों valuable नहीं है? क्योंकि सर 10 years का gestation period है, and after completion of the project, the recovery through toll and all. If I take an example of road only, कि आज जाओ हम रोड कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहे हैं, इस पे टोल से भी ज्यादा पैसा कलेक्ट होगा नहीं, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट अ वेरी बिजी रूट and it's not going to be very busy in next 10 years. So उस केस में government will give the availability gap funding, जहाँ पे government कुछ ग्रांट देगी कि total project cost का कुछ हिस्सा will be bared by the government. So that will be required, or that availability gap funding will be done once the techno-economic viability study is done, and it will be done for those loans where the aggregate exposure is greater than 100 crores. Where the aggregate exposure is greater than 100 crores. So where the aggregate exposure of all lenders, that means every lender has given a loan value of more than 100 crores. The next is stage-wise disbursement based on project progress. So loan funds must be dispersed depending upon the project completion stage. As I said, disbursement will depend on the completion stage. It will depend on the equity infusion कि कब equity infuse होगा project में, as well as it will be decided on the basis of committed funding sources और कमिटेड फंडिंग सोर्स प्रोग्रेस। तो इसका मतलब ये कि अगर मैं लेंडर हूं, लोन देना है मुझे 200 करोड़ का, तो मैंने ये कहा कि मैं 200 करोड़ का लोन डिस्पर्स करूंगा। एक तो ये डिपेंड करेगा प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीशन स्टेज पे, जब प्रोजेक्ट 10% कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, 30% कंप्लीट होगा, 50% या 70% कंप्लीट होगा और 90% कंप्लीट होगा। और दूसरा मैंने कहा ये तो है, उसके साथ साथ मैं फंडिंग करूंगा जब जब आपके इक्विटी इन्फ्यूजन होगा। इफ यू आर infusing your equity today, then after this equity infusion of 20, let's say 20%, and after completion of 10% of project, then only I will be giving my first disbursement of 10%। तो मैंने दोनों से लिंक किया कि एक तो पहले बता दो प्रोजेक्ट कितना बड़ा और ये भी बता दो कि आपने कितना पैसा लगाया। पता चले आप मेरा ही पैसा यूज कर रहे हो, अपना पैसा आप लगा ही नहीं रहे हो, तो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस I want that your equity infusion should be done। and now the question is कि सर प्रोजेक्ट कितना कंप्लीट हुआ है कैसे पता चलेगा? सर that will be provided, or the progress of the project will be provided by a certified lender's independent engineer or architect। तो लेंडर का जो इंडिपेंडेंट इंजीनियर है, आर्किटेक्ट है, वो हमें एक प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट भेजता रहेगा लेंडर को, और लेंडर विल ट्रस्ट दैट रिपोर्ट, देयर इज नथिंग टू वरी। नाउ द पॉइंट इज रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ स्ट्रेस। रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ स्ट्रेस, इसका मतलब अगर बैंक इज लुकिंग आफ्टर द डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस डन बाय द प्रोजेक्ट, और अगर बैंक को कहीं भी मिड ऑफ द वे कहीं भी लगा that it is not doing well, then in that particular case lender has a power to declare the loan as NPA within the construction phase, has the power to declare the loan as a NPA within the construction phase only if certain criteria are breached. I'll discuss those criteria. First one, ongoing monitoring by lenders. Lenders, they must regularly monitor the project progress and the signs of financial stress. If stress is observed, then they should start working on resolution plan before situation goes worse। तो उसमें ये कहा गया कि सर जो lenders हैं, they should regularly monitor what is going on. They should regularly monitor what is going on, and if they feel that there is some financial stress, then they should start working on the resolution plan. Second point is credit event triggers collective resolution. So if a credit event like default or there is an extension of DCCO happens with any lender during the construction phase, then all the lenders, they must initiate joint resolution process। ऐसा नहीं सिर्फ एक कहे कि हाँ यार मुझे resolution process शुरू करना है, ऐसा नहीं। all the lenders, they will collectively start the resolution process। और यहाँ पर जो default term है, this has been replaced with a term that is credit event, जो हम already discuss कर चुके हैं। along with this CRILC reporting, every credit event must be reported by the lender to central repository of information on large credit। हम 5-10 करोड़ के लोन पे अगर हमें कोई डिफॉल्ट लगता है, कोई इशू आता है, उसको हम रिपोर्ट करते हैं। ये तो हजारों करोड़ों का लोन है, यहां तो रिपोर्ट करना ही पड़ेगा। सो एनी काइंड ऑफ क्रेडिट इवेंट शुड बी रिपोर्टेड to the central repository of information on large credit। In case of consortium or multiple lenders, the reporting lenders must also inform all the other lenders which are informed in the project। तो हुआ क्या आपका जो project है, that is in the construction phase, your project is in the construction phase, और यहां पे एक credit event हुआ। the moment this credit event occurs, credit event होने के अगले 30 दिन तक bank will review this, and for next 30 days this will be termed as what? So this will be termed as review period. This will be termed as review period। After a credit event, lender must do preliminary review of the project account within 30 days, which is known as review period। During this time, lenders need to decide the next step। अगला स्टेप क्या है कि रेजोल्यूशन प्लान को एक्टिवेट करें, या फिर इंटर क्रेडिट अग्रीमेंट्स को साइन करें इफ रिक्वायर्ड। अब आपका जो लोन है, दैट विल बी क्लासिफाइड एज एनपीए, if a project finance loan account currently classified as standard can continue to remain in standard asset category। याद है एनपीए में हमने पढ़ा था एनपीए होने से पहले स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, फिर एनपीए के बाद सब स्टैंडर्ड, डाउटफुल एंड ऑल. सो अ प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस लोन अकाउंट currently classified as standard can continue to remain in standard if there is a change in DCCO only if new repayment period cannot be longer than the original duration. तो इसमें पहली कंडीशन क्या है कि सर ये जो आपका न्यू रीपेमेंट पीरियड है, व्हाट इज दिस न्यू रीपेमेंट पीरियड? सो न्यू रीपेमेंट पीरियड का मतलब अगर आपका डीसीसीओ एक्सटेंड हुआ, डीसीसीओ अगर एक्सटेंड हो गया तो ऑब्वियसली ऑपरेशनल फेज लेटर ऑन शुरू होगा, लेट शुरू होगा. और अगर आपका ऑपरेशनल फेज जो आज से था वो एक्सटेंड हो गया ड्यू टू एक्सटेंड इन डीसीसीओ, तो उस केस में आपके जो 20 इयर्स ऑफ इकोनॉमिक लाइफ ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट है वो तो है, और आपने प्रॉमिस किया था दैट यू विल बी पेइंग द एंटायर लोन बाय 2045. इफ यू हैव एक्सटेंडेड योर DCCO by 3 years, obviously your repayment will extend to 2048. This says no. What it says, only if new repayment period cannot be longer than the original duration. तो अगर आपका new repayment period original duration जितना ही रहता है, original duration जितना ही रहता है, then your loan will be termed as standard asset. Then your loan will be termed as standard asset. Secondly, there is a criteria. What is the criteria? If your DCCO has extended up to 3 years in case of infrastructure projects and up to 2 years in case of non-infrastructure projects. अगर infrastructure project है up to 3 years आप extend हो सकते हैं, और अगर आपका non-infrastructure projects है you can extend up to 2 years, और आपका जो repayment time है या last date to make the repayment complete is not changed, then the loan will not be declared as NPA. It will remain in the category of standard asset only. It will remain in the category of standard asset only. Clear है जी? समझ आ गया पॉइंट. अब अगर you are going for DCCO extension, if you are extending DCCO, then it's quite obvious. You need more funds so that you can complete the project. And there is a condition, we call it as cost overrun. What is cost overrun? So cost overrun basically means a lender may finance as a part of resolution plan cost overrun associated with the extension of DCCO in compliance with the given criteria. So cost overrun का मतलब है क्या? So cost overrun का मतलब है lender under the resolution plan will provide extra funding if DCCO extension is within the limit. DCCO extension is within the limit. What is the limit? Sir, up to 3 years for infrastructure projects and up to 2 years for non-infrastructure project. Up to 2 years for non-infrastructure projects. उसमें अब जो आपको extra cost required है, that can be up to 10% of the original project cost. Cost run is financed through, याद है ये term, CBCF. Cost run is financed through CBCF. Remember this term? I have told you in the starting कि भैया थोड़ा सा बफर रख लो लोन में, क्रेडिट में, ताकि उस फंड को आप यूज कर लो whenever required in the near future. So CBCF is what? Sir, it is standby credit facility. So cost overrun is financed through standby credit facility, specially sanctioned by the lender at the time of financial closure. For infrastructure projects, in cases where standby credit facility was not sanctioned at the time of financial closure or was sanctioned but not renewed subsequently, such additional shall be priced at premium. तो अगर आप पहले आपने sanction नहीं किया था तो अब जो आपको लोन मिलेगा that will be at a premium value, that will be at a higher lending rate. Financial parameters like debt to equity ratio, external credit rating remain unchanged or enact in favor of lender post cost run funding. तो post cost run funding में ये कहा गया कि जो आपकी क्रेडिट रेटिंग है, दैट शुड फॉल बाय 1 notch, can fall by 1 notch. 1 notch का मतलब अगर मान लो ये A प्लस है और अगर आपकी अब रेटिंग A हो गई, दैट इज जस्टिफाइड, इट्स ओके, बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सटेंशन ऑफ DCCO, बिकॉज ऑफ ओवर cost overrun. If your credit rating falls by 1 notch, it's fine. But if it is falling below or more than 1 notch, then it will not be acceptable. Then the loan will be declared as NPA. It won't be treated as standard asset. It won't be treated as standard asset. Is this point clear? Clear हो गया जी ये point? If you have any doubt till this point, you may ask, please. If you have any doubt till this point, you may ask, please. चलो, let's do one thing, guys. Let's stop over here. वरना बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा आपके लिए. Let's stop over here. In the next class, I'll start from here only after cost overrun. Just revise till now whatever we have discussed, and we will be moving on and completing this particular topic in the next session. अगले सेशन में 5 मिनट लगेंगे. पहले 5 मिनट में आकर मैं समझा दूंगा पूरी कहानी दोबारा से, और समझाने के बाद जो बचा हुआ पार्ट है वो कवर कर दूंगा ताकि आपके लिए एक होलिस्टिक कवरेज हो जाए. ठीक है, डन है. वी हैव स्टार्टेड आवर डिस्कशन ऑन अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक, on a very important master direction which was given by RBI. The name is Project Finance Direction, given by RBI. Related to this Project Finance Direction, most of the things were discussed in the previous session itself, and the rest of the news which were not discussed in the previous session, I will be discussing them in this particular session, and we'll first complete this master direction, and then I have multiple news for the current day as well. Are we good to go? Nandini, if you are new in this particular session, then I would request you need to stay in this session for at least a week. That means for next 3 more sessions, then only you will be able to understand what kind of preparation, what kind of finance current affair coverage is basically done in this session. It will be impossible to understand the things if you are going through, or if you are just watching this session once. That will not be very helpful. So you need to watch it at least for 3 days so that you can understand the entire concept of this particular session itself. Okay, so as I was saying, guys, I hope you all were present in the previous session, and in the previous session we have discussed about a term that is project finance. Today I will be completing that master direction, but before I move forward to complete this master direction, just give me yes sir in the comment section. Those who have, just give me yes sir in the comment section. Those who have gone through with this particular PDF which I have shared with you in the previous session, those who have watched the previous session, so that I can know that majority of the students, they are aware of this particular, majority of the students, they are aware of this particular news, so that I can go on in that respective manner itself. Okay. So if you have gone through with this particular news in the previous session, then let's conclude this discussion. Please pay attention. Guys, whenever we talk about a project finance, we all know that project finance basically means whenever a bank or a company or an organization is providing loan, whenever loan is provided for long-term project. The moment I say this term long-term project, so the project which has long-term gestation period. Gestation period means the completion period, and in the case of project finance, repayment will initiate after completion of the project. So once the project is completed, then only the repayment will be given. That means the amount will be paid back from the same project earnings itself. Now, related to a particular project, we have few stages, we have few phases which I would like to discuss with you all. So please pay attention, guys. I'll conclude the entire discussion on this particular slide itself related to the entire project finance topic. So the first phase we have is the design phase. The first phase we have is the design phase. The second phase we have is the construction phase. The second phase we have is the construction phase, and the third and the last phase we have the operational phase. We have is the operational phase. Now the question over here is, sir, in case of a project, how these three phases are important? So the first phase is the design phase, where company, for example, I'll take an example to discuss this particular point. Let's say there is a contractor, and this contractor has got a contract to build a bridge, and the total project cost is 1000 crore rupees, and against this 1000 crore rupees lending is done by the lenders or borrowing is done by the borrowers. ठीक है जी, समझ आई ना बात? अब इसमें ध्यान से सुनना. अब हुआ क्या कि सबसे पहले जब government has given you the approval that you are the contractor who will be constructing this particular bridge, you will design the entire bridge, then you will discuss the entire plan, how the construction will be done, what kind of construction material will be used, everything is discussed. Then all the approvals required to start the construction, all the approvals related to land acquisition, all that is need to be taken in the design phase only. In the design phase itself, the discussion is done that what will be the source of finance, कि भैया ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है, इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए जो पैसा है वो कहां से आएगा, और ये कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज कब स्टार्ट होगा. सर इट विल स्टार्ट ऑन construction phase will start on date of financial closure. ये date of financial closure क्या है? So date of financial closure is a situation where 90% of the project cost funding source is finalized. Funding source is finalized or fixed. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि सर जो आपका प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट है उसका 90% पैसा कहां से आएगा, कितना पैसा इक्विटी से आएगा, कितना पैसा डेट से आएगा, या कितना पैसा ग्रांट्स के फॉर्म से आएगा फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट. वंस इट इज फिक्स्ड, वंस इट इज डिसाइडेड, वंस द पार्टीज दे आर लीगली बाइंडेड to make this payment in the near future or to infuse the funds in the near future, that marks the date of financial closure. और उस financial closure के बाद you will enter into a new phase, and that new phase is known as construction phase. ठीक है जी. अब once the construction is completed, then there is a date set which is preset at the time of initiation of the project. We call it as date of commencement of commercial operations. यानी वो डेट है जिस दिन के अगले दिन या जिस डेट से ऑपरेशनल होगा आपका ये पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट. यानी ये जो ब्रिज है, this bridge will be open for the public will be utilizing this bridge, and public will be charged with toll tax while using the services of this particular bridge. We call it as operational phase. अब हो सकता है कि ये जो date of commencement of commercial operations है, first date which is announced at the time of starting of the project, we call it as original date. Then if it is extended, if required, then we call it as extended DCCO, and after extension there could be extension once or twice, and lastly is the actual date on which actually the operation starts. अब जैसे ही ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, इस ऑपरेशन फेज में, ये जो ऑपरेशन फेज है, this is the operation phase where repayment of the loan is done. This is the operation phase where repayment of the loan is done. अब जब आप रीपेमेंट ऑफ द लोन की बात करेंगे तो यहां पे एक टाइमलाइन है. व्हाट इज द टाइमलाइन? सर रीपेमेंट ऑफ द लोन इज नीड टू बी डन within 85% of project economic life. Now the question is, what is project economic life? So let's say मैं borrower हूं, I am the borrower who has borrowed the funds to construct the bridge. Government has given me 20 years. कि after completion you will be using this bridge for 20 years. That means you will be collecting toll on this bridge. Entire toll will be the income of the contractor for 20 years. So economic life of the bridge for the contractor is 20 years. And here is the criteria that the repayment will be done within 85% of the project economic life, including the moratorium scenario. So in that particular case, this is going to be up to 17 years की 17 साल के अंदर you have to do the repayment. ठीक है जी. यहां तक कोई दिक्कत है किसी को? यहां तक कोई दिक्कत है? अगर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है तो जस्ट गिव मी यस सर सो दैट आई कैन मूव अहेड. If it is clear in this point, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. If it is clear, just give me yes sir. ठीक है जी, क्लियर है ना? अब आगे बढ़ते हैं, अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ते हैं और अगला पॉइंट ध्यान से देखिएगा. अब मैंने आपको एक टर्म बताई थी दैट इज क्रेडिट लिमिट, सॉरी दैट इज क्रेडिट इवेंट. अब ये जो क्रेडिट इवेंट है, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस टर्म दैट इज क्रेडिट इवेंट? So credit event is a situation where the lender feel कि जो lending है that will not be repaid, the loan given by the bank or the lender will turn into NPA. So that point which trigger or which make the lender feel that I won't be able to recover my funds in the near future, we call it as credit event. And this credit event will not only occur if the loan repayment is not done. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि अगर once your project is completed, now your project is operational, and during the operation if project repayment or the repayment of the loan is not done, that is the only case which results in credit event. No. Beside this, before completion of the project, before completion of the construction phase, if the project constructor, the contractor approaches to the lender and says कि सर प्रोजेक्ट थोड़ा लंबा होगा, आई नीड टू एक्सटेंड द प्रोजेक्ट फॉर फ्यू ईयर्स. सो वेन एवर देर इज अ कॉल फॉर एक्सटेंशन, वेन एवर देर इज अ डिले इन delivering the project, whenever there is a delay in handing over the project, whenever the delivery of the project is unknown, all these situations, all these conditions, they fall under the category of credit event. अब अगर credit event हुआ तो क्या होगा? और मैं मान के चल रहा हूं कि ये जो क्रेडिट इवेंट है ये कौन से फेज में हुआ है? सर, इट हैज विटनेस्ड और इट हैज बीन विटनेस्ड इन द कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज इटसेल्फ. इट हैज बीन विटनेस्ड इन द कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज इटसेल्फ. अब अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज में बैंक फील्स देयर इज अ क्रेडिट इवेंट, देन बैंक विल मार्क द डेट ऑफ क्रेडिट इवेंट. तो ये क्रेडिट इवेंट की डेट है जहां पे कंस्ट्रक्टर ने कहा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने कहा, आई हैव टू एक्सटेंड द DCCO, आई वोंट बी एबल टू कंप्लीट द प्रोजेक्ट एज पर द गिवन टाइमलाइन. सो दिस इज द डे वेयर वी कैन मार्क इट एज क्रेडिट इवेंट. और जैसे ये क्रेडिट इवेंट मार्क होगा, अब बैंक के ऊपर, लेंडर के ऊपर एक कंडीशन है कि आपका जो लोन है, यू विल बी टर्मिंग इट एज NPA या फिर you will continue the loan to be termed as standard asset. So there are few conditions. If after the credit event, resolution plan is activated by the lender, and during the resolution plan, if certain conditions are fulfilled, then the loan will remain in the category of standard asset. Otherwise, the loan will be transferred or it will be converted as NPA. तो कंस्ट्रक्शन बाद में देखेंगे, पहले जो पैसा अभी तक लोन पे दे दिया उसको रिकवर कैसे करना है, दैट विल बी द मेजर चैलेंज फॉर द लेंडर. समझ आई यहां तक बात? यहां तक पॉइंट क्लियर हुआ? तो अब आज हो गया क्रेडिट इवेंट. द मोमेंट क्रेडिट इवेंट हैज अकर्ड, नाउ फॉर द नेक्स्ट 30 days, the lenders, the group of lenders, they will review कि what is the credit event, what was the intensity of this credit event, what is the probability or what are the chances that the loan will be turning into NP in the near future, what is the current scenario of the company. We call it as what it is known as review phase. We call it as review phase. After review phase, all the lenders, जितने भी banks हैं जिन्होंने मिलकर लोन दिया, they will come together and they will initiate the process of resolution plan. अब resolution plan में क्या क्या चीजें होंगी? सर, resolution plan में 3 चीजें हो सकती हैं. पहला जो पॉइंट है resolution plan का वो है कि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आपका जो प्रोजेक्ट है it won't be completed in the given timeline, so there will be extension of TCCO. ये जो डेट है it will be extended, but there is a limit. What is the limit? अगर ये extension है up to 3 years in case of infrastructure projects, और अगर ये extension है up to 2 years in case of non-infrastructure project, non-infrastructure project, then in this case loan after this resolution plan will fall in the category of standard asset only. इसको हम क्या कहेंगे कि सर कोई बात नहीं, ये स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ही, अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन हो रहा है इट इज एक्सेप्टेबल, अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन हो रहा है इट इज एक्सेप्टेबल। अब दूसरा पॉइंट ये हुआ कि सर अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन होगा, अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन होगा तो उस केस में क्या होगा सर, अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन हो रहा है तो देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यू नीड कॉस्ट, जो कॉस्ट है वो कॉस्ट ओवररन होगी, कॉस्ट इंक्रीज होगी, और ये जो कॉस्ट ओवररन है वो कितना हो सकता है सर, अप टू 10% ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट। ये कितना हो सकता है सर, दैट विल बी प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट का 10%, और ये जो प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट का 10% है ये कहां से आएगा सर, दैट विल कम फ्रॉम स्टैंड बाय क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी, दैट विल कम फ्रॉम स्टैंड बाय क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी। तो यहां पर आपका लोन क्या हो जाएगा, कॉस्ट ओवररन के बाद स्टैंड बाय क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी से 10% एक्स्ट्रा फंड्स जो हैं वो रिकवर, वो यूज किए जाएंगे, एंड आफ्टर द यूज ऑफ दोज फंड्स, आफ्टर द यूज ऑफ दोज फंड्स, then the project will continue to be in the category of standard asset. Project को आज भी हम will maintain to be termed as what? So we will call it in the same category, that is standard asset. यहां तक पॉइंट क्लियर हुआ? कोई डाउट है यहां तक? Any doubt till this point? Cost overrun क्या होता है? Why this point of cost overrun has come in the picture? So the point of cost overrun has come in the picture because अगर आपने extend किया है, you have extended the timelines, you have extended the date of delivery of the project, obviously तो cost भी बढ़ेगा, अगर वो cost up to 10% बढ़ रहा है, और उसके बाद debt to equity ratio इस प्रोजेक्ट की appropriate है, then in that particular case loan will be termed to be maintained in the category of standard asset only. अगर ये conditions fulfill नहीं हुई, मान लो cost overrun 10% से ज्यादा, मान लो extension 3 साल या 2 साल से ज्यादा है, तो उस केस में this loan will be declared as NPA, this project will be declared as NPA. समझ आई ये बात? तीसरा और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है in this discussion is that is termed as what? So that is termed as change in scope. That is termed as change in scope and size. आपने क्या कहा कि सर अगर प्रोजेक्ट में एक्सटेंशन हो रहा है तो एक्सटेंशन विल बी द पार्ट ऑफ रेजोल्यूशन प्लान, बट हो सकता है कि ये जो एक्सटेंशन है दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज, चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट। अब भैया मैंने सोचा था कि ब्रिज बनाऊंगा 5 किलोमीटर का, तो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा नहीं यार, अब बना ही रहे हो तो 2 किलोमीटर और एक्सटेंड कर लो, नीचे वाले 2-3 जो इश्यूज हैं वो और ज्यादा सॉल्व हो जाएंगे। तो ये क्या हुआ, स्कोप जो प्रोजेक्ट का है, जो साइज है प्रोजेक्ट का, वो क्या हो गया, इंक्रीज हो गया। और जब भी कभी आपका प्रोजेक्ट का साइज इंक्रीज होता है, स्कोप इंक्रीज होता है, तो उस केस में वी कीप द प्रोजेक्ट एज स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, वी विल कीप द प्रोजेक्ट इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, ये प्रॉब्लम कैसे आई? प्रॉब्लम ऐसे आई कि क्रेडिट इवेंट हुआ, क्रेडिट इवेंट में कंपनी ने क्या कहा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने क्या कहा, सर आई वोंट बी एबल टू डिलीवर द प्रोजेक्ट ऑन द गिवन डेट। जैसे उसने ये डिक्लेयर किया कि आई वांट एक्सटेंशन, यानी कि क्रेडिट इवेंट हो गया। अब क्रेडिट इवेंट हुआ तो बैंक्स ने या लेंडर्स ने मिलकर रेजोल्यूशन प्लान को इनिशिएट किया, और जब रेजोल्यूशन प्लान को इनिशिएट किया गया तब प्रोजेक्ट ओनर, प्रोजेक्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने बताया कि सर देयर इज अ एडिशन इन द प्रोजेक्ट, स्कोप एंड साइज प्रोजेक्ट का इंक्रीज हुआ है, एंड आई वांट दैट माय लोन शुड रिमेन इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ओनली, irrespective of the point that my loan has already witnessed a credit event. तो आरबीआई ने कहा ठीक है, we'll maintain your project as what? We will maintain your project as standard asset if you fulfill certain conditions in case of scope and size. In case of scope and size revision, what are those conditions? The first condition is, in case of scope and size, more investment in the project should be greater than 25% of project cost. अगर project cost से 25% का एडिशन होगा, अगर 25% का एडिशन होगा, greater than or equals to 25% of project cost, अगर आपकी project cost 25% या उससे ज्यादा बढ़ेगी, 25% या उससे ज्यादा बढ़ेगी, तभी वी विल एक्सेप्ट द स्कोप एंड साइज। अदरवाइज अगर 25% से कम बढ़ रहा है तो भैया कॉस्ट ओवररन में ही अपने आप को मैनेज कर लो। अगर कॉस्ट ओवररन में मैनेज नहीं हो रहा देन विल कॉल इट एज एनपीए, क्योंकि स्कोप एंड साइज का मतलब है कम से कम जो कॉस्ट है वो 25% तो बढ़नी ही चाहिए। कम से कम जो कॉस्ट है वो 25% तो बढ़नी ही चाहिए। उसके साथ साथ जो आपका लेंडर है वो रीअसेस करेगा कि क्या ये पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट वायलेबल है या नहीं, और इस प्रोजेक्ट की री रेटिंग की जाएगी। तो एक तो इसका वायलेबिलिटी चेक की जाएगी दोबारा, क्या ये प्रोजेक्ट वायलेबल है या नहीं, और उसके साथ साथ इसकी री रेटिंग की जाएगी। अगर री रेटिंग करते समय आपकी जो रेटिंग है वो एक नॉच कम होती है देन इट इज एक्सेप्टेबल। व्हाट डज दिस मीन? एक नॉच कम होती है कि अगर मैं कहूं जब प्रोजेक्ट को स्टार्ट किया गया उसकी रेटिंग ए थी, अब ए से कम होकर ए माइनस हुई, एक्सेप्टेबल है। ए प्लस थी, ए प्लस से कम होकर ए हुई, एक्सेप्टेबल है। लेकिन ए प्लस से अगर ए माइनस हो गई, 2 नॉच गिर गई, सो दैट इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल। नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल का मतलब इट वोंट बी टर्म्ड एज स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, इट विल बी टर्म्ड एज व्हाट सर? इट विल बी टर्म्ड एज एनपीए। इट विल बी टर्म्ड एज एनपीए। समझ आ गई बात? समझ आ गई। लेकिन एक चीज आप याद रखना, ये जो स्टैंडर्ड एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन का बेनिफिट है ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ चेंज इन स्कोप, इट इज अलाउड ओनली वंस। ये वाला जो पार्ट है ये सिर्फ एक ही बार हो सकता है। ऑब्वियस ही बात है सर, आप जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसका स्कोप बार बार बदलोगे, उसका साइज बार बार बदलोगे तो प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट कब होगा? सो दिस इज अलाउड ओनली वंस इफ दीज 3 कंडीशंस आर फुलफिल्ड। अगर तो ये दोनों कंडीशंस फुलफिल हो गई, योर लोन विल रिमेन इन स्टैंडर्ड एसेट कैटेगरी। बट इफ द क्रेडिट इवेंट हैज अकर्ड with the demand of extension of the DCCO, but that demand is in order to increase the size and scope, then in case of size and scope, these conditions are need to be fulfilled. And if these conditions are fulfilled, then the loan will remain in the category of standard asset. Otherwise, if these conditions are not fulfilled, then the loan will be declared as what? So loan will be declared as NPA. Your loan will be declared as what? Sir, it will be declared as NPA. यहां पे एक और चीज है, the conditions shall be required to be met before the expiry of 180 days from the end of review period. मतलब कि ये जो conditions हैं जो हमने यहां मेंशन की हैं, these conditions are need to be met. These conditions are need to be met within 180 days. अगर 180 दिन के अंदर ये conditions meet हो गई, your loan will remain in the category of standard asset. Otherwise भले ये कंडीशंस फुलफिल हो रही हो बट टाइम अगर ज्यादा लग गया, 180 दिन से ज्यादा लग गया, देन अगेन दिस लोन विल बी डिक्लेयर्ड एज एनपीए। देन अगेन दिस लोन विल बी डिक्लेयर्ड एज एनपीए। समझ आ गई है पूरी कहानी? इज दिस स्टोरी इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन? इफ द स्टोरी इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन, जस्ट गिव मी यस सर। इफ द स्टोरी इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन, जस्ट गिव मी यस सर। बेटा ये जो क्लासेस है ना, ये क्लासेस हर उस एग्जाम के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है जिसमें फाइनेंस रिलेटेड करंट अफेयर्स पूछे जाएंगे। फिर चाहे वो बैंक एग्जाम्स हो, आरबीआई हो, सेबी हो, आईएफआरडीए हो, पीएफआरडीए हो, कोई भी एग्जामिनेशन हो, यहां पे जो भी हम सीख रहे हैं, दे आर गोइंग टू हेल्प यू। इवन दे आर गोइंग टू हेल्प यू इन आईएफएससी एग्जाम विच इज गोइंग टू अकर इन नियर फ्यूचर, पीएफआरडी एग्जाम जो बहुत जल्द होने वाला, तो उन सारे एग्जाम्स के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। फिर बैंकिंग एग्जाम, एसबीआई पीओ, आईबीपीएस पीओ, उन सब के लिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। इवन अगर आप जैब कैब के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं तो भी ये क्लासेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? चलो अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ते हैं। अगला पॉइंट क्या कहता है सर? अगला पॉइंट कहता है कि अगर आपका लोन स्टैंडर्ड एसेट की कैटेगरी में है, देन वी ऑल नो दैट यू हैव टू मेंटेन सर्टेन रिजर्व्स। वी ऑल नो दैट यू हैव टू मेंटेन सर्टेन रिजर्व्स, वी कॉल इट एज प्रोविजनिंग। याद है मैंने आपको क्रेडिट प्रोविजनिंग पढ़ाया था इन केस ऑफ जनरल लोन। इन केस ऑफ जनरल लोन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट क्रेडिट प्रोविजनिंग, और उस क्रेडिट प्रोविजनिंग में मैंने आपको बताया था दैट क्रेडिट प्रोविजनिंग will be defined as per the asset characteristics. If the asset, that means bank's loan, is in the category of standard asset, that means risk is pretty low, then in that case provisioning will be low. As asset character changes, it moves from standard to substandard, substandard to doubtful, doubtful to loss asset. The moment the asset category changes, that means the risk associated with the asset increases, the provisioning will also increase. Now with respect to project finance, there is a condition of, or there are certain criteria of provisioning. And if I talk about these provisionings, how we define these provisionings, so these provisionings are defined as per the loan. First category we have is commercial real estate project. Then we have commercial real estate residential housing projects, and then we have the infrastructure projects, or we call it as other projects. Infrastructure projects, or we call it as other project. ठीक है, अब इसमें भी दो कंडीशंस हैं. क्या दो कंडीशंस हैं सर? पहली कंडीशन है कि अगर आपका प्रोजेक्ट अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज में है, इफ योर प्रोजेक्ट इज इन कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज, इफ योर प्रोजेक्ट इज इन कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज, तब जो आपकी प्रोविजनिंग है दैट विल बी डिफरेंट. एंड इफ द प्रोजेक्ट इज इन ऑपरेशनल फेज, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस योर प्रोविजनिंग विल बी डिफरेंट. आई होप इट्स वेरी क्लियर, है ना? अब ये प्रोविजनिंग कितनी कितनी होगी, आई जस्ट लेट यू नो. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द प्रोविजनिंग वैल्यू or the provisioning percentage, sir, it is 1.25% for commercial real estate projects. It is 1% for commercial real estate residential housing project, and it is 1% for the infrastructure projects, or we can call it as other projects, or we call it as other project. ठीक है, अब जैसे ही आपका ये प्रोजेक्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन में, सॉरी, ऑपरेशनल फेज में जाएगा, in case of operational phase, now bank has started receiving the return. The moment bank has started receiving the return, that means risk has decreased. If risk has decreased, we will decrease the provisioning. If now you are decreasing the provisioning, this falls down to 1%. This falls down to 1%. This falls down to 0.75%, and it falls down to 0.40%. It falls down to 0.40%. ठीक है जी. अब यहां पे एक नया कंडीशन ऐड ऑन करते हैं. वो नई कंडीशन क्या है? द न्यू कंडीशन इज इफ DCCO इज एक्सटेंडेड. याद है मैंने अभी आपको बताया था कि आपकी जो DCCO है वो एक्सटेंड हो सकती है. आपकी जो DCCO है वो एक्सटेंड हो सकती है, और वो कितनी एक्सटेंड हो सकती है सर? अगर आप DCCO जो कि एक्सेप्टेड है इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, क्योंकि ये सारी प्रोविजनिंग स्टैंडर्ड एसेट के लिए, तो उसमें मैंने आपको बताया था in case of infrastructure project it is accepted up to 3 years, and in case of commercial project, in case of commercial real estate project including the residential housing projects, kitna extension allowed hai so that the loan remains in the category of standard asset only? So that is 2 years. yaad hai? Do you remember this? Say yes or no. Do you remember this? Say yes or no. ठीक है. अब होगा क्या? अब होगा ये कि सर अगर आपका जो लोन है उस लोन का DCCO एक्सटेंड किया गया, तो अगर लोन का DCCO एक्सटेंड किया, स्टिल लोन रिमेन्स इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट. क्योंकि अगर इतना एक्सटेंशन होगा तो उस केस में लोन तो स्टैंडर्ड एसेट में रहेगा, लेकिन अगर DCCO एक्सटेंड हुआ है तो देयर इज अ पॉइंट दैट द रिस्क रिलेटेड टू द लोन हैज इंक्रीज्ड. There is a point that risk related to the loan has increased. It's quite obvious that loan is still in the category of standard asset, but the risk associated with this standard asset has increased. The moment risk associated with this standard asset has increased, then there will be an addition. Provisioning which is need to be done. And what will be this additional provisioning? So this additional provisioning is going to be 0.575%, 0.565%, 0.625% per quarter, 0.625% per quarter for commercial real estate and commercial real estate housing projects. And in case of infrastructure projects, it is going to be what value? Sir, there will be an addition provisioning which is required, and that will be 0.375%. 375% per quarter. Addition, or I would say additional provisioning. ठीक है जी. अब यहां पर मानो, अब यहां पे ध्यान से सुनना, मानो अगर जो एक्सटेंशन है, the extension which has been done, please pay attention. If the extension over here is maximum extension कितनी हो सकती है सर? 2 years. Maximum extension यहां पे भी कितनी हो सकती है सर? 3 years. If I go with the maximum values, then in that particular case, what will happen? Sir, in that particular case, with respect to this construction phase, there will be an addition. With respect to this construction phase, there will be an addition. और वो addition कितना होगा? सर, एक क्वार्टर है 0.5625, एक जो क्वार्टर है दैट इज 0.565, मैंने तो कैलकुलेटर उठा लिया। अब ये जो 0.625 है, 0.5625 है, दिस इज फॉर 1 क्वार्टर। एक साल में कितने क्वार्टर होंगे? 4। 2 साल में कितने क्वार्टर होंगे? 8। अब अगर 2 साल में 8 क्वार्टर होंगे, इफ आई मल्टीप्लाई दिस विद 8, दैट मींस व्हाट विल बी एन एडिशनल, that means what will be an additional provisioning which is need to be done, so 4.5% additional will be done। अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज में एक्सटेंशन हुआ तभी ये एप्लीकेबल है, क्योंकि जब ऑपरेशनल फेज में आ गया तब तो डीसीसीओ एक्सटेंड होगा ही नहीं, डीसीसीओ के बाद ही तो ऑपरेशनल फेज आया। तो यहां पर अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज से, अब अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज से एक्सटेंशन हो गया तो उस केस में क्या होगा सर? उस केस में for CRE it will increase by 4.5 and for CRE RH it will also increase by 4.5%। यहां पे अगर आप देखें तो मैक्सिमम स्कोप कितना है? If you see over here, what is the maximum scope? So 0.375% is extra provisioning for 1 quarter. In 3 years we have 12 quarters. In 3 years we have 12 quarters. Then again there will be an addition of 4.5%. So समझ लो, प्रॉब्लम जो थी वो आरबीआई ने रिजॉल्व कर दिया। पहले आरबीआई क्या कह रहा था? आरबीआई कहता था कि जब आप प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग में जाएंगे तो प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग के केस में इवन इफ योर लोन is in the standard asset category, you have to maintain a provisioning of around 5% in the standard asset category। और banks they were very upset with this कि अगर हम standard asset के लिए भी provisioning 5% रखेंगे तो सर ये बताओ प्रॉफिट कहां से कमाएंगे? तो बैंक कहता, आरबीआई कहता टेंशन मत लो, I'll change it। तो आरबीआई ने क्या कहा? If your project is in standard asset, in construction phase or in operational phase, these are the pretty limited, pretty low provisionings which you need to keep। But if your project DCCO is extended, if your project's DCCO is extended and it is extended within the limit because of which the loan remains in the category of standard asset, because which the loan still remain in the category of स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, तो लोन आज भी स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ही है, बट द एक्सटेंशन ऑफ डीसीसीओ विल रिजल्ट इन एडिशन ऑफ रिजर्व्स और एडिशन ऑफ आई वुड से क्रेडिट प्रोविजनिंग, एंड दिस एडिशन इज गोइंग टू बी 0.5625% फॉर 1 क्वार्टर। अगर आपका एक्सटेंशन इज फॉर 1 year, you will multiply it with 4. Extension is for 1.5 years, then you will multiply with 6. If it is extension is for let's say 2 years, then it will be multiplied by 8. Same goes over here, but the maximum limit over here is 3 years and the maximum limit is 2 years. 2 years and 3 years maximum limit with respect to what? Sir, to maintain the loan in the category of standard asset. अगर ये लिमिट क्रॉस कर दी, स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ही नहीं रहेगा, स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ही नहीं रहेगा, तो ये जो प्रोविजनिंग्स हम पढ़ रहे हैं इनकी बातें ही नहीं रहेंगी। समझ आ गया जी? क्लियर हो गया? कोई दिक्कत, कोई परेशानी है तो पूछ लो, अदरवाइज मेरी तरफ से कहानी कंक्लूड है। मैं आपको सारी कहानी दिखा देता हूं। ये इमेज फॉर्म में 3 इमेजेस में पूरे का पूरा आपका जो सर्कुलर है वो मैंने कंप्लीट कर दिया। अब आप ध्यान से देख लो इसमें क्या क्या चीजें हैं जो हमने पहले हम पढ़ चुके हैं। ये हमारा पहला इंट्रोडक्शन पार्ट था, हमने लास्ट क्लास में पढ़ा। फिर हमने पढ़ा प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस होता क्या है। देन वी स्टडीड द 3 phases ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस। उन 3 phases को काफी डिटेल में हमने पढ़ा। उसके बाद वी मूव्ड अहेड, देन वी डिस्कस्ड व्हाट इज डीसीसीओ, ओरिजिनल क्या है, एक्सटेंडेड डीसीसीओ क्या है, एक्चुअल डीसीसीओ क्या है। देन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट डेट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर क्या है। देन वी डिस्कस इन डिटेल द प्रोजेक्ट फ्लो, जिसमें सबसे पहले प्रोजेक्ट अप्रेजल होगा, फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर होगा। देन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज, देन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट डीसीसी, और उसके बाद रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होगा, उसके बाद लोन रीपेमेंट होगी। देन वी मूव्ड अहेड, देन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट व्हाट इज क्रेडिट इवेंट, देन वी मूव्ड अहेड, देन वी टॉक्ड अबाउट रेजोल्यूशन प्लान। फिर हमने फाइनली अपने इस पर्टिकुलर मास्टर डायरेक्शन को, इस सर्कुलर को स्टार्ट किया, और जैसे ही हमने इसको स्टार्ट किया वी टॉक्ड अबाउट इट्स एप्लीकेबिलिटी। इट इज एप्लीकेबल ऑन all the banks excluding payment banks, local area banks as well as RRBs, ये याद रखना। उसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें तो लेंडर्स से रिलेटेड क्या क्या कंडीशंस हैं कि बिफोर प्रोवाइडिंग द लोन, बिफोर गिविंग द लोन डिस्पर्समेंट, these conditions are need to be fulfilled, then only lending will be done. Then there is a condition related to the lender exposure कि लेंडर का एक्सपोजर पर लेंडर एक्सपोजर कितना हो सकता है। सब पर लेंडर एक्सपोजर 10% होगा मिनिमम, अगर लोन की वैल्यू या टोटल एक्सपोजर है 1500 करोड़ का, और अगर टोटल एक्सपोजर 1500 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस per lender exposure will be 5% or 150 crores, whichever is higher. ठीक है जी. उसके बाद we talked about कि land rights के लिए we talked about appointed date, then we talked about infrastructure projects में techno economic viability government check करेगी if the total aggregate loan is more than 100 crore rupees. Stage wise disbursement होगा, जहां पे हमने ये बात की थी कि जो डिस्पर्समेंट है वो 3 कैटेगरी से लिंक होगा. एक है आपका प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीशन स्टेज, दूसरा इक्विटी इन्फ्यूजन और तीसरा था अदर कमिटेड फंडिंग सोर्सेस. फिर उसके बाद हमने बात की ऑनगोइंग मॉनिटरिंग करनी होगी, और अगर क्रेडिट इवेंट हुआ तो क्रेडिट इवेंट क्यों हो सकता है, ध्यान से देखो. या तो डिफॉल्ट हो जाए लोन, या फिर डीसीसीओ एक्सटेंशन का नीड हो. तो इन सारे केसेस में वी कॉल इट एज व्हाट सर, वी कॉल इट एज क्रेडिट इवेंट. और जब क्रेडिट इवेंट होगा तो रेजोल्यूशन प्लान को इंट्रोड्यूस करना होगा, लेकिन रेजोल्यूशन प्लान से भी पहले यू हैव टू इन्फॉर्म और यू हैव टू अपडेट द क्रेडिट इवेंट अंडर CRILC, ताकि और सारे लेंडर्स को भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाए जो कि लिंक्ड है डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली टू द पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट. फिर उसके बाद आप रिव्यू करेंगे और रिव्यू पीरियड होगा 30 डेज का. आफ्टर 30 डेज ऑफ रिव्यू पीरियड देन वी विल कम अप विद द डिसीजन कि क्या हम अपने लोन को एनपीए का टैग देंगे या नहीं. तो पहली कंडीशन है कि अगर आपका लोन एक्सटेंड होता है अप टू 3 इयर्स, या आपका प्रोजेक्ट एक्सटेंड होता है अप टू 3 इयर्स या अप टू 2 इयर्स, वी वोंट डिक्लेयर इट एज एनपीए, इट विल बी डिक्लेयर्ड एज स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ओनली, कीपिंग इन माइंड द सेकंड कंडीशन. द सेकंड कंडीशन इज जो कॉस्ट ओवररन है वो होगा अप टू 10%, और वो पैसा कहां से आएगा, सो दैट विल कम आउट फ्रॉम द स्टैंड बाय क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी. अगर स्टैंड बाय क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी नहीं है तो उस केस में एक्स्ट्रा रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट विल बी चार्ज ऑन दिस ओवररन कॉस्ट विच इज अप टू 10%. फिर प्रोजेक्ट का डेट टू इक्विटी रेशियो एग्जामिन किया जाएगा, एक्सटर्नल क्रेडिट रेटिंग देखी जाएंगी. इफ एवरीथिंग इज स्ट्रॉन्ग, इफ एवरीथिंग इज इन फेवर, देन द लोन विल रिमेन इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट ओनली. अब मान लो कि यहां पे जो ये एक्सटेंशन हुआ था, डीसीसीओ एक्सटेंशन हुआ था, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ स्कोप और चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज. तो अगर चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज है तो आपका लोन जो है दैट विल रिमेन इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड एसेट even after the credit event, even after the demand for extension of DCCO, if project cost जो है वो increase होगा excluding the cost overrun at least by 25%. lenders वो reassess करेंगे प्रोजेक्ट के वायलेबिलिटी को, re-rate होगा प्रोजेक्ट, it should not fall below 1 notch or it should not fall by more than 1 notch. और standard asset classification benefit on account of change in scope can be done only once in the lifetime of the project. तो अगर आपका लोन, आपका प्रोजेक्ट में क्रेडिट इवेंट हुआ जहां पे डिमांड हुई, वी हैव टू चेंज द डेट, वी हैव टू एक्सटेंड द डीसीसीओ, तो क्वेश्चन आया कि व्हाट इज द नीड ऑफ दिस एक्सटेंशन. दे से द नीड ऑफ दिस एक्सटेंशन इज चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज, और अगर चेंज इन स्कोप एंड साइज में ये कंडीशंस फुलफिल हो रही हैं, लोन विल बी डिक्लेयर्ड एज स्टैंडर्ड एसेट. अदरवाइज अगर ये कंडीशंस फुलफिल नहीं हो रही, स्टिल देयर इज अ change in size and scope, then it will be termed as NPA. And then the last point we have is कि you have to complete this entire resolution process within 180 days, which we have already discussed. अब criteria क्या रखा गया provisioning का? This is the criteria of provisioning in case of construction phase, in case of operational phase. Then I have already discussed with you, if there is an extension for infrastructure project as well as non-infrastructure projects, there should be extra provisioning done once the DCCO is extended, and this extra provisioning is calculated per quarter depending upon the DCCO extension. और ये सारी बातें जो आपके सामने है, ये सारी की सारी चीजें मैंने 3 स्लाइड्स में आपको यहां प्रेजेंट करके दी हैं. आई होप अगर आप देख पा रहे होंगे तो आपको तीनों की तीनों स्लाइड्स में पूरे का पूरा जो निचोड़ है इस पूरी की पूरी मास्टर सर्कुलर का वो दिख रहा हो. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? कोई दिक्कत, कोई परेशानी? If everything is fine, just give me yes sir. If everything is fine, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. If it is clear to everyone, give me yes sir quickly so that I can move on to the next news. The next news is again very important. Let's try to decode the next news as well. This is again related to RBI, I guess. Yes, the next news is RBI has recently presented the data. RBI has recently presented the data on external debt. Whenever we talk about external debt, External debt basically means the amount borrowed by the entire nation. The moment I say entire nation, in this I include the government as well as I include the private players, I include the government agencies, everybody whatsoever borrowing is done from rest of the world will fall in the category of external debt. And this external debt is borrowed in US dollars. It is also borrowed in INR. Now you must be wondering, external debt INR में कैसे? सर external debt INR में हो सकती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल रशिया के साथ आपने INR ट्रेड सेटलमेंट किया. रशिया इज हैविंग ह्यूज रिजर्व्स ऑफ INR, तो उनके लिए INR किसी काम का नहीं है. सो दे हैव गिवन यू INR इन द फॉर्म ऑफ लोन. तो आपको INR मतलब इंडियन रुपीज के फॉर्म में लोन मिल गया. You have got the loan as a government what you were looking forward for, or as a company what you were looking forward for. Secondly, there is no exchange rate risk क्योंकि आपको जो लोन मिला वो रुपीज में मिला, आपको वापस भी रुपीज में करना. उसके अलावा you borrow in yen and you borrow in different currencies. उसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें जो borrowing है वो सबसे ज्यादा या जो borrowing की जाती है that is done by the government. Borrowing is done by the non-government organizations, or we can call it as private organizations. These are the borrowers. So there are few conditions which we need to remember. So let's get started with this discussion. जो जो चीजें आपने याद रखनी है मैंने सिर्फ वही यहाँ पर include की हैं. I have highlighted those datas which you need to remember, and from a very big circular I have just taken up, or from a very big piece of information I have taken up only those informations which are relevant for your examination point of view, जहां पे आपके पास descriptive question में use की जा सकती है, या फिर you can use this data in your objective questions as well if required. तो सबसे पहली चीज, the stock of external debt as of March 2025 has been disclosed by RBI in the recent bulletin. So at the end of March 2025, India's external debt, तो अगर हमसे कोई पूछे कि आज इंडिया के ऊपर टोटल एक्सटर्नल डेट कितना है, तो आज इंडिया के ऊपर जो टोटल एक्सटर्नल डेट है दैट इज $736 बिलियन, जो कि इंक्रीज हुआ विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मार्च 2024. और मार्च 2024 में अगर हम बात करें तो इससे $67 बिलियन कम था. मोटी मोटी अगर मैं बात करूं $670 बिलियन के आसपास था मार्च 2024 में, लेकिन अब वो बढ़कर कितना हो गया सर? इट हैज इंक्रीज टू $736 बिलियन. इसका मतलब इस साल में जो एडिशन हुआ है एक्सटर्नल डेट का ऑन इंडिया, दैट इज व्हाट वैल्यू? सो द वैल्यू ऑफ दैट एक्सटर्नल और द वैल्यू ऑफ एडिशनल डेट ऑन इंडिया इज $67.5 बिलियन. सेकेंड पॉइंट जो इंपॉर्टेंट है, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, द एक्सटर्नल जीडीपी, एक्सटर्नल डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो. अगर आप $736 बिलियन को डिवाइड करते हैं विद द इंडियन जीडीपी, लेट्स से इट्स $4.5 ट्रिलियन, तो जब आप उसे डिवाइड करेंगे दैट कम्स आउट टू बी 19.1%. इट हैज इंक्रीज टू 19.1% व्हिच वाज अर्लियर 18.5%. तो पहले जो एक्सटर्नल डेट जीडीपी रेशियो था दैट वाज 18.5%. नाउ इट हैज इंक्रीज टू 19.1%. अगेन दिस डेटा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, द वैल्यूएशन इफेक्ट. इस पॉइंट को मैं समझाता हूं, ध्यान से देखना. एक एग्जांपल ले रहा हूं, उस एग्जांपल को एग्जांपल की तरह सुनिएगा, एवरीथिंग विल बी क्लियर टू यू. Let's say there is a company, I call this company COIND. तो इंडिया की कंपनी है. This company has borrowed $100 as loan from a foreign entity. किसी foreign entity से $100 लोन लिया, and this loan is borrowed for 2 years. और जिस दिन ये borrowing की गई, the day when this borrowing was done, during the day of borrowing, $1 was equals to 100 rupees. $1 was equals to 100 rupees. तो टेक्निकली ये जो कंपनी है, इस कंपनी ने कितना पैसा बोरो किया? सर इस कंपनी ने $100 बोरो किए, या फिर आप इंडियन रुपीज में कितना बोल सकते हैं? सर इंडियन रुपीज में यू कैन से दिस कंपनी हैज बोरोड 10,000 रुपीज. ठीक है जी, कोई दिक्कत? अब क्या हुआ कि ये जो बोरोइंग थी ये इस साल में की गई. द बोरोइंग हैज बीन डन इन दिस फाइनेंशियल ईयर, और इस एक साल के अंदर जिसका आरबीआई डेटा शेयर कर रहा है, in that one financial year, there has been revision in the exchange rate. So what is the revision in the exchange rate? So the $1, which was earlier equals to 100 rupees, now its value has increased to 110. Now its value has increased to 110 rupees. अगर इसकी वैल्यू इंक्रीज हो गई और इंक्रीज होकर कितनी हो गई 110 रुपीज, तो ये जो आपका लोन था which was $100, the loan which was $100, now this loan will increase to what value? So this loan will increase to 11,000 rupees. This loan will increase to 11,000. क्यों? लोन वैल्यू क्यों बढ़ गई सर? बिकॉज ऑफ द एक्सचेंज रेट. अब अगर मैं कहूं कि 11,000 के लोन को मैं रिप्रेजेंट करूं फ्रॉम द डे ऑफ बोरोइंग, तो डे ऑफ बोरोइंग में ये जो आपका बोरोइंग $100 का था वो एक्चुअली में बढ़कर कितना हो गया $110. अब ये जो $10 का एडिशन हुआ आपके लोन में, ये जो $10 का एडिशन हुआ आपके लोन में, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट सर? दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ foreign currency valuation. That is because of foreign currency appreciation. That is because of foreign currency appreciation. इसका मतलब क्या? US dollar appreciated with respect to Indian rupees. With respect to Indian rupees. अब आपका जो borrower है, the borrower will be paying back in dollars undoubtedly. लेकिन जब आप पे करोगे डॉलर्स में, you will be exchanging रुपीज इंटू डॉलर. यू विल बी एक्सचेंजिंग रुपीज इंटू डॉलर. तो आपने 11,000 रुपए जो आपने रिटर्न करने हैं, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी $100 ओनली एज पर द एक्सचेंज रेट. बट इन कंपैरिजन टू द इनिशियल फेज, योर लोन हैज इंक्रीज टू $110. और ये जो $10 इंक्रीज हुआ है, दैट इज नॉट अ प्रैक्टिकल इंक्रीज, दैट इज एन इंक्रीज ड्यू टू द US डॉलर एप्रिसिएशन. तो अगर आप इसे एक्सक्लूड करते हैं, अगर आप इस एप्रिसिएशन को एक्सक्लूड करते हैं, इफ यू एक्सक्लूड दिस एप्रिसिएशन, देन और इफ यू एक्सक्लूड द वैल्यूएशन इफेक्ट, देन बोरोइंग और आई वुड से देन द एक्सटर्नल डेट वुड हैव इंक्रीज्ड. देन द एक्सटर्नल डेट जो आपने यहां पे लिखा कि एक्सटर्नल डेट पिछले साल के हिसाब से कितना इंक्रीज हुआ? $67.5 बिलियन. बट अगर आप इस एक्सटेंशन में while calculating this particular increase, while discussing this particular increase, if you include the valuation value also, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा? तो सर एक्चुअली में जो आपका लोन इंक्रीज हुआ है वो कितना हुआ? $72.9 बिलियन. क्योंकि ये तो आपने एक्चुअली पैसा बोरो किया, और ये $5 बिलियन जो आपकी US डॉलर्स एप्रिशिएट हो गए विद रिस्पेक्ट टू रुपीज, उसकी वजह से जो आपकी टोटल बोरोइंग इंक्रीज हुई है, दैट इज मोर देन $67.5 बिलियन. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. यू कैन कॉल इट एज फॉरेन करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट रिस्क. इन स्पेसिफिक यू विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस एज ट्रांसलेशन रिस्क, नॉट ट्रांजेक्शन रिस्क. दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज एट द एंड ऑफ मार्च 2025 लॉन्ग टर्म डेट. तो आपका जो एक्सटर्नल डेट है, उस एक्सटर्नल डेट में कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म डेट है 1 साल से ज्यादा वाला, कुछ शॉर्ट टर्म डेट है 1 साल से कम वाला. अब अगर हम बात करें लॉन्ग टर्म डेट की, तो सर लॉन्ग टर्म डेट है $601.9 बिलियन. $601.9 बिलियन. और आपका जो टोटल बोरोइंग्स थी वो कितनी थी? सर टोटल बोरोइंग वाज 736. अब 736 और 601 अगर आप इसे कंपेयर करेंगे, इट कम्स आउट टू 135. तो $135 बिलियन इज व्हाट? दिस इज योर शॉर्ट टर्म बोरोइंग. लॉन्ग टर्म बोरोइंग जो है दैट इज 70% ऑफ द टोटल बोरोइंग, और जो आपकी शॉर्ट टर्म बोरोइंग है, सॉरी 72.1% या 72.3%, कुछ ऐसा ही था, 71.7%. 71.7%. So it is 71.7% of the total borrowing, and rest of the borrowing is 18.3% is the borrowing in the form of short. तो ये आपको फिगर्स हैं जो याद रखनी है, दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट. अगला जो पॉइंट है, इसकी फिगर्स याद मत रखना, डू नॉट रिमेंबर द फिगर्स, बट फ्लो याद रखना. व्हाट इज द फ्लो? सर सबसे ज्यादा जो इंडिया ने बोरो किया है, सो द हाईएस्ट बोरोइंग डन बाय इंडिया इज डन इन विच denomination? So the highest borrowing done by India is done in in which form? So it is done in the currency that is US dollars. So highest borrowing is done in US dollars. Second highest we have Indian rupees, and on the third rank वी हैव EN। तो इस फॉर्म में, इस डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में क्या किया गया, बोरोइंग्स की गई है एज पर दी करेंसी। इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द शेयर ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग, इन द शेयर ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग सबसे ज्यादा जो आउटस्टैंडिंग शेयर है वो किसके ऊपर है? सबसे ज्यादा जो लोन है वो किस पे है? नॉन फाइनेंशियल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस पे है। अगेन डोंट रिमेंबर द डेटा परसेंटेज वाला, बट ये फ्लो याद रखना। नॉन फाइनेंशियल कॉर्पोरेशन के बाद सेकंड रैंक पे जो लोन है या फिर आप कहें कि जो लाइबिलिटीज हैं, दैट इज ऑन द डिपॉजिट टेकिंग कॉर्पोरेशंस। दैट मींस डिपॉजिट टेकिंग कॉर्पोरेशंस। तो डिपॉजिट टेकिंग कॉर्पोरेशंस का मतलब बैंक्स हो गए। बैंक्स के बाद अगर हम बात करें तो NBFCs हो गई। फिर उसके बाद आया हमारा जनरल गवर्नमेंट के बाद आए अदर फाइनेंशियल कॉर्पोरेशंस। तो अगर आपको ये फ्लो याद है फॉर दिस एज वेल एज दिस इज मोर देन सफिशिएंट। फ्लो से ज्यादा कुछ और एग्जामिनर नहीं पूछेगा। लास्ट पॉइंट विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज, अगर हम बात करें कि ये जो एक्सटर्नल बोरोइंग्स है इसमें सबसे ज्यादा पैसा लोन के फॉर्म में आया, लोन के बाद पैसा डिपॉजिट के फॉर्म में आया। तो जो डिपॉजिट के फॉर्म में आपके पास आया एंड ऑफ द डे है तो वो आपकी लाइबिलिटी। इफ यू आर अ बैंक ऑन वन साइड यू आर बोरोइंग, समझ लो इस पॉइंट को, वरना कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि ये डिपॉजिट कैसे आ गया। लेट्स से देयर इज एन इंडिविजुअल A, he stays in America. This individual A has deposited $10 in SBI and this individual A has given a loan of $20 to an individual in India. तो ये जो लोन दिया इंडिविजुअल को या फिर ये जो पैसा डिपॉजिट किया, both the funds are liability on India. So सबसे ज्यादा जो एक्सटर्नल डेट है, सबसे ज्यादा जो एक्सटर्नल लाइबिलिटी है, that is in the form of loan. Second rank पे we have debt and on the third rank, second rank पे we have deposit and on the third rank we have trade credits or advances, so on. Last but not the least is your debt service. अगर हम debt service की बात करें कि हर साल जो आपको प्रिंसिपल और इंटरेस्ट पे करना है, वो जो है that is 6.6% of your current receipts. 6.6% of the current receipts. तो गवर्नमेंट का जो करंट रिसीट है उसका 6.6% गवर्नमेंट मेक दी रीपेमेंट अगेंस्ट एक्सटर्नल डेट। अब वो एक रीपेमेंट में हो सकता है इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट हो या फिर रीपेमेंट हो लोन का, या फिर आई वुड से रिटर्न हो लोन का, क्योंकि अगर मान लो कोई लोन आपने लिया था दैट इज गोइंग टू मैच्योर इन दिस ईयर, तो उसका जो रिटर्न है एडिंग द इंटरेस्ट, इट कम्स आउट टू बी व्हाट वैल्यू सर? इट कम्स आउट टू बी 6.6% ऑफ व्हाट सर? इट कम्स आउट टू बी 6.6% ऑफ करंट रिसीट्स। ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया पॉइंट? कोई दिक्कत, कोई परेशानी? यहां तक ये सारा डेटा जो आपको याद रखना, आई गेस देयर इज नो डाउट। सिर्फ और सिर्फ you need to do the homework to remember these data. I have highlighted each and every point which you need to remember. जितना हाईलाइट किया बस वही याद रखना। अगर आप ध्यान से देखेंगे तो इस पॉइंट पे मैंने जो हाईलाइट किया है दैट इज ओनली द डिनोमिनेशन। आई हैव नॉट हाईलाइटेड दिस परसेंटेज। अगर मैंने परसेंटेज हाईलाइट नहीं किया तो डोंट रिमेंबर इट। सिमिलरली ओवर हियर just remember the values, not the just remember the names, not the percentages. Same goes for here as well. ठीक है, done, got it. Shall we move ahead? Give me yes sir in the comment section so that I can move ahead. And if you haven't liked this session yet, hit the like button. If you haven't shared the link of this session yet, do share the link of this session with your friends so that more and more students they can join us live. चलो जी, let's move on to the next news. अगली जो हमारी न्यूज है that is RBI has extended call money market timings by 2 hours from 1st of July 2025. I hope you remember what is call money market. So call money market is a place where scheduled banks, they are allowed to borrow and lend funds within banks itself, or I would say call money market is an interbank market where borrowing and lending is done for short term, generally for 24 hours or maybe up to 14 days. In case of 24 hours, the instrument which is used to borrow the loan is known as call money bill. And if you're borrowing for 2 days to 14 days, then we use a word that is, or we use an instrument that is known as notice money bill. This is a borrowing done by one bank from the another bank in order to avoid huge or high rate of interest charged by RBI, in order to avoid repo rate exhaustion, in case of RBI in order to avoid your exhaustion of MSF limits by in terms of directly borrowing from RBI. तो एक तरफ तो आप RBI से you can borrow the funds, you can borrow against repo rate, you can borrow against MSF. In case of MSF, there is a limit 2% of NDTL. In case of repo rate, you need government securities. So if you don't have government securities, you have already exhausted your MSF limit of 2% of NDTL, then what will you do? So you will, as a bank, you will go to call money market to borrow the funds from some other bank against a piece of paper, which is basically a promissory note which says that bank A will make the payment to bank B along with the rate of interest on completion of the time period. If it is 24 hours, it is known as call money bill. If it is more than 24 hours till 14 days, it is known as notice money bill. So this market was earlier allowed to operate, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. but now it will be allowed to operate from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. तो यहाँ पे ये point is very important. 2 hours wala extension is very important. The next point which is important is, so these timings are revised on the recommendation of working group chaired by Radha Shyam Ratho. So Radha Shyam Ratho, the executive director of RBI, under his chairmanship, a working group was set up, and that working group was set up back in February 2025, and they have given this recommendation कि sir, there is a requirement RBI should extend the कॉल मनी मार्केट टाइमिंग्स बाय 2 आवर्स. आरबीआई ने कहा सिर्फ और सिर्फ कॉल मनी मार्केट की टाइमिंग्स 2 घंटे इंक्रीज की है. बाकी सारी मार्केट्स जहां पे गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज की ट्रेडिंग हो रही है, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज आर ट्रेडेड, इंटरेस्ट रेट डेरिवेटिव मार्केट्स आर ट्रेडेड, देयर विल बी नो चेंज. देयर विल बी नो चेंज इन दोज मार्केट्स. सो सिंपल सटीक क्वेश्चन है कि सर कॉल मनी मार्केट टाइमिंग हैज बीन एक्सटेंडेड by 2 hours, and if you talk about the closing time for the market repo and tri-party repo, तो market repo और tri-party repo का जो closing time है वो 2:30 to 3 p.m. से increase करके कितना कर दिया 4 p.m. Earlier इसका जो closing time था that was around 2:30 to 3 p.m. Now it has been fixed कि इसका time क्या होगा 4 p.m. and that will be effective from 1st of August 2025. तो याद रखिएगा, in case of call money market, now the banks, they can borrow the loans, they can lend the loans, not from 9 to 5, rather from 9 to 7, which will give 2 hours extra window for the banks so that they can manage their overnight liquidity in more appropriate manner. Simple. Moving on to the next news. The next news I have is on Master Circular on Agency Commission that is given by RBI. बड़ा simple सा point है, इसको बड़े simple way में समझते हैं, discuss करते हैं. सुनिएगा ध्यान से. Please pay attention. Sir, as we know that government as well as government departments and government organizations, है ना? These government department, government organizations, they are liable to disperse funds to the public. They are liable to disperse funds to the public, and they are liable to collect funds from the public. So they are liable to distribute the funds. Now you must be wondering, is a distribute कब, क्यों, कैसे? Answer सुन लो. Government distribute subsidy to the public. याद आ रहा है? Government distribute subsidy to the public. Government distribute pension to the public. Government distribute certain type of grants or aids to the public. सही है. और दूसरा पॉइंट है, public pay taxes, that is GST, to the public on sale and purchase, and there are many other events where public is responsible to pay to the government. अब government या government department या government organization, they supposed to receive the funds from the public. But ऐसा तो मैंने कभी नहीं सुना that we are going to our CM house or we are going to our PM house or PM house या CM house या PM office या CM office के बाहर there is a window and you are depositing your funds which you are supposed to pay to the government. ऐसा तो कभी नहीं हुआ. Never, है ना? If you want to make payment to the government, you want to receive payment from the government, then it is possible only and only with the help of a mediator. Only and only with the help of a mediator, and we all know that. Who is the mediator? So the mediator is RBI. But sir, RBI हर जगह कैसे प्रेजेंट होगा यार? एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कितनी जान लोगे? RBI will not be able to perform all the functions, all these demands of the government. RBI is already managing the government accounts. अब गवर्नमेंट अकाउंट्स के अलावा अगर ये सब भी RBI मैनेज करे तो पागल हो जाएगा. तो RBI ने कहा सर it's not possible to perform all kind of functions as per section 45 of RBI Act 1934. I have the power. RBI says that as per the section 45 of RBI Act 1934, I have the power that I can appoint banks, public sector banks, as agencies, as agent banks of these government departments or government organizations who will be performing these operations on the behalf of RBI. गवर्नमेंट ने कहा हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आप करो या किसी से करवाओ, वी डोंट केयर, हमारा काम होना चाहिए. तो RBI appoint banks and those banks are known as agency banks. Those banks are known as agency banks. अब ये जो agency banks हैं, they practically distribute the funds to the public. They practically receive the funds from the public, and from these agency banks, these funds are reached to the government, obviously through RBI, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट के अकाउंट ही किसमें है? RBI में है. तो RBI में वो पैसा आ गया, तो उसी पैसे की मदद से गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विल मैनेज इट्स एक्सपेंसेस. अब पॉइंट ये आया कि सर ये जो बैंक है, एजेंसी बैंक, एजेंट बैंक, ये बैंक इज वर्किंग with the sole motive of earning profit. कि भैया SBI बना, चाहे तो मैं कहूं SBI बना, चाहे मैं कहूं ICICI है, कोई भी शेड्यूल कमर्शियल बैंक जिसको आप जानते हैं, जिसके बारे में आपने पढ़ा है, उसका मेन एम क्या है सर? उसका मेन एम है प्रॉफिट कमाना. तो अगर उसका मेन एम प्रॉफिट कमाना है, if that bank is providing certain services, if that bank is providing certain services, then in that particular case, bank will look forward for certain charges against it. And those charges over here are termed as commission. It is termed as commission. That commission will be paid by government through RBI. Commission will be paid by government through RBI. So commission actually pay कौन करेगा? Government ही pay करेगी. लेकिन किसके थ्रू पे करेगी? RBI के थ्रू. किसे पे करेगी? एजेंसी बैंक्स को, against the services they are providing to the government. So agency bank is a bank that is authorized to perform banking transactions on the behalf of entities such as government or government authorities, and even for the other bank is known as agency bank. So government agency banks, they are authorized to handle the government transactions like revenue collection, pension payments, and other financial operations on the behalf of the government. We call it as what, sir? We call it as government agency bank. ठीक है जी. अब अगर कोई बैंक गवर्नमेंट के लिए कोई सर्विस प्रोवाइड करेगा, then against this commission will be charged, and recently this commission has been revised. Recently इस commission को increase किया गया due to obvious reasons कि भैया अब अगर महंगाई बढ़ रही है, हर जगह महंगाई बढ़ रही है, तो बैंक के ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस भी बढ़ रहे हैं. So let's increase the commission which will be paid by the government through RBI. तो आओ जरा इसको चेक करते हैं क्या है ये पूरी न्यूज. It's pretty easy now to understand. So RBI carries out central and state government banking business through agency banks as per section 45 of RBI Act 1934. Agency commission is paid by RBI for handling the government business, but this comes from government. Paid by RBI, that is true, लेकिन government देगा RBI को, RBI देगा banks को. कौन कौन सी transactions की हम बात कर रहे हैं? So we are talking about the revenue receipts and payments for the central and state government, pension payments for central and state government, any other work specifically advised by RBI is eligible. Small saving schemes, सुकन्या समृद्धि स्कीम, उसके लिए अगर बैंक्स पैसा एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं फ्रॉम द पब्लिक इन दीज स्कीम्स, इवेंचुअली दैट फंड इज गोइंग टू द गवर्नमेंट ओनली. इवेंचुअली वो जो पैसा है दैट इज गोइंग टू रीच टू द गवर्नमेंट, बट बैंक एक्ट एज अ एजेंसी इन बिटवीन. सो दैट is also a service provided on the that is a service provided to the banks. Even stamp duty collection, चालान, आप ई चालान करते हैं, जैसे आपने कोई फीस भरनी है और आपने ई चालान प्रिंट किया, और ई चलान निकाला, उसी ई चलान को आपने ऑनलाइन फिल कर दिया, ऑनलाइन ही यू हैव मेड द पेमेंट. सो दैट इज a transaction through which government is receiving the funds, government organizations are receiving the funds through a bank, and that bank which is receiving the funds on the behalf of the government, which is paying the funds on the behalf of the government, is basically the government agent bank or agency bank, and that agency bank receives commission against their services. And today we will be discussing about those commissions, why these commissions are in use, because they have been increased recently, ठीक है जी. Moving on to the next point. The next point is what was the initial rates. Initial जो commission था, that was from 1st July 2019 onwards. What were that commission rates? Please pay attention. Sir, initial the commission rate was if the bank is receiving the funds in physical mode. That means you are approaching to the bank branch, you are depositing the cash, receiving the receipt against the cash deposit. That will provide agency bank 40 रुपीज कमीशन पर ट्रांजेक्शन. यानी अगर आपने एसबीआई का फॉर्म फिल किया और एसबीआई के फॉर्म को फिल करने के लिए आप एसबीआई छोड़ो, एसबीआई तो बैंक पर्टिकुलर हो गया ना. लेट्स सपोज स्टेट पीसीएस का फॉर्म आउट हुआ, पंजाब स्टेट पीसीएस का फॉर्म आउट हुआ और उसमें कहा गया कि यू कैन मेक द पेमेंट बाय विजिटिंग द बैंक, दैट इज एसबीआई. तो आप जब फॉर्म फिल करेंगे देयर विल बी अ चालान. You just need to take out the printout of that challan, और उस चालान का printout लेके you go to the bank branch, deposit the fees. In Punjab, let's say it's 3,000 rupees fees for Punjab State Civil Service Examination. So in that case, you pay 3,000 rupees to the government, but it will be collected by SBI. तो SBI ने 3,000 रुपए पब्लिक से कलेक्ट किए एज अ फीस, और वो 3,000 रुपए SBI ने जैसे ही एक्सेप्ट किए, उसे एक्सेप्ट करके एक्नॉलेजमेंट दिया किसे, आपकी एजेंसी को जो कि पीसीएस का एग्जाम कंडक्ट कर रही है. जैसे उसके पास ये एक्नॉलेजमेंट पहुंची कि यू हैव रिसीव द फंड्स, तो उस एक्नॉलेजमेंट से यू विल गेट अ मेल, और उस मेल में लिखा होगा कि माधव योर फीस हैज बीन पेड, नाउ यू विल बी एलिजिबल टू डाउनलोड द एडमिट कार्ड एंड यू विल बी अपीयरिंग इन द एग्जामिनेशन. लेकिन ये जो 3,000 रुपए आपने दिए, एसबीआई ये 3,000 रुपए पीसीएस इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को ट्रांसफर करेगा, कर देगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. या फिर आप ये कहो कि एसबीआई ने जब ये 3,000 रुपए ट्रांसफर किए तो ये किसकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. उस केस में एसबीआई इन्फॉर्म करेगा किसे, आरबीआई का रीजनल ऑफिस जो कि पंजाब स्टेट को देखता है. अब वो रीजनल ऑफिस है चंडीगढ़, तो चंडीगढ़ आरओ में एसबीआई डिटेल भेजेगा कि आई हैव रिसीव्ड 1,000 challans. I have received 1,000 physical challans against this PCS fee payment, और ये 1,000 चालान मैंने रिसीव किए हैं और उसकी सारी पेमेंट आई हैव ऑलरेडी क्रेडिटेड इनटू द रिस्पेक्टिव अकाउंट ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट. आरबीआई विल शेयर दिस इंफॉर्मेशन टू द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से जैसे यहां पे अप्रूवल आया, अप्रूवल आने के बाद ये फंड्स आरबीआई के पास आए और आरबीआई ने ये फंड्स किसे ट्रांसफर कर दिए, एसबीआई को. तो एसबीआई को 40 रुपए पर ट्रांजेक्शन का मतलब 40,000 रुपए मिले एज अ कमीशन टू परफॉर्म दीज 1,000 ट्रांजेक्शंस. समझ आई ये बात? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर? इससे ज्यादा आई डोंट थिंक आई विल बी एबल टू explain this particular topic because it's pretty easy. Still, I have tried my level best to discuss it in much detail so that it should be clear and you can visualize actually how it works. So this is how it works. So in this particular case, if it is a physical transaction, if you are visiting the branch, then 40 rupees per transaction is the commission. And if you are completing this transaction in e-receipt mode, that means SBI will collect the fees. Now SBI is ready to collect the fees in the electronic mode and you are using the SBI channel to make the payment from your account. Funds will be debited, it will be transferred to SBI, and from SBI it will be transferred to the respective state department. And this flow where every transaction is done in electronic mode, there you will be getting, or you as a bank you will be receiving 9 rupees per transaction as a commission. लेकिन ये जो 9 रुपीज पर ट्रांजेक्शन वाला कमीशन है ना, दिस हैज बीन इंक्रीज्ड. फिजिकल वाला इज स्टिल 40, बट दिस लिमिट हैज इंक्रीज बाय 3 रुपीज. दिस लिमिट हैज इंक्रीज बाय 3 रुपीज पर ट्रांजेक्शन. पर ट्रांजेक्शन 3 रुपए इंक्रीज किए गए हैं, एंड दिस इंक्रीज इज डन एज पर द लेटेस्ट announcement which is done, and it will be applicable from today itself. It will be applicable from today itself. Moving on to the second point, pension payment. If a bank, let's say SBI, is paying the pension on the behalf of state government or center government, it's not only responsible to pay the pension, it is responsible to calculate the pension. Kitni pension banegi, kab di thi last pension, what should be the next pension. Bank is receiving your I would say guarantee, which they call on yearly basis, that you have to visit the bank at least once physically, so that you give that presence, you show your presence that I am alive. So all these criterias are fulfilled on the behalf of the government by this agent bank. Then if this agent bank is whole and sole performing the pension facility on the behalf of a state government, then for per transaction, this bank will not only receive commission, but this commission is pretty huge, which was earlier 75. Now this commission has increased by 5 rupees. It has increased to 80 rupees per transaction. But अगर सिर्फ और सिर्फ बैंक पेमेंट कर रहा है ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, फॉर एग्जांपल गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि ये फलाना फलाना आदमी है, इस फलाने फलाने आदमी को इतना पैसा आपने पेंशन का ट्रांसफर करना है. सो व्हाट इज गवर्नमेंट डूइंग? प्लीज पे अटेंशन. What is government doing? Please pay attention. So there are two aspects. The first aspect is government has tied up with a bank, SBI, and SBI is whole and sole responsible to carry out the pension distribution facility to a particular department on the behalf of the government. In this case, per transaction 80 rupees per transaction commission will be paid. But on the other side, if government is itself maintaining the pension details, and once government complete the pension details, then government transfer a chunk of money to SBI. Government transfer a chunk of money to SBI along with the list of recipients कि ये पैसा किसे देना है, along with the amount which is need to be transferred to all these recipients. So in this case, SBI is barely acting as a transfer agent. No calculation, nothing is done by SBI. In that particular case, commission is 6.5 paisa per 100 rupees. Now this 6.5 paisa has increased to 7 paisa for 100 rupees. Agar total ye chunk of money is 100 crores. If this chunk of money is 100 crores, which is ought to be transferred by SBI on the behalf of the government as per the details which are shared by the government. So in that particular case, against this 100 crore rupees, bank will receive a commission. What will be the commission? So commission is 7 paisa for 100 rupees. It will be 7 paisa into crore as a commission for 100 crore rupees. तो जब आप उसे solve करेंगे, you will be able to find the answer. तो आप देख लीजिएगा what will be the answer for this particular point. Calculation आप कर लेना. I'm not very good in the calculation वाला part. तो ये देख लो. What is this? Sir, other payments per 100 rupees turnover, which has now increased to 7 paisa per 100 rupees turnover. E-mode क्या है? I have explained you. I hope each and every point in this context is clear. Moving to the next, there is a special note. Full 75 rupees or 80 rupees per transaction only if bank handle the entire pension processing and disbursement. If only crediting pension qualifies for the payment rate, that is 0.65 paisa per 100 rupees, which is now increased to 7 paisa 100 rupees, and this transaction commission has increased to 80 rupees per transaction. Maximum 14 pension related transactions per week per pensioner is done. 12 monthly transactions and 2 arrears if required. Sharing of agency commission. So agency commission, मान लो दो banks, they are collectively performing the functions on the behalf of the government, or they are performing the government functions or government banking operations. अगर एक बैंक है, that will receive 100% of the commission. If we have two banks, then it will be split, and generally the split will be 75:25. कैसे? मान लो SBI को कोई काम दिया, but SBI is not in a position to complete that entire task. If SBI is not in a position to complete that particular task, then what will happen? So in that particular case, SBI may tie up with ICICI and further, तो 75% SBI को मिलेगा, 25% will be transferred to ICICI. Is this point clear, everyone? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. Last but not the least is your claim submission guidelines. So you will be submitting the claim to the RBI and RBI will submit that claim to the government, or government will pass on the claim through RBI into the hands of the bank. Last but not the least is penalty. So penalty is going to be what? अगर आपने गलत claim के लिए request raise की in front of the bank, if you are raising a wrong request of claim or wrong complaint, wrong claim request in front of RBI, then you will be charged with a penalty, and penalty will be bank rate plus 2%. Penalty will be bank rate plus 2%. So this is the last news which you need to remember. Ek news hai which I will be giving you as a homework. This news is related to UK Brand Finance has released India 100 ranking 2025. You can obviously read it and it will be pretty clear to you. Let's get started with the first news. The first news is the application of the previous news which we have covered in the past. Now you must be wondering कि सर ऐसी कौन सी न्यूज़ है जो हमने पास्ट में कवर की जिसका एप्लीकेशन आज आप कवर करेंगे in this particular news. Guys, I hope you all remember project finance. I hope you all remember project finance. So RBI has come up with guidelines on the project finance, and I'm pretty sure that you must have gone through with the project finance session where we have covered all these details. But today I have a practical implementation of the same topic, and how the implementation of this topic is going to be discussed with you. Please pay attention. So recently AAHL raised $1 billion project finance for MIAL. Now what is this news all about? देखो जब भी कभी हम किसी भी न्यूज़ को पढ़ते हैं उसका implementation, practical implementation बहुत important है. Then only you will be in a position to understand all the news. You will be in a position to answer all the news in the examination. तो सबसे पहली चीज अगर आपको याद हो, we have discussed what is project finance. We know that so project finance is basically when the funding is done or lending is done for long-term projects, especially in this case we include infrastructure projects as well as we include the non-infrastructure projects which include commercial real estate as well as commercial real estate residential housing projects. So recently we have AAHL. I hope you remember the name of this organization. This is Adani Airport Holdings Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Adani Enterprises, has announced that it will be raising $1 billion through the project finance structure for its subsidiary, and the name of the subsidiary is Mumbai International Airport Limited. Mumbai International Airport Limited. Now, what all points you need to remember from this? So this is India's first investment grade rated private bond issuance in the airport infrastructure sector. I hope you remember when we have discussed about project finance, I talked about the term that whenever you will be borrowing the loan from the lenders, in that particular case, rating of the project is going to be really very important, or rating of the instrument. Instrument means the debt instruments against which you are going to raise the funds. So here it says India's first investment grade rated private bond. So it is a private company issued bond and it has received the investment grade, and it is the first investment grade rated private bond in the airport infrastructure sector which has raised the funds. And what is the value of the funds? So the value of funds which have been borrowed, that is $1 billion. अब यहाँ पर भी एक important concept है which you might connect from the previous session discussions. अगर आपको याद हो तो in the previous session discussion I'll let you know, I made you understand about a term that is standby credit facility. Standby credit facility. So total borrowing which has been done under this particular announcement is $1 billion, out of which $750 million is issued under the investment grade as a bond to borrow the funds, which is going to mature in July 2029. But along with that, $250 million has been maintained. What? So they have been maintained as stand-up credit facility. They have been maintained as stand-up credit facility. So as you can say, the structure also includes a provision to raise additional $250 million if required under the total financing value or under the total financing concept of $1 billion. So these bonds, they are expected to receive stable rating or BBB negative rating, supported by Mumbai International Airport Limited stable cash flows as well as operational performance. Is this point clear? So यहाँ पर अगर आपको याद हो तो अडानी एयरपोर्ट होल्डिंग लिमिटेड से, this is the second news we have, or this is the second announcement we have. So in the first announcement we have discussed about the borrowings done by this organization, and now we are talking about the $1 billion borrowing which has been done by none other than यहाँ पे ये जो term है green shoe, that is also valid. You can use this term as green shoe. That means you can raise more funds if required. So this is the extra instruments which can be issued in order to raise more funds, and same can be termed as stable credit funding or standby credit funding. But this standby credit funding and green shoe, how they are different? In case of standby credit funding, this credit funding is already accepted by the lender. It is already accepted by the lender, and lender will surely give this amount if required. But green shoe means you will be issuing the extra instruments, and it will depend on the market scenarios that whether you will be able to raise that amount or not. So for that particular matter, here it is appropriate to say that it is green shoe, but in order to explain you the standby credit facility concept, I have just taken up that example, but actually it is a part of green shoe. Standby will be appropriate if the final acceptance is given by the lender, then we call it as what? Then we call it as standby credit facility. Is it clear, Shraddha? Is it clear? Done, everyone? Chalo. Now let's move on to the next news. The next news is again really very important. The next news, before I jump to next news, I would like to add one important point, which is important. That is, as of June 2025, Adani Housing, as of June 2025, if I talk about the organization, that is Adani Airport Holdings Limited. So this Adani Airport Holding Limited operates 8 airports across India, handling 25% of total passenger traffic and 33% of the cargo traffic. This is something which is very important. So this is an extra information which I have added for you. And the next extra information which I have added for you is Mumbai International Airport Limited will go net zero carbon emission by 2019 by 2029. तो ये दो मैंने एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स दे दिए आपको. दिस इज द एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन विच विल हेल्प यू. पहली इंफॉर्मेशन क्या कि सर जो आपका मुंबई इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट लिमिटेड अथॉरिटी है, इट विल गो जीरो कार्बन एमिशन बाय 2029. एंड सेकेंडली, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द अडानी एयरपोर्ट होल्डिंग लिमिटेड, इट इज मैनेजिंग 8 एयरपोर्ट्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री which is handling around 25% of the passenger traffic as well as 33% of the air cargo traffic. तो आप मुझसे पूछे क्या याद करना है? This is important. This is important. Along with this, what else you need to remember? You need to remember this $1 billion. You need to remember $750 billion. You need to remember $250 billion. So 1, 2, 3. This is related to the news, and 2 points are extra information which are for you, which will help you to answer other questions, as well as you can utilize this data while writing a descriptive answer as well. समझ आ गया? चलो कंक्लूड कर लेते हैं इस न्यूज को. सो अडानी एयरपोर्ट होल्डिंग्स लिमिटेड has raised $1 billion through project finance. News is important because of the latest revision done by RBI, out of which $750 million is going to be raised today. $250 million is extra reserve if required can be raised. Extra reserve if required can be raised. As of today, this company is managing 8. This borrowing is done. This borrowing is done for its subsidiary, that is Mumbai International Airport Authority, Mumbai International Airport Authority Limited. ठीक है जी. Now moving on to the next point, 8 airports in the country are managed by Adani Airports Holding Limited, which comprises of 25% of passenger traffic and 33% of cargo traffic. Obviously air cargo traffic. I hope you all understand what is air cargo. Last point is Mumbai International Airport Limited is going to achieve zero carbon emission title by 2029. बस इतना याद करना है इस पूरी स्टोरी में से, nothing else is important. Moving on to the next news. अगली जो न्यूज है, again this is something from where the question can be asked, but you need to go very selective in this particular news. I'll just conclude this particular news, or I'll just give you the summary, what you need to remember from this news, and rest data which has been mentioned that you can read for your better understanding. Okay. So what is this news? Please pay attention, guys. This is going to be really very important. So the news is related to World Bank. News is related to World Bank. So first point is World Bank, through its one of the group banks, that is IB, one of the group banks, that is IBRD, which stands for International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, has announced $426 million loan, $426 million loan for Karnataka water safety, Karnataka water security and resilience program. Along with that, the same organization has announced $150 million of loan to Tamil Nadu women employment, Tamil Nadu women employment and safety, women employment and safety program. ठीक है जी. तो ये आ गए आपके पहले और दूसरा क्वेश्चन जो फेज 1 में पूछा जाएगा. फॉर श्योर वर्ल्ड बैंक हैज अनाउंस्ड अ लोन ऑफ $426 million to which organization? Answer is Karnataka Water Security and Resilience Program के लिए ये अनाउंस किया गया. And the other $150 million is announced to Tamil Nadu for which program? That is Tamil Nadu Women Employment and Safety Program. Remember that both the loans have a total timeline of 25 years, which include 5 years as grace period. I hope you remember what is grace period, कि भैया जो loan का actual timeline है, that is 20 years, but if you are not able to pay back in 20 years, then we will provide you 5 years extra. That will be termed as the grace period. और ये जो project है, it is majorly focusing on Bengaluru. This project is majorly focusing on Bengaluru, जहां पर 9 sewage water treatment plants, 9 sewage water treatment plants will be constructed to prevent sewage water from flowing into lakes as well as drains, and it will provide water security to the population of Bengaluru. If I talk about Tamil Nadu wala project, in case of Tamil Nadu wala project, as the name suggests, this program basically aims to strengthen the state's capacity, technical partnership, institutional structures to support women employment. And remember, under this particular program, skills provide किए जाएंगे, women entrepreneurs को credit facility provide की जाएगी. Along with that, they will be setting up safe hostels for the women in Tamil Nadu. So this is what you need to remember. $150 million for Tamil Nadu, $426 million for Karnataka. For Karnataka, do remember Bengaluru. तो ये रहा सारी की सारी डिटेल. It has been mentioned. You can just read it once. But I have explained you, or I have given you the crux of the story which you need to remember. For Tamil Nadu, this is $150 million. Same as I said, 25 years of maturity with a grace period of 5 years. State's capacity, technical partnership, institutional structure for women employment. Women will receive skills, training, career support. Women entrepreneurship will receive incubation support to set their business, and they have already set up safe hostels for the women in Tamil Nadu. already set up the safe hostels for women in Tamil Nadu. Done, guys? Done? Any doubt? Easy. Phase 1 क्वेश्चन पूछा गया, you will be in a position to answer it for sure. उतना ही बात आया, उतनी ही चीज मैंने डिस्कस की आपके साथ जहां से क्वेश्चन आएगा. Nothing more has been discussed with you in this particular discussion. Let's move on to the third news of the day. Now, the third news which I have for you all is very important. That is DFS. DFS stands for Department of Financial Services held a high-level meeting in New Delhi in order to scale up ULI. What is this ULI, sir? It stands for Unified Lending Interface. I'll just set the stage first, then I'll explain as always what is ULI, फिर आगे news पे बात करेंगे. So remember that Department of Financial Services, which is operating or which is under the Ministry of Finance, it has held high-level meeting at New Delhi on scaling up Reserve Bank of India's latest digital lending infrastructure, that is ULI, which stands for Unified Lending Interface. This meeting was co-chaired by the Secretary of Department of Financial Services, the name is M. Nagaraju, as well as it was attended by the Deputy Governor of RBI, the name is T. Ravi Shankar. The meeting has also seen the participation from the officials of central and state government, as well as the officials of RBI, and most importantly, the creator of ULI. Who is the creator of ULI? So ULI is a technical platform. It's a tech, we can say that it is a tech heavy platform which has been developed by none other than fully owned subsidiary, 100% owned subsidiary of RBI, wholly owned subsidiary of RBI, the fifth and the latest subsidiary of RBI. The name is Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. The name is Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. Okay, now my question is for you all guys, and my question is very simple for everyone. How many of you know ULI? How many of you know ULI? If you know ULI, give me yes, sir. If you know ULI, just give me yes, sir. And if you don't know ULI, give me no, sir. If you don't know ULI, then just give me no, sir. That will be okay for me. I want a reply, because in next 10 minutes, you are going to learn for the very first time actually what ULI is with the help of a story. I have a story for you. Let's understand this concept with the help of a story. If you all are ready, just give me yes, sir. चलो, जिसको नहीं पता बहुत बढ़िया, उनको आज समझ आ जाएगा, और जिनको पता है, I can assure you on this, those who say that they know it, they are also going to learn many new things in this session itself. They are also going to learn many new things in this session itself. So please pay attention on the screen. So please pay attention on the screen. So meet a farmer. Her name is Padma. So meet a farmer. Her name is Padma, and she's a dairy farmer from Punjab. She's in a need of funds. She wants to borrow the loan. So obviously she will be going to the bank. Let's say she visited the ABC bank to borrow the loan. The first problem is she is a dairy farmer in Punjab. She's working on daily wages, and if for one day she's visiting all the way to the bank, she's losing her daily wages, which is a great toll on her because she's surviving on the daily wages itself. So the moment she approached to the bank, she sat in front of the officer and said that, officer, I want to borrow loan in order to expand my dairy function, or in order to expand my dairy business, or maybe in order to get into the new business of allied services, maybe the poultry farm or maybe the fishery farms, whatsoever is the case. Bank said, it's okay, we are here to provide the credit to you. There's nothing wrong with it. We are ready to provide you the credit, but there is a problem. The problem is, if you want to borrow the loan, then in that particular case, you need to provide us with certain documents. The documents include what is your land area, give the proof. What is your land irrigation pattern, give the proof. What is your yearly income from the dairy business, give the proof. Now she is a small farmer. She has never filled the income tax return. She has never hired a CA. She has never even kept the records of her yearly income. So in that particular case, it will be really very tough. It will be really very tough to arrange these documents. So she will be in a situation that she realizes neither does she have these documents, or nor she can arrange these documents. And if she is trying to arrange these documents, then in that particular case it is going to take months to arrange these documents, and then she will be in a position to borrow the loan. She said to the bank official कि सर इतने डॉक्यूमेंट्स इकट्ठे करते करते मैं थक जाऊंगी, मुझे पैसा आज चाहिए. बैंक का ऑफिशियल आगे से कहता है, मैम आई डोंट हैव एनी सॉल्यूशन फॉर योर क्वेरी because you are borrowing loan for the very first time, and if you are borrowing for the loan for the very first time, in that particular case bank has no credit history, and in front of bank you are a blank page. And if you are a blank page in that particular scenario, ma'am, I'm really very sorry, I will not be able to provide you the loan without these documents. But here is where the ULI come in the picture. Now what is ULI? Sir, it is Unified Lending Interface. Unified Lending Interface, it is a revolutionary credit digital public infrastructure which is conceptualized by RBI, and it is designed and developed by Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. So what is it? Sir, it is a data provider, and it provides data to the lenders. Now in case I am a bank, I want to give loan to Miss Padma, who is a dairy farmer, and I want to have the details on her yearly income. I want to know her land holding. I want to know the irrigation pattern of her land. Then in that particular case, I can access this data on ULI. So ULI is a platform जहां पर data available है, और उस data को मैं access करूंगा. मैं कौन हूं? Bank. The moment I access the data from this particular platform, now I have a clear picture. Now I have a clear picture that what is the already. That information is already available. That information is already available on the platform, and the name of the platform is ULI. We call it as Unified Lender Interface. समझ आ गई बात? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. I hope now it's fine. I hope now it's fine. It's no more buffering now. I hope the entire story is clear to you. Now, before I repeat this story again, guys, please pay attention. ये जो ULI है, that is Unified Lending Interface. This Unified Lending Interface retrieves the data from the various sources. ये data जो ULI पे है, this data is coming from various sources, and the various sources from where the data is retrieved, it includes data source include the land records, it includes the GST network data, it includes the milk pouring insights as well as cash flow insights, it includes satellite data and authentication and verification services like Aadhaar eKYC as well as PAN validation. It also integrates with the account aggregator. If it is integrated with the account aggregator, then you can retrieve the information. It is also connected to the, or it can provide you the information from the DigiLocker, and additionally ULI consolidate property data analysis for the housing loan underwriting as well. मतलब ये कि अगर आपके पास एक घर है, उस घर का क्या प्राइस है, उस घर की क्या वैल्यू है, you can even use your house as a security to borrow the loan. तो यहाँ पे अगर आप ध्यान से देख पा रहे हैं, this is GSTN network, this is credit guarantee for MSMEs, this is PAN verification, eKYC, e-stamp, bank account validation, customer financial data, satellite images which help you to understand the irrigation pattern of your land. So with the help of all these premises, or with the help of all these data banks which are connected to ULI, banks, they can plug and play. Banks like scheduled banks as well as NBFCs, the regional rural banks, even your cooperative banks, they can plug and play with ULI in order to retrieve the information for the given individual. And this information
information which is shared, this information which is shared by ULI, this information which is shared by ULI is undoubtedly, it is undoubtedly helping the economy to grow. So I would say ULI is a revolutionary credit digital public infrastructure that brings together the data provider as well as the lender to serve the need of the citizens like Padma on a single platform. Here how ULI, they can access the data in a plug and play manner, and once they receive the data, they can take the decision whether the loan is need to be given or not. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? तो एक बार दोबारा से पूरी स्टोरी सुन लेते हैं, प्लीज पे अटेंशन. तो स्टोरी क्या है? स्टोरी ये है कि सर हमारी एक फार्मर है, शी इज अ डेयरी फार्मर, शी इज इन अ नीड ऑफ फंड, शी अप्रोच टू द बैंक टू बोरो द लोन. तो बैंक ने कहा सर लोन तो दे देंगे, लेकिन लोन देने के लिए वी नीड सर्टेन डॉक्यूमेंट्स लाइक what is your land area, what is your irrigation pattern, what is your yearly income. She said that I don't know from where I'm going to arrange this information because I don't have any formal data which I have already stored for myself. Then in that particular case, bank will say, ma'am, आपने आज तक कभी पहले लोन लिया नहीं. If you have never borrowed the loan before, that means we have no credit history. If we have no credit history for you, in that particular scenario, it will be very difficult for us to give you the loan without these documents. Now there is a problem. Farmer cannot arrange the document, bank cannot give the loan without these documents, and in order to solve this problem, ULI come in the picture. So ULI is a platform which is connected or which is receiving the information or which is receiving the information from different platforms like GSTN, that is GST network data, land records and ownership data. Along with land records and ownership data, along with land records and ownership data, we have milk pouring and cash flow insights, we have satellite imagery data and analysis, we have customer financial data, property search data, bank account validation. All these data banks, they are connected to ULI, and banks, they can plug and play. Plug and play का मतलब जब data की requirement है, they can approach the ULI, they give the PAN, permanent account number, or Aadhaar number of the borrower, and with respect to that Aadhaar or PAN, the entire information available through different data banks will be shared with the bank, and on the basis of this shared information, bank will have a clear picture कि भैया पद्मा जी की ईयरली इनकम क्या है, पद्मा जी का इरिगेशन पैटर्न क्या है, पद्मा जी के लैंड होल्डिंग कितनी है और वो लैंड होल्डिंग उनके नाम पे है भी या नहीं. On the basis of this information, bank if feel that yes, she is applicable, then yes, she will be getting the loan in minutes, and this is done with the help of ULI. पता आपको T. Ravishankar in his latest speech, he said that ULI is going to have more impact than UPI on the country's economy in the near future to go. On the country's economy in the near future to go. Is this point clear, everyone? If this point is clear, we are good to go. Just give me yes, sir, so that we can move on to the next point. So that we can move on to the next point. I'm pretty sure that you are going to enjoy the next point discussion as well. Now let's complete the news. Now let's try to complete the news. So as I said, what is the news all about? So the news is basically a high-level meeting was organized in New Delhi, and in this particular meeting, we have Department of Financial Services Secretary as well as the Deputy Governor of RBI. The name is T. Ravishankar. So it was announced by the former Governor Shaktikanta Dasji at RBI 90 at the Red Global Conference, which was held in 26th of August 2024. They have announced about ULI, that is Unified Lending Interface. It is basically a digital public infrastructure for credit market, which is developed by Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, and it is conceptualized by RBI. There are certain points with respect to the meeting which you need to remember. जहां से news आई है, ULI तो मैंने आपको समझा दिया, that was a concept. But if I talk about the latest announcements done in the meetings, please pay attention. The first thing is the need to fast track ULI arises due to persistent credit bottlenecks or bottlenecks for MSMEs. तो यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम क्या आई? सो प्रॉब्लम ये है, ULI को गवर्नमेंट
RBI and every regulator around there wants to develop as soon as possible, wants to functional at full capacity as soon as possible, because it will help to overcome the credit bottleneck which is faced by MSME sector as well as agriculture sector. And MSME sector is one of the most important sector of the economy because it contributes 30% of the nation's GDP. So if it is contributing 30% of the nation's GDP, but it is still witnessing a credit shortage, then it's quite obvious if government tries its level best to overcome this credit shortage and to fulfill the credit gap of around 30 lakh crore rupees, undoubtedly the operations of MSME will improve and its contribution to GDP will increase, and that will result in overall growth of the economy, that will result in overall increase in the GDP of the country. Now, what are the decisions taken? The first resolution is digitally integrate high value government data sheets. So it has been decided that with ULI, high value government data sets will be integrated digitally as soon as possible, which include the data from the central as well as state ministries. It has also said that there will be a nomination of nodal officers from all the stakeholders to coordinate and fast track the data integration, state government to prioritize digitization and linkage of land and other key records with ULI. So state government को कहा कि भैया सारा का सारा जो land record है उसे digitize करो, digitize करके उसे link कर दो with ULI so that easy lending can be done. And other departments, other government ministries, they have been asked to appoint nodal officer who will be point of contact for ULI in order to retrieve, receive ample of information which can help in appropriate and efficient working of ULI, which will help the Indian economy, which will help the economy to overcome this credit shortfall or to fulfill the credit gap requirement, not only in MSME sector but in almost all the sectors which are available in the economy. Is this point clear, guys? Puri news clear ho gayi? And tell me, how was the story? Do tell me in the comment section, how was the story? A story ki madad se I'm pretty sure that ULI is clear to you. I'm pretty sure ULI is clear to you. Just give me the feedback. If you think that yes, it was worthy enough, because it takes a lot of effort to take these kind of images. Obviously with the help of AI, the images are created, but yes, to frame that story and then to discuss it, it takes lots of effort. But if you all will recognize that effort, if you all are learning from these efforts, then I think that is worth making the efforts. Got it, guys? Shall we move ahead? Okay. Now let's move on to the last news of the day. The last news of this particular session talks about RBI's new direction on electronic trading platform. How many of you are aware of the term electronic trading platform? See, the moment we hear the term electronic trading platform, what comes in your mind? So it basically means a platform where trading of financial instruments, is done in electronic manner. That's absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. But the moment we read about electronic trading platforms, the first thing which comes into our mind is a National Stock Exchange or maybe Bombay Stock Exchange. But the point is, when we use this word electronic trading platforms, these are those platforms in which we exclude our stock exchanges. So what is electronic trading platforms? Please pay attention. This is really very important to understand, वरना ये news समझ ही नहीं आएगी. तो मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ? I'm just trying to say electronic trading platforms are the electronic systems other than recognized stock exchanges on which transactions can be done, but of only eligible instruments like some of the money market instruments, foreign exchange instruments, or maybe derivatives. They are allowed to be operated. In case of derivatives, I hope you must have learned about two derivatives from me only.
One, I have discussed a term that is forward derivative, and other I have discussed a term that is future derivative. So future derivative is a type of derivative with the help of which we sign an agreement on which the date and price of exchange of a particular underlying asset is predefined. But future derivative, it is a standard derivative. It is a standard derivative which is created by a platform, that is a stock exchange, and it is traded only and only, it is traded only and only on that respective platform only. That could be BSE, that could be NSE. But forward is an agreement between the two parties. Let's say me and party 2, we both want to sign an agreement. Let's take an example to understand this. Guys, let's suppose I have Infosys shares. My father has given me Infosys shares on my birthday, and let's suppose today is my birthday and the price of these Infosys share is 1500 rupees each, and the count of the share is 1000. So 1000 shares, 1500 each, which means I have shares worth 15 lakh rupees as of today. But I am in a dilemma that whether I should sell these shares today or not. So basically I'm planning to buy a car. I'm just taking an example. So I'm planning to buy a car, and I have already booked the car, and the car delivery will be given after 3 months. So that means technically I will be requiring the funds after 3 months, but after 3 months the price of these shares may change. So in order to safeguard myself, I'll sign a forward agreement with a party named second, and I say after 3 months I will be selling you the Infosys shares for 1500 rupees each, and I will be selling you total 1000 shares. Are you ready? So party 2 has signed the agreement. He is ready. Party 1, that is me, I am also ready. I have also signed the agreement. Why I have signed the agreement? I have signed this agreement in order to avoid loss in the near future. So for me, it is a hedge agreement, or I have done hedging. It is a hedge agreement for me, or I would say that I have done hedging, or I would say that I have done hedging. So in that particular scenario, where I have done hedging, for me it is safe. But on the other side, the second party is expecting what? So this second party is expecting that the price of Infosys share will increase from 1500 to 2000 in 3 months. So if I purchase it for 1500, after 3 months when the market price is 2000, I will be in a profit. So both the parties, on their thoughts, on their thinking, they are in win-win situation. So we call him as a speculator, we call him as a hedger. Now after 3 months I complete this, or after 3 months we exercise this particular forward agreement, and I sell down the Infosys shares, whatsoever is the case. Remember that this is something which was very easy to explain, but the question is from where I'm going to get this speculator. Shares तो मुझे मेरे father ने transfer कर दिए, but ये speculator कहाँ से ढूंढूं? So in order to provide a platform where over the counter tradable instruments can be traded. Over the counter means ये तो over the counter ही है ना, आप सामने थे, हम दोनों ने मिलकर एक जो transaction था वो over the counter complete किया. You gave me the funds, or you gave me the promise. So the promise is done. So in order to provide a platform where these over the counter securities can be traded, that is known as electronic trading platform. So electronic trading platform do not include stock exchange. It includes a special trading platform where specific securities allowed by RBI are traded. That is known as electronic trading platform. समझ आई ये बात? Now the next point is, so what is this guideline all about? So if I talk about this guideline, so RBI has come up with the guideline on this. So RBI has announced the review of regulatory framework for electronic trading platforms as a part of monetary policy statement on 8th of February 2024. तो RBI ने क्या कहा कि ये जो electronic trading platforms हैं which are operating in the country and they are set up by organizations. So what are the criteria, the eligibility criteria under which these organizations can set up the electronic trading platforms?
what are the guidelines under which they are operating their operations. These all are mentioned under the framework which was given by RBI back in 2018. तो 2018 में फ्रेमवर्क दिया गया जिसके अकॉर्डिंग ऑलरेडी इंडिया में ETPs आर ऑपरेटिंग. देन आरबीआई केम अप विद द स्टेटमेंट कि नहीं सर, इसे रिवाइज करना पड़ेगा, और ये रिवीजन के लिए स्टेटमेंट आई थी 2024 में. अब 2024 की फरवरी की जो मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी थी उसमें जो रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क था या उसमें जो पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट आई उसमें बहुत क्लियरली कहा गया कि आरबीआई विल बी रिव्यूइंग द गाइडलाइंस फॉर द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म. और आरबीआई ने इसे रिव्यू करने के लिए एक ड्राफ्ट मास्टर डायरेक्शन इंट्रोड्यूस किया था ऑन 29th of April 2024 फॉर पब्लिक फीडबैक. अब पब्लिक से फीडबैक मिलने के बाद now RBI has issued the final guidelines related to ETP, and these guidelines basically talk about the eligibility criteria, operations, functions, all have been discussed in very appropriate manner by RBI under electronic trading platform guidelines. Why RBI can do this? As per section 45 of RBI Act 1934, RBI has the power to regulate, monitor the electronic trading platforms, and these guidelines are effective from the date today itself, from the date of issuance of this trading platform guidelines itself. ठीक है जी. So what all things we are going to discuss? First thing is, sir, it is applicable on whom? Sir, it is applicable on all the operators of electronic trading platforms. That means whosoever company, whichever company is planning to set up electronic trading platform, whosoever is in a mood to operate or to become an operator of electronic trading platform, then these guidelines are applicable on them. So what is electronic trading platform? So these are the electronic systems other than recognized stock exchanges on which transaction in eligible instruments like securities, money market instruments, foreign exchange instruments, derivatives are done. In India, no entity shall operate an ETP without obtaining prior authentication of RBI. If any entity is operating as an ETP without authorization from RBI, then penalty action will be taken by RBI on that particular organization under Foreign Exchange Management Act as well as Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. ठीक है जी, समझ हो गया, समझ आ गया. Now let's open up the master direction. The moment I open up the master direction, there are certain points which we need to remember. Shall we start? I hope everything is clear till this point. If everything is clear till this point and you want me to open up the master direction, just give me yes sir. If you want me to open up the master direction, just give me yes sir so that we can discuss this quickly. Guys, पता है क्या, आज जब ये क्लास खत्म हो जाए ना, after this class, go on RBI website and search the master direction on electronic trading platform 2025. The moment you start reading the electronic trading platform master direction on RBI website, I can give you this in writing that you won't be able to understand even a single sentence. So what I basically do is, I basically convert the RBI electronic RBI guidelines, RBI master directions, RBI circulars into simple language, and I come up with a summary into a simple language so that you can understand it, you can remember it, and if a question is asked, you can answer it for sure. So let's get started. First is, who must follow these guidelines? As I said, all entities which are operating the electronic platforms, they have to follow these guidelines where the eligible financial instruments are traded. These eligible financial instruments include the derivatives, money market instruments, bonds, and whatnot. Sir, from these guidelines, do any organization which is operating ETP is exempted? Then my answer is yes. What will be my answer to this particular question? So my answer is banks. That is scheduled commercial banks as well as the stand-alone primary dealers. If these organizations, they are operating electronic trading platform, then there is no need to follow these guidelines. So in that particular case, they are running the ETP, but there is no need to follow these guidelines if the operator is a scheduled commercial bank, or the operator is the operator is a standalone primary dealer. Remember that scheduled commercial bank and standalone primary dealers operating electronic systems, they are not covered under the direction. So bank and standalone primary dealers itself is the only price or code provider, or maybe trading, maybe the part of the trading system. That means either a buyer or a seller. In that particular scenario, there is no need to follow these guidelines. But even banks as well as stand-up primary dealers, they are exempted to submit the transaction, to follow these guidelines, but they are asked to submit data or reports to RBI as well as to the trade repositories when required, in the required format and timelines. Is this point clear? क्या कहा कि सर अगर आप बैंक हैं या आप स्टैंड अलोन प्राइमरी डीलर हैं, and if you are running a electronic trading platform, there is no need, we agree, there is no need to follow the guidelines which we are going to discuss. But if required, you will be, if asked, you will be required to submit the data or reports to RBI or to the trade repository. RBI can decide to bring such exempted systems under these direction anytime if needed for public interest. और RBI ने ये भी कह दिया, ज्यादा उड़ो मत अगर हमें लगा कि रिक्वायरमेंट है कि बैंक्स द्वारा सेटअप की गई या स्टैंड अलोन प्राइमरी डीलर्स द्वारा सेटअप किए गए ETPs को भी इंक्लूड करना चाहिए अंडर दीज गाइडलाइंस, देन RBI विल डू दैट विदाउट एनी फेल. RBI विल डू दैट फॉर श्योर विदाउट एनी फेल. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया पॉइंट? ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया पॉइंट? सो दिस इज समथिंग विच यू नीड टू रिमेंबर. यहां से पक्का क्वेश्चन बनने के चांसेस हैं इन द फेज 1 एग्जाम. सो दिस इज समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. दिस इज समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है जी, मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. व्हाट डज द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट सेज? The next point talks about the no entity is allowed to operate as ETP covered under these directions without getting prior approval from RBI. So if you don't have RBI approval, you are not allowed to operate. But still, if you are operating as an ETP, then penalty will be charged by RBI. फिर बाद में मत कहना बताया नहीं था. Restrictions on instruments traded. So ETP can allow trading of instruments that are approved by RBI only. So that means ETP पे you are not allowed to make, or you're not allowed to trade shares if it is not allowed by RBI. So you are allowed to trade only those instruments which are allowed by RBI. So this point is again very important. And obviously, if you don't have the RBI authorization, then you are not allowed to operate as an ETP. Now, for ETP, we have eligibility criteria, and in the category of eligibility criteria, we have 3 criteria. One is general criteria, second one is financial criteria, and third one we have is technological criteria. Let's try to decode all the 3 criteria. General criteria says ETP operator, that means the company which is going to set up or operate ETP must be a company registered in India, must be a company incorporated in India. This is the first guideline. Second guideline is if non-resident shareholding, that means if foreigners are involved as a shareholder in this particular organization, then it must fulfill all the applicable laws as per Foreign Exchange Management Act. समझ आई बात कि भैया अगर तो कंपनी है, first thing is it should be registered in India, and if we have some kind of foreign direct investment in the company, then it should fulfill all the guidelines as stated under Foreign Exchange Regulation Act 1999. Third condition is either the company, या तो कंपनी जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, which is going to be the operator of ETP. I hope you understand ना. कंपनी कहूं, operator of ETP कहूं, या फिर entity कहूं, they all are the same. They all are basically going to operate ETP. I hope confusion नहीं है. I hope this is clear है ना. So the company or the operator or the entity which is going to set up ETP must have at least 3 years of experience in operating infrastructure, in operating trading infrastructure. You must have 3 years of experience in trading infrastructure. और अगर आपके पास ये 3 साल का trading infrastructure experience नहीं है as a company, as an operator, as an entity, then in that particular case, you must have at least 2 managers. You must have at least 2 managers or 2 managers with 3 years of trading infrastructure experience. With 3 years of trading infrastructure experience. समझ आई ये बात? Conclude करता हूं, बोलना क्या चाह रहा हूं. So what does the general criteria says? So the general criteria says if you want to set up ETP operator or entity must be registered in India, must be registered as company in India, first condition. If foreign direct investment, then you should follow the Foreign Exchange Act 1999. The operator must have 3 years of experience in trading infrastructure operations, or you must have 2 managerial level personals with greater than 3 years of experience in the trading infrastructure. तो अगर आपकी कंपनी को ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है तो भैया हायर करो 2 इंडिविजुअल्स को, एटलीस्ट 2 इंडिविजुअल्स को ऑन एट मैनेजरियल लेवल, जिनकी वजह से यू आर गोइंग टू गेट द लाइसेंस टू ऑपरेट एज एन ईटीपी, जिनकी वजह से यू आर गोइंग टू गेट एन लाइसेंस टू ऑपरेट एज एन ईटीपी. दिस इज जनरल क्राइटेरिया. Second point is financial criteria. Financial criteria is the net worth. The minimum net worth of the company should be 5 crores and you should try to maintain the minimum net worth at all the time. So this is very important. Direct question आएगा. What is the net worth of an entity or an operator of ETP? Then the answer is it is 5 crore rupees. Company's net worth should be always greater than or equals to 5 crores. Up, you are going to run ETP, that is electronic trading platform. So that means this is a platform full of technology. So there are certain criteria you need to fulfill with respect to the technology part. So you must have a robust technological infrastructure. That means ETP operator must set up and maintain strong technology system with high reliability. So your technology system should be reliable. It should be available, it should be scalable, it should be secure. It should be secure. This is the first requirement. So these are the 4 basic characteristics of your technology system which is required if you want to run ETP. Second important point is real-time data sharing. मतलब क्या? आज की डेट में you visit a merchant and you scan the QR code and you pay 50 rupees. The moment you type in your password and you click on OK, तभी आपने नोटिस किया होगा आजकल most of the merchant outlets पे you find that speaker which says फोन पे गूगल पे 10 रुपए 50 रुपए 100 रुपए प्राप्त हुए, धन्यवाद, हमारी दुकान में जरूर आइएगा. I hope you have heard that. So what is it? Sir, it is real time data sharing. So in case of ETP, it is required that the ETP operator must have the technology that it can provide real-time data sharing. That means it must have the capability to disseminate trade information to market participants on real-time or near real-time basis. आप सोच रहे हैं इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आपने ETP पे, इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, कोई डेरिवेटिव खरीदा, the moment you purchase this derivative, you must get the real-time acknowledgement of funds debit, that funds are debited from your account, and you must get the real-time information that yes, this derivative is credited into your account. This derivative is credited into your account ताकि real time basis पे you get the information कि आपने जो transaction की, जो आपने पैसा pay किया, that has been utilized, that has been settled down, you have got the required instrument which you have purchased. Is this point clear? समझ आ गए? 3 क्राइटेरिया, जनरल क्राइटेरिया इजी, 3 ईयर एक्सपीरियंस वाला पॉइंट याद रखना, चाहे तो कंपनी को हो, एंटिटी को हो एक्सपीरियंस, या फिर उनके कोई 2 मैनेजरल पर्सनल्स को 3 साल का एक्सपीरियंस, फाइन। अगर ये कंडीशंस फुलफिल होती हैं तो फाइनेंशियल क्राइटेरिया है कि कंपनीज नेटवर्थ शुड बी ऑलवेज ग्रेटर देन इक्वल्स टू 5 करोड़, और टेक्नोलॉजी क्राइटेरिया में कंपनी की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है दैट शुड बी रिलायबल, अवेलेबल, स्केलेबल, सिक्योर। along with that you must have the capacity to share real time information. Done, guys. Moving on to the second aspect. The second aspect is grant or cancellation of authorization to operate as an ETP. अब इसका मतलब क्या? Let's suppose the entity is eligible. That means the entity has fulfilled the eligibility criteria. The moment this entity has fulfilled the eligibility criteria, then this entity will submit its document to RBI in order to seek the authorization to operate as ETP. Now, in this case, we all know that RBI has introduced Pravaha portal, and on this Pravaha portal, this entity will be submitting its request along with all the supporting documents. So application must be submitted in the format which is provided in the annexure 1. I have not shared the format, but it is provided there. Address it to the Chief General Manager. So this Pravaha portal पे जैसे ही आपके documents जाएंगे, it will be addressed. These documents or this request will be addressed to Chief General Manager of the Financial Market Regulator Department. Then this department will review your request. This department will review your application, and while reviewing the application, this department can call for extra information. अगर उन्हें कोई और extra information चाहिए, they can ask for extra information. और ये जो extra information है, that could be your external grading or rating reports. That could be third party platform assessment की third party आपको कैसे असेस करती है, क्लैरिफिकेशन अगर रिक्वायर्ड है किसी पॉइंट पे एप्लीकेंट से, वो मांगी जा सकती है, या फिर डेटा मांगा जा सकता है फ्रॉम द रेगुलेटर. मान लो एक इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है एंड दैट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी वांट टू स्टार्ट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस RBI will approach or RBI will ask the data from IRDAI, that is Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, if required. और अगर कोई गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है या फिर कोई ऐसी अथॉरिटी है which is directly linked with the government department, then RBI can call for data. RBI can call for data from the government departments as well. तो ये जो डेटा की रिक्वायरमेंट है that will be fulfilled by the entity only. RBI will raise this request for extra information, and then the entity will arrange the data from the required source. तीसरा पॉइंट क्या? RBI क्या क्या क्राइटेरिया है टू ग्रांट दी ऑथराइजेशन. सो RBI विल चेक इफ द एप्लीकेंट मीट्स दी एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया. अगर एप्लीकेंट ने सारे एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया मीट किए, फर्स्ट पॉइंट डन. सेकेंड इज नो लीगल और रेगुलेटरी वायलेशन इज डन बाय द एप्लीकेंट इन द पास्ट. नो एडवर्स ऑब्जर्वेशन डन. The granting of the license will not harm the public interest or financial system stability. Then RBI will grant the license. Then RBI will grant the authorization. But RBI may set different conditions for different ETPs in the authorization letter. तो जब authorization letter RBI देगा, मतलब now RBI has granted you the authorization. Under the authorization letter, it will be written the conditions on the basis of which you are going to operate. So these conditions which an entity is need to fulfill while running or while operating as an ETP, those conditions may differ for different ETPs depending upon the sector from which they are coming from. इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के लिए अलग हो सकती है conditions जो वो काम करेंगे when they get the authorization letter, when they operate as an ETP, but these conditions may be different for an NBFC. That is the point. Remember that RBI decision is final whether RBI has granted, rejected or cancelled the ETP authorization. It is final and binding. You cannot challenge RBI again. The authorization which has been given to you, it is non-transferable. ऐसा नहीं है कि RBI has given the authorization to company 1 और company 1 कहे कि on my behalf this ETP on my behalf. This ETP will be run by company 2. I am transferring my authorization to company 2. That is not allowed. ये तो वो बात हुई. RBI has given a banking license to company 1. Now this company 1 is saying I don't want to run a bank. I ask company 2 to run bank because I am granting my or I am forwarding my license to you. That is not allowed. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. You cannot transfer the authorization to any other entity, and if the ETP violates any rule, then in that case RBI can charge penalty on you. RBI can introduce new conditions and RBI can take any other necessary action if required. When RBI can cancel the authorizations, or RBI can cancel the authorization if ETP violates RBI rules, laws or directions. ETP break any condition which is written on the authorization letter. RBI believes that continuing the ETP operations would harm public interest. In these all cases, RBI has the power to cancel the authorization of an ETP. Then after cancellation, क्या होगा? ETP operator must stop the operations immediately or as per the date specified by RBI, and they should return the original authorization letter to RBI. That means they are no more allowed. They are no more allowed to operate. They are no more allowed to operate as ETP. समझ आ गई बात? तो पहला क्या था? Eligibility criteria. Eligibility criteria complete करने के बाद you will approach to RBI प्रवाह portal पर. You will raise your request that I want the authorization to operate as an ETP. तो RBI will review your application. RBI will ask for extra information if required. Once RBI feel that the applicant is fit, then authorization will be given. And if RBI feels that the applicant is not fit, RBI can cancel or reject the application, and in that particular case RBI decision is going to be final. RBI ने जो authorization दी है to a company that is non-transferable, RBI can cancel the authorization whenever required under certain conditions, and the moment RBI cancel the authorization, in that particular case you as a company need to stop operating as an ETP and you have to return the original authorization back to RBI. Is this point clear? So first condition, eligibility criteria. Second condition, grant and cancellation. If it is clear, give me yes sir. Now I'll move on to the next point, that is operating framework. Operating framework, अगर आप इसको जाके RBI की वेबसाइट पे देखोगे, it's very huge, but I have shrinked it in such a manner that it is easy to understand, easy to remember. If any question is asked, you can answer it pretty well. So first is operating framework. मतलब अब आपको license मिल गया है. The moment you get the license, then how you are going to operate. So in that case, access and participation. So the ETP should provide fair and transparent membership criteria. Do proper due diligence of all the members at the time of joining. Maintain member records, that is LEI in case of legal entity identifier, which is a 20-digit code which will help you to identify the organization which has registered with you as a member to participate as a buyer or seller of eligible securities on the electronic trading platform. So that is legal entity identifier. The next point is have clear rules for the membership, suspension, roles and liabilities. Share pre-trade info, that is bid or offer price, trade depth, post-trade info, price, volume, time with all the members fairly and equally. All rules and regulations and documents must be fairly available to the members. तो पहला क्या, आपका जो ETP का access है और participation है, that should be fair, that should be open for everyone. Second is risk management. In case of risk management, ETP operator should set up strong risk management and internal control framework, ensure access control and prevent unauthorized entry. Keep the ETP separate from other business options to avoid conflict. For example, you are an insurance company and you are operating an ETP as well. So you should keep your insurance functions separate and ETP functions separate. You should not mix them in order to avoid any kind of conflict. Ensure all trades happen in fair and orderly manner. Prevent non-compliant or illegal transactions. Put pre-trade and post-trade controls to prevent wrong codes, fast finger trades, etc. So in order to avoid any kind of errors, you should put pre-trade as well as post-trade controls. Now, if you are running an algo trading platform. You know what is algo trading platform? Algo trading platform basically means whenever this question is asked, anyone can give me the answer. Algo trading platform. Algo trading platform. Any idea? If you ask me, algo trading platform, basically it refers to a computer program that automate the process of buying and selling financial instruments based on the predefined set of rules. So these rules or these algorithms, they are essentially mathematical formulas or set of instructions that guide the software. तो algorithm trading platform का मतलब है ऐसा platform जहाँ पे purchase और sale जो हो रहा है that is as per the input which you have given. तो आपने जो input दी है उसी input के basis पे trading हो रही है कि जब प्रॉफिट इतना हो जाए खरीद लेना, जब प्रॉफिट इतना हो जाए बेच देना. सो ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर बेसिस द ट्रेडिंग इज डन. So remember that in case of algo trading system, test and onboard algos carefully, provide equal access to algo users, have strong risk monitoring for algo trading and employ skilled staff for handling algos. So ये जो condition है that is valid only for the algo trading. For emergencies, have clear rule for halting the trading, have clear rule for cancelling the trading or handling the system failure. Must also have dispute resolution mechanism. You must also have the dispute resolution mechanism. Third point is surveillance. Have real-time and post-trade monitoring systems to detect and prevent any kind of unfair practice or market abuse. Conflict of interest. ETP must identify and disclose any conflict of interest like group company participation to RBI. For example, on one side, a company is selling the instrument. On the other side, the subsidiary of this company is purchasing the same instrument. So this is a conflict of interest. So if this kind of trade is done, which is a situation of conflict of interest, then in that particular case, ETP should inform RBI simultaneously right away in real-time basis. Transparency. You must maintain a fair and transparent fee structure, which is ought to be paid by all the members. Outsourcing of operations if required. If required, you can outsource some of your operation, but you must have proper governance and risk control over the outsourced vendor. You must ensure outsourcing doesn't affect regulatory compliance. Maintain control over the data security and data access if you are involving the outsourcing or the third party. Next is business continuity and disaster recovery. Have a strong business continuity plan, that how you are going to continue your business, and you must have a disaster recovery plan, that if anything goes wrong in the near future, how you are going to overcome the disaster so that you can provide uninterrupted services. Then we have information security. Must have robust cyber and data security system. Follow RBI or CERT in security guidelines, in RBI in cyber security guidelines. This is very important. यहाँ से question बनने के पूरे chance है. These are the 2 points जहाँ से question बन सकता है out of these 10 points I would say. तो ये 10 points में operating framework में 10 point है. Operating framework में 10 point है. Out of these 10 points you have to remember 3. One is risk management. अगला जो आपको remember करना, that is IT and IS, that is annual information technology and information security audits should be conducted by CISA certified auditors. CISA certified auditors. So यहाँ पे question पूछा जाएगा, the audits are conducted on what basis? Sir, audits are conducted on annual basis. RBI also appoint independent auditors for inspection at its discretion. RBI को अगर लगे कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो आरबीआई अपने पावर्स के अकॉर्डिंग, अपनी कैपेसिटी के अकॉर्डिंग कैन अपॉइंट एक्सटर्नल और इंडिपेंडेंट ऑडिटर्स. अब डेटा प्रिवेंशन. डेटा प्रिवेंशन क्या कहता है कि सर जो ईटीपी है दैट शुड इंश्योर डेटा कॉन्फिडेंट योर डेटा इज कॉन्फिडेंशियल, दैट शुड बी इंश्योर्ड बाय ईटीपी, एंड स्ट्रिक्ट access control. That means data should not be shared openly, it should not be readily available. Second is ETP, very important. ETP keep the data for at least 10 years. तो अगर आपने आज कोई ट्रांजेक्शन की है on 1st of July 2025, this data will maintain with the ETP operator till 30th June 2035. विद टिल 30 जून 2035, 10 साल तक ये डेटा रखा जाएगा। और अगर कोई डेटा पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है, लेट्स से this you have done a transaction, please pay attention guys, you have done a transaction on 1st of July 2025, this data is going to be kept with ETP, stored this information till 30th of June 2035. अब let's suppose few months ago on 1st of April 2035 आपके ये जो ट्रांजेक्शन है उस ट्रांजेक्शन पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गया. Someone has reported that this transaction which was done on 1st of July 2025, it is not a fair transaction, और RBI ने उस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट किया. If RBI has put an investigation on it, and that investigation was done for let's say 20 days, 15 days, so अब ये जो डेटा है that will be maintained for 3 more years पोस्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन. मान लो 1 अप्रैल को इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हुई और 1 अप्रैल को ही खत्म हो गई, तो टिल 31st ऑफ मार्च 2038 यू विल बी कीपिंग द डेटा. जो डेटा 2035 तक रखना था वो 2038 तक रखा, क्योंकि जिस दिन उस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गई, इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद उस डेटा को 3 और सालों के लिए यू हैव टू होल्ड इट. On cancellation or closure, the ETP operator must hand over all the data. तो अगर आपने अपना बिजनेस क्लोज किया या आपका लाइसेंस कैंसिल हो गया, तो आपके पास जितनी भी इंफॉर्मेशन है related to electronic trading platform, relating to trade in securities, you are responsible to share all the information. You are responsible to hand over all the information to RBI. This is again very important. If you are an ETP, then you have to report on regular basis. So quarterly reporting, ETP operator must submit a quarterly report on the platform operations to RBI. Due date is 15th of the month after each quarter ends. What does it mean? मान लो अगर हम current quarter की बात करें, April, May, June. This quarter is ending on 30th of June. So you are supposed to submit the quarterly report on or before 15th July 2025. Then annual report, must submit the annual report on compliance with RBI direction and authorization conditions. You have to submit the financial report for every financial year, and you must submit the report by 30th April of the next financial year. Matlab, if you are supposed to submit the report from 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025, then report must be submitted on or before 30th April of next financial year. 30th April of next financial year means next financial year is from 1st April to 31st, 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026. So next financial year ke 30th April tak you are responsible to submit your annual report. Trade reporting, ETP operators must report transaction details to any trade repository or reporting platform as specified by RBI. अगर RBI ने specify किया that regarding the trade, you have to submit the details to the trade repository or reporting platform, you have to do it. Additional reports must provide any extra report, data or information as and when RBI asks. तो जब भी कभी RBI आपसे कोई भी extra report मांगे, उसी फॉर्मेट में गिवन टाइमलाइंस पे यू हैव टू सबमिट द रिपोर्ट. रिपोर्टिंग टू अदर अथॉरिटीज मस्ट ऑल्सो प्रोवाइड डेटा इंफॉर्मेशन टू अदर गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज और रेगुलेटर्स एज पर गवर्नमेंट लॉज इफ एप्लीकेबल. इमीडिएट, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, इमीडिएट इवेंट रिपोर्टिंग इज इफ देयर इज एनी मेजर डिसरप्शन or system failure or market abuse event, then you have to submit the report immediately to RBI via email. So you have to remember this point is important in the reporting part, this point is important, this point is important, and lastly this point is important under the trading, under the reporting requirements. Then we have termination. What is this termination? So termination is ETP operator, if cancel means जब RBI cancel करे. Termination means when you yourself go to the RBI and you say that I don't want to operate or I don't want to run the ETP, so please cancel my authorization. So in that particular case, ETP operator can choose to stop its operations, but you must get the RBI approval. तो चलाना है अगर काम, ETP रन करना है तो भी RBI का अप्रूवल चाहिए, और अगर स्टॉप करना है तो भी RBI का अप्रूवल चाहिए. RBI will decide. ऐसा नहीं कि you went to RBI today and you said I'll not run the ETP और आप कल से काम बंद कर दोगे. No, हो सकता है many transactions which are pre-expected to be, or many transactions which are expected in the future to be done, you have to complete those transactions as per the RBI guidelines. So you have to wait up till a specific time and date which is decided by the RBI, and you have to operate as an ETP till that given timing or date. Operator must follow all the terms and conditions specified by RBI for the closure, where you have to share all the, or you have to transfer all the data to RBI. You also return the original authorization letter back to RBI once you have terminated your operations. There are some other directions. First is RBI has power to give exemptions or be selective in authorization. So what is this? Exemption from rules. RBI can exempt any ETP operator from any or all of the directions which are written above. Those can be permanent, I would say, exemption, or that can be specific time period exemption. तो याद रखिएगा, ये जो गाइडलाइंस हमने पढ़ी है, RBI को अगर लगे कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, कोई अथॉरिटी, अगर they want to operate as an ETP, or they want to operate the ETP, but they are not in a position to fulfill all the criteria, then RBI can exempt them from fulfilling certain criteria, maybe permanently or for a temporary phase. RBI can impose certain terms, certain conditions, certain restrictions on such exemptions if needed. Such exemptions are given if the interest of the public, in the interest of the public or financial stability. Then selective approach for ETP authorization. RBI will be very selective while granting new authorization for ETP. What are the reasons of this selectivity? To ensure robustness of the financial market infrastructure, to support orderly development of financial market, to manage risk from untested immature technologies, to protect public interest and financial system safety. तो हो सकता है कि two companies, they approach RBI, they both have fulfill the eligibility criteria, they both are operating on the same scale, but still RBI may choose one and reject other, because RBI can be very selective, because RBI have to maintain or ensure the robustness of the financial market infrastructure. And in that particular case, RBI has full authority to be very, very, very selective, depending upon, while allowing the organizations to operate as an ETP. Clear हो गया जी, समझ आ गया. तो जो points इसमें important है, I have marked star for them. I have marked star for them. तो जिन points पे I have marked stars, those points are important. Rest, if I have not marked the star, you can ignore that point. You should not remember it. I hope easy कर दिया मैंने. I hope I have made it easy for you to decide what to study, what not to study. वैसे तो सारा ही पढ़ना सब है, but जिस पे स्टार लगा है, that information you need to remember. जिस पे स्टार लगा है, that information you need to remember. Okay, so that will be all from my side, guys. If you haven't liked the session yet, then I would request you to quick button, and I will be sharing the PDF on my Telegram channel. You can download the PDF from the given Telegram channel, scan the code, join the channel, and you will be able to download the PDF. If you are new on our channel, do subscribe our channel. If you haven't liked the session yet, do hit the like button. Do share the link of this session with your friends, so that most of them, they are aware of such a productive session where each and every RBI master direction, circular, notification is break down in such simple language which is easy to understand, easy to memorize. Thank you so much, guys. We'll catch you soon. Bye bye. Take care. Good luck. God bless you.